Yeah, hello guys, sound hello. It's a guys. Welcome to stream. Hello. Hello guys, सबैलाई वेलकम टु स्ट्रिम है आइसकेँ म पर्दा खोलौँ न पुरै झ्याल लगाएर बसिरहेको छ यार घुम्सेर बसिरहेको छ यार रुममै के छ गाइस सबैलाई वेलकम टु स्ट्रिम आज कति डिले छ नो डिले बस 1 सेकेन्ड डिले छ अनि युट्युबबाट फ्यु सेकेन्ड डिले हुन्छ त्यति हो साउन्ड आइरहेको छ गाइस सबै ठिक छ गेम साउन्ड त अफ छ र गेम साउन्ड आउनुपर्छ लेट्स गो
What a story there, knowing that the women's have broken through, but yet to see that same result on the men's side. Looking to get it done here is Guangzhou Gaming as they head into a knockout game versus True Rippers. Guys,
let's go.
This is two countries, two teams, highly motivated, highly
सुरुमा
emotional.
स्टोरीहरु मै त
Yet
के स्टोरी छ
over True here. And
中国的另一个战队买进来，然后刚来到 GJG 就打进了 M7 的外卡。但我想，其实 M7 我们可以走得更远的，但是我们倒在了外卡的决赛，输给了我们的对手蒙古。所以那场比赛结束以后，我觉得很可惜，抱着我的教练哭了。Stop him and the beast rumbles at the feet of Guangzhou Gaming。在 SAL 夺冠的时候，就我忍不住在赛后采访里哭了起来。
对对，
我很想赢，每次赢了我都很开心。但以往经常了解我的观众知道，就是我哭经常。
I mean, the pressure it's pretty high.
True Reaper को स्टार्ट सुनौँ न ओ हेम्मा Okay, True Reaper को स्टार्ट सुनौँ है
Hello everyone, Kimmy here from Team True Reapers. We are the winners of MLMS Season 1. We're the first team to represent India at MSC at EWC.
History has been written, ladies and gentlemen. India's international journey has finally begun tonight. True Rippers are your champions.
I guess it was the start of 2026 January. Everyone was so hyped, like they were saying, guys, we might get an international slot at the WC. We need this. For me, like I was really hyped up. I was about to continue my studies, but after I got to hear that news, I thought of making a team. So then I texted some of my friends, some of my well-known guys, and then I asked him if there any other orgs, like our organization that need a team or something. Then I started looking for players.
प्लेयर्स भन्ने बित्तिकै महा के हो
My players, they were getting offers from different teams within India, so I was worried.
I said you
my players, I wasn't able to make this team anymore. But luckily, I texted me out of nowhere, and then he was like, "Kimi, right? I have an offer for you. This." So I was like, "Yeah, anything is fine. I just want to bring this team to India and then participate because I know we can win." Talking about Kyle and Asuna, Kyle, it's like he's with me since the past 3 years. He's known as the gold standard of India. So he's just too good at his mechanics. Asuna is also known as the best mages in India. He wanted to try out, and then we worked out really good. Everyone liked Asuna, and then that's how we formed the team. We Indian players, we never stop playing this game because it's the love and affection for the game. True Reapers at EWC means a lot to the community.
ठीक छैन साउन्ड अब गाइस ठिकै होला
त. Like 9 years now since India got a slot in MLBB. I just hope everything goes good and we get to do something here so that the craze for this game continues. Today we are here, but in the coming
guys,
future,
let's support True Reapers. I'm gonna support True Reapers. Let's go, Team India. Mid to video.
The start of many more, says Rahancia, as he talks about.
Kick off the first
Oh, let's go.
elimination of MSC 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming True Rippers.
Hi, True Reapers ko kedaharu. Let's go.
In their first international debut, True Rippers has to do whatever it takes to come out on top.
Yo guys,
Previously, they went up against Team Vibe.
यो गेम हार्यो भने चाहिँ एलिमिनेट नै हुन्छ गाइज एमबीसीबाट यो गेम लोवर ब्याकेटको म्याच हो सो यो गेम डेफिनेटली जित्नै पर्ने हुन्छ लेट्स गो
When there's a lot of pressure on the line, it can really get to you. Let's welcome their opponents, Guangzhou Gaming!
इन्डिया भर्सेस चाइना हेर्नु एब्सोल्युट सिनेमा हुने भयो
Although they faced one of the toughest opponents here at MSC 26, they still showed massive resilience during their clash. They left even Super Marco shaken. So can they pinpoint Ripper's weak points and live to fight another day?
This is the match of the
World Cup
underdogs,
population,
two
oh, get out.
regions that are quite new to the MLBB scene, battling it out, and only one can remain on top.
All right, it's time to get the show started. Please, Guangzhou Gaming, please, True Rippers. My friends, you may place your keys and captains. Remember to shake hands or fist bumps or even do a little fadeaway before you get over to your seat. Because this one is about to heat
Let's
up. There it
go.
is. Respect
Respect
between
Chinese
our
ले
two
तो
teams.
अस्ति
Let's
टाउके
get
मुनि
our first
गर्दै यार
elimination match on their way.
Day 2, the group of death.
Sound
We've
के
witnessed the
increase
unexpected
गर्नु
fall
sound
of
के
two champions,
गर्नु
Team Liquid Philippines and SRG, and the unexpected rise
ठिक छ
of
guys
two
अब हेर्नु
contenders
त
now between Aurora Gaming Turkey and, of course, Pro Esports.
Nobody can get away with the They will take game number 3.
I feel very happy at that moment because it's my first time in the international and SRG is former champion and we didn't expect to win them. So when we won, I got really emotional.
JP falls as well. Aurora is relentless on this mid lane.
What a statement this is.
It was a big match for us and it's quite good because they're the last MSC world champion. We expected to win because we can beat any team in this tournament.
Hey,
We're not afraid
man.
of anybody. Actually, they need to be afraid of us.
ओए मा कति है मन
So the
पर्यो
loss is
मलाई
unexpected for us. For sure, we know that coming into today we are the favorites, and we know that we are the better team. My thoughts on us and SRG both losing the first game of our bracket. Of course, it's a surprise to most, but at the same time, this bracket is so stacked, right? Anyone can beat anyone in the current level of competitiveness.
Going into Day 3, we have two teams securing top 8 spots. Will it be between Team Spirit and Vamos or Vitality and Falcons PH? And then we'll also be sending two teams home. Will it be between True Rippers and Guangzhou Gaming, or will it be Falcons Mena and Ignite Gaming to be sent home?
True Reapers को
Well,
लाइन
it
अप
is a battle to say the least. Representatives of India and China going head to head. True Rippers versus Guangzhou Gaming, guys. This draft is going to be interesting. And the question I want to raise to you is, if you learn, are these losses okay? If you can take something from these losses, is it okay to be here to bounce back, or are you looking at today with a different sense? Is there cynicism? Is there optimism? What's the approach to this draft, and how are you looking at these two teams? Naisu.
You know, that's always something that we think about. Like, what do the coaches say to the players here? Let's say they had a devastating loss, and whether it was the game or the series, how do you approach that? You know, how do you get your players to reset? And the champions, the multiple champions that have either won MSC or the World Championship, all have to go through that, right? You face losses.
सबै ठिक छैन,
even last
soundहरु?
year's champions here at
के मिल्दै छैन भन है,
EWC face a
मिलेन भने।
loss, a devastating loss. So the reset
अनि
has to
यस्तो
happen.
मिल्छ
And I
भने
think
stream share
the
हान्नु
best
guys.
of the best
Like this
reset
stream,
quickly
should make sure to
before
share
they jump
as well.
into the next game, and they just go in with a new mindset.
Well, two champions,
First
one
game
game.
to
Make sure
True
to grab your
Reapers
My
versus
Champions pick and pick your
Guangzhou
dual
Gaming.
champions and win 50,000 diamonds. Grab the QR code with your phone, tablet, whatever it is, right now on the screen, and 5 winners win 10,000 diamonds each. Remember, this is live until July 27th, so make sure to act fast. LaFell?
Randy, I do gotta say, when it comes to elimination matches, it's a good test for the coach as well as the players on how they know each other as well as themselves. Because
India versus China,
some
winner
people
gets
perform
Nepal.
well under pressure,
ए
and some
मेरो
people
भाइ
don't.
के
And
भन्छ
because
यो
of that, the strategy as well as the way that you talk to each other is going to be very different, right? For example, if you don't do well under pressure, you got to get them comfortable. And for people that works very well under pressure, that's where you make them lock in. That's where you make them extra focus. And now going into Flying Clouds here, this is going to be very interesting, especially because I want to see if other teams did what Midnight did and actually bring Rafaela to Flying Clouds, maximizing her passive. When you respawn someone, they immediately get to battle. I don't think people will be able to practice as Rosa did, but at the same time, how hard is Rafaela really? I mean, like, come on.
Wasn't there
Guys,
some advice
quality
out there like, yeah,
True
what would you
Rippers
say to
or
the people that want to now play
Wanzo?
mid-lane Rafaela?
Let's go. Rush Sargo.
Just remember, you're not Aurora Gaming, you're not Rosa right now.
Well, the draft begins here.
YSS
And
4
it is
man.
going to be
यताबाट
a
हिरा र
big
ब्यान्छ
one. We're trying
First
to
pick
see if
Wanzo
we
गरेछ
can start
भनेपछि
expecting
assassin try
certain
गर्न
things,
खोज्छ
but expect the unexpected has kind of been the nomenclature for these last days at MLBB's MSC here in EWC.
Let's go, guys. Game
2026.
start
We'll see if
with
that continues today, guys.
I like that they just took out the Aurora, by the way. You know, True Rippers, they're not going to let that slip through. But so what we're thinking is, yeah, you might actually see the Ling be picked up maybe first to go in the hands of Guangzhou Gaming, if that seems to be the play, unless they ban it out, because that's been the trade. I feel like so far, just like we saw weeks, you know, the past couple weeks here, even back in Wildcard, Lafel, where that meta kind of settled into place over the course of days. Now you're in day 3, you know, you have to go ahead and just pick that plan, that game plan that you're really comfortable with, especially for these two that are facing off this elimination. And now True Rippers will also take out a big gold laner that's been popping up all the time, right? The Claude and the Hirara is dealt with, plus that Freya. What are we thinking here? The Ling first pick? No, it's the Atlas.
Honestly, like, I feel like the Ling first pick is okay if you ban out Eudora, because I really feel like Eudora is going to be quite a talking point. It's good basically in most drafts right now.
I think
when it comes to Ling, we've seen basically two heroes doing well, which is the Eudora as well as the Moskov. I don't know how other teams are going to do with that information, because Moskov is just one of those heroes where either you're good at it or you're not.
Yeah, this is
okay.
I was expecting it to come up at least on the swing.
Oh, Fanny, True Rippers को सायद Wanzo को त Fanny आउनु पर्ने हो.
That does mean the Moskov is going to go over on the side.
Moscow बाट Fanny.
Guangzhou Gaming.
इधर कि Fanny
Let's see
आउँछ.
what they pick up here.
I really want to see Eudora here, because then you basically have two counters for the Ling, and the Ling basically will be the main setter for True Reapers, right? He's going to be the position one. He's going to take all the farm and is going to try to take over the game. Now Guangzhou, they actually have quite a lot of crowd control here, nicely from the Atlas as well as Eudora. And then Moskov, his crowd control is just to protect himself. But now True Reapers getting Bellary, which as of right now is an S tier pick in Rome.
I almost thought that True Rippers would want to
ban
secure
Fanny,
the
Fanny ban.
Man. I mean, that was the best performance we got to see.
Yeah, I think Fanny ban on
if I remember right, he was like 6-0-10. He didn't die in that game too, and that was crucial for them. But you know, now because you banned out that Claude, the Moskov gets taken. What they plan to put in that gold lane? We've seen some weird picks being placed into the gold lane the past couple days.
Yeah, I mean, Double Fighters has showed up randomly, right? And we've seen that, even Paquito in the gold lane. Trying to see if there's something sneaky.
Nice read.
The one thing yesterday did tell us is that when
I think
you guys
Fanny
were looking at that
ban
saying, this is an honest draft, right? And that kind of exposed them to a very quick loss in the final set of yesterday. So maybe trying to hold a few of those interesting picks later on, True Rippers, so they don't get caught out.
Something that True Rippers
can do if they want to go for that double fight. भनेको Rome हो, Garcia भनेको Kyle हो, MM हो, Garcia भनेको.
Actually create quite a lot of space, making it quite easy for a Ling to go in and out, because that's one of the problem when you're not incredibly fast on the Ling. One stun and then you're done, and there's a lot of stuns here that can capture you. So I'm looking at something like a
Garcia भनेको Kyle हो, guys, Garcia
a
भनेको.
lot of space so the Ling feels
TR को same roster हो, नाम चाहिँ change छ Garcia
right now is, you know, anyone that's going to pick him up, draft the Ling into the composition.
Fanny open
Not
गरिदियो.
only is it such a micro
Fanny still open
scaling hero for people to showcase, but you need the team to support that. The same thing we've been saying about the Hirara pick, and your team really has to support you to be able to do that. Now, obviously, she's got a little more iframes, so a little more mobility. But Ling, same thing. You don't want to feel pressure in your jungle, your bus being stolen. You need that space, because otherwise you just end up split pushing across the map when the rest of your team's trying to fight, and that's not where you want to be. So this Paquito coming up adds a little bit of a layer to the damage profile.
Foggy the
This
draft
is
man
most
पर है
likely
मतलब
we're
Foggy
going
the
to
pick
expect just go in the gold lane. It is still possible that it could
EXP,
flex.
right?
Could EXP. We saw this in the gold lane yesterday in the hands of Sigibum, if I remember correctly, maybe a couple more times.
Ooh,
But,
एकछिन
you know,
Foggy the
that's the
gold
thing.
हुन
You need to
सक्छ.
be
Okay,
able to go
okay,
ahead and
gold हुन
support this
सक्छ.
Ling's best.
Ui, Saber आयो.
Whoa, the Saber though. Talk about another
Saber आयो. Saber you
surprising
know.
pick.
Hey, but it has been in my head, but
Okay,
I don't think
Saber
I would
आएगा.
be
Link
crazy
against
enough
Saber.
to do it. But honestly, this is the kind of
China
lineup that I
लगा,
think
cheeky
you
pick
would be
निकाल्यो.
crazy enough to do it, because going up against the Ling,
Yeah.
Saber might not have enough damage early, but when you have
Badam.
Eudora alongside you, you're gonna have enough
एकछिन
damage. Because
Beleric
Saber has
XP
changed
guys.
a bit. It's not
Beleric
full burst,
XP.
it's about
Foggy
going
the
in and
gold.
out, in and
Badang
out,
roam.
in and out. And
Two
now,
Reapers go.
True Rippers finishing up with the Badang here, so quite interesting.
Badang roam.
EXP or Beleric EXP, so
Not
Beleric
sure, yeah.
XP.
Okay.
not
Beleric
sure what's
XP.
gonna happen here, but I gotta say, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Guangzhou Gaming.
It's going to be a
Apex is
Beleric
not playing for
EXP.
India. Apex को team
Yep,
thought
on
about
Francia.
qualify by
Kimmy's
ना.
got the Badang.
and Garcia on Paquito, so another gold lane fighter.
Let's go
Marksman
guys.
coming in thinking
Draft
they kinda
कस्तो
have
मन
to
पर्यो.
have
Foggy
that,
the
but we're seeing
gold
this
है.
meta evolve to where,
अनि
well, maybe
रोममा
not.
चाहिँ
Can we keep
बदाम.
tempo? Can we keep
XP
pressure?
Beleric.
Both of these teams suffered quick defeats.
Let's
in
go
most
True
of their
Reapers.
games.
हान्नु
Trying
पर्यो
to
है.
set the pace
Lower
this
bracket
time
match हो guys. जो
around.
हार्छ
As we have
eliminate
our
हुन्छ.
first series
Let's
of the
go.
day
First
kicking
game.
off. It's True Rippers versus Guangzhou Gaming. Let's get it going and send it over to your casters.
Come on,
We
True
are
Reapers.
officially kicking off the third day with an elimination match between True Rippers and Guangzhou Gaming. But the surprises just keep coming, Mirko. And as our panelists have said, Lefel personally does like Guangzhou's lineup, but how are you feeling about this, especially the Saber?
Dude, it's crazy. Again, I mean, we saw day number 1, day number 2, constant surprises back and forth. And I thought we already saw everything. You know, I thought we already saw everything the meta has in store for us, but obviously that's not true.
Oh my
The
god,
Saber comes in, X-Ying, almost taking Asuna down in the mid lane. It's all about aggression.
Okay.
So that's what we know right now for Guangzhou Gaming. I feel like they're trying to double down on already a very good early game. We saw one of the glimpses, well, hold on, May. Again,
my.
speaking of
Did you
that
see?
aggression
Lock,
early
hide
on,
you.
steal from X-Ying, but again, for Guangzhou Gaming, they did well against Falcon.
Midमा पोख्नु भने के त्यही भएर यार कस्तो इन्भिट गर्यो नि तिमीलाई जाऊ भने.
By punishing and capitalizing even more in the early game, I think they should be able to close things out.
Yeah, I guess early game really
Chat
is
नै
the
हेर्दैन.
name of the
भन्नु
game
guys
right now,
गेममा
especially,
गेम स्टार्ट भयो क्या त्यही भएर
the
क्या.
way things have been for the
यहीकोलाई
previous
बोलाएको
games that
guys
we've
बिजी छ अरे
observed,
यहीको.
and it's looking really aggressive. If there's anything we could
गेममा
use to
धेरै
describe
छ
Recall,
True
because he
Reapers
picked
को
up the
म्याच छ यार.
Saber, and now he
त्यही
even
भएर.
went for Master or Weapon Master.
Yeah, not even the Season Hunter to help him clear. I mean, he's going to do much more damage when he gets his items, but damn. Pull yourself together on both double or duo mid here, X-Ying and Mei.
Oh my.
Good read by Garcia.
Yeah.
Could be a really bad spot here. And honestly, you look at this composition, you just look at the Saber and you're thinking, why go Saber? But if you look at a double fighters or just the fighter in the gold lane, Garcia should be very easy to pick off by Recall on this Saber. So that's a big question mark already, as you can see Garcia having to sacrifice a few of those waves.
Which is great. At least he's being very careful. You know for a fact that Garcia too, even when he gets his hands on
Tadalma
more
के गर्छ?
vulnerable
Use
heroes
आउँछ,
like
save
Moskov, is
गर्छ.
not really the type to put himself in danger.
हान्ने
So that
बादङलाई.
shoots a hole. But that's the
What?
first triple sweep we get to
React
see
पनि
here.
गरेन
That's
True
the
Reapers.
tank, that's the boy you would usually have a lot of damage on. Well, the splash already popped in right now. They go all in. Recall with a double with the weapon mastery, trying to get one more. Ian
More,
stunned
Ian.
on the
Ian,
wall,
Ian,
now
Ian.
chased out
More.
the Black Dragon. Modi
Nice
almost
यार
taking
Ian.
Ian's down. Now
मरे
it's
मरे
Sydney
युद्ध
with
पर्यो.
Flying Clouds, bringing it back again.
Nice.
Alone, that's
Ui,
so weird.
Moscow गर्ने.
Almost lands Ian. Sticks to the recall. 2-2, but it's Guangzhou Gaming with the turtle.
Yep, I really
Okay,
thought
not-
True
not bad,
Rippers
not
could have
bad.
made something out of that, especially as they already were able to somewhat trade out the fact that no longer, or Recall no longer had the triple sweep. But it's still somehow a bit manageable for True Rippers nonetheless.
Parcel पायो.
Especially as you see they're not really being punished elsewhere. Let's take a look at that.
कस्तो भएको छ यार
replay.
Ian.
Modi still getting in. Really close though, really close call. But the
Moscow
punish
बाट
from
हेर्न.
Kitty,
Oi, हल्काले.
I nearly forgot that we were on Flying Cloud, so things would be happening pretty faster than we thought.
Yeah. That's what would be. I guess that's the reason he went Saber as well.
Maybe.
Even if they die without him using the triple sweep, then he can just go and do it all over again after dying. But dang, that damage with the weapon mastery. He already picked up the Hunter Strike now and the lethal ignition. Even Kimmy wasn't ready. He's gonna have to go straight into a Dreadnought's armor at this point.
Yeah, so it's probably really just they want to go for the kills, always the kills, and that's where they start converting eventually. But it's also them on a Moskov, so I feel like they will have ways either way of dealing with the macro, even if, let's say, they just try to focus on the kills. If we're talking about the mid trio, who, by the way, have been doing a great job here, really keeping Kimmy and Asuna in check.
Folks, you gotta remember, this is an elimination match between Guangzhou Gaming and True Rippers. Loser goes home. They're gonna go straight to the airport, out of Paris, back to their hometown. So it is brutal.
Yeah.
The fact that Guangzhou Gaming decided to bring out the Saber in an elimination match shows you just how confident they are at, again, capitalizing on early game advantages.
Yeah, and you see, oh, hold on, that's a Richter.
Yeah, disconnected. Oh, big fatal links by May. Another fatal links as well. As now, Time of the Blaze gets locked in. Ian's running down the wall. Now it's Rahansha isolated against the rest of the team as Modi picks him up, and it's an all-out win for Guangzhou Gaming.
Yep, the disconnection is something kind of punishing there for a True Rippers, as we saw Rahansha engage, but Garcia all alone here. Okay, will able to regain position like a recall. Will he contest?
Oh, big ult already down. May comes in with the perfect match. Kimmy trying to stop it now as Modi pops in.
Oh, nice.
He goes in.
Garcia
secure now as they go all out.
No, nice. All fine again.
As Xing takes him out of the fight, and again, it's a turtle to TRX, and Guangzhou Gaming with a trade as CY gets a tier 1 down below.
Yep, that's all CY has been focusing on for now. And Garcia, the fact that he was really there, the participation he had in that team fight was really massive for True Rippers at least. Oh, what's that though? Recall got it, right?
Recall got it, yep.
Okay, he did not even have to get up close. But at least for now, True Rippers, they're really trying to minimize this lead. The damage that you would assume would really be massive right now. It's not really happening just yet, but May is not going to go for the set. Asuna has the Fatal Links as well.
That's been a way for TRX to actually respond to the Fatal
Links. Not bad, not bad.
It's just Asuna, right? Everybody else who gets on the Fatal Links, India down. So Asuna can purify and get his own Fatal Links. But there's just no damage coming through. Meanwhile, Guangzhou Gaming, on the other hand, they have the combos ready. And it's also that disconnect that TRX really got to fix. Rahansha, I feel like at this point, just wait for Asuna to get a set. Wait for the Fatal Links first, then Rahansha can go in with the Wrath of the Dryad, or just use it as a counter-engage tool.
Or Jan?
I don't know if it's counterintuitive, because they want to like go for team fights based on their composition, but you want to look for the damage too. Oh, hold on.
Triple sweep. Eons gets away with the Tempest of Blades. Interesting. I thought that was going to be a one-shot by Rico.
Nah, more Eons.
The DOT taking down on Eons. He gets the Finch poise, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Why did he walk back? Oh no.
Did he not see that Modi was actually there too?
Modi le
That was a surprise and very unfortunate for Ian.
Modi
we were talking about where the damage would come from True Rippers. May?
Good peel by Kimmy, but now it's going to be the sacrificial lamb. Straight into Modi, back-to-back kills for Guangzhou Gaming's XP laner.
Yep. So at this point, it's going to be really tough to just stop Guangzhou Gaming in terms of what they want to do. Now they're just bursting this objective. Oh, Yansha!
Oh, Ian's got it!
Who actually claims it now? The Fatal Links locks down Recall. It's going to come up with the Blades. It's a big shutdown for Eons as he picks up the Blades, but now it's going to be Xing with the help of CY. Perfect match coming down. Finch poise gets him out. Modi getting that killing spree as he goes for 1v3 now against Garcia. Still able to survive as well. Guangzou Gaming now. We're going to siege down a mid lane. A stun coming out on Kimmy and the Spirit of Misery. Doesn't connect on the wall. Doesn't pin Kimmy. It's just a tier 1 in mid.
It feels so weird to think that the extended teamfights seem to be favoring Guangzhou a bit more, because you would assume that they're very gold-reliant heroes, but at the same time, they have a hero like the Moskov. They have someone to just put out these sustained sources of damage, whereas for Rippers, on the other hand, I feel like it's mostly sustained. We are looking for the ways in which they could really clap back. But Rahansha, again, another Wrath of Dryad already committed.
Oh, Garcia in the back, already using the flicker as well.
More Garcia.
Free. Recall coming in with the shuriken. Now the triple sweep on Kimmy.
Recall more.
Terrify on Recall. It's ES with the pick.
Modi aaya, Modi aaya.
Black Dragon form flanking from the back as Rahansh is going to be isolated for the rest
Modi.
of the game. Lands for Modi. And he gets
Modi India.
Garcia's all alone. Guangzhou Gaming going to go for the chase. A stun from Xing. Modi trying to cut him off. Garcia, can you get away?
If he actually gets away from this, I don't know, but he won't. It's a killing spree for Xing, and these staggered teamfights are just not helping True Rippers at all. You don't really get to see them maximize the potential of their lineup. Even this moment you're seeing right now, it was the fatal links that Asuna got, which could have been the turning point. But the fact that they also had to take into consideration that GCG were just so good at kiting, and that there was also a follow-up Black Dragon form punishing Ians. It is just not looking good for True Rippers. They really have to solidify their coordination in this game.
I think in this game it's looking just very tough already. They don't have a marksman, they don't have scaling aside from the Ling. Ians can still be a threat later on, but again, with all this CC, with all this lockdown, with all the tanky members that Guangzhou Gaming have, it's going to be extremely difficult for TRX to find another opening here.
Yeah, because maybe you could rely on Kimmy to find the target, but who? Because you don't expect Sai, you don't expect Xing, you don't expect Recall to just be in the same spot at the exact same time. Oh, but they don't know Kimmy's here though. Oh, now he gets spotted. Now they know. My goodness, True Rippers, how are they going to play around this? Kimmy's trying to look for positioning again. But GCG.
Oh, that poke.
Yep.
They can't.
They can't.
Look at the far lane up top as well. Ian shows himself this is a bad time. Guangzhou Gaming know that it's been a bit too quiet for Ian. He hasn't shown himself on the map. Most probably sent up top, so it's them committing onto the neutral objective. True Rippers not given a chance to actually follow it up. Rehansha with a flicker in the top, but doesn't land on anybody. Now it's Modi who's trying to look for capitalization.
Oh my god, Modi.
Petrify from Modi. The SOD lands. May's trying to follow it up, but it will not be taken. Garcia with the recall in that bush. Modi, what?
Yo, Modi.
Position. Garcia's recall has been compromised. And now he's all alone running against Guangzhou Gaming.
Oh, okay. This will take a bit of time for True Rippers actually get to track him down. It's only May assigned to do that.
Recall, triple sweep, bang. Fatal links the combo as well. Garcia was knocked up for a whole 2 seconds.
Yep, Ian's just gonna settle with these trades. This tier 2 up top, but the Holy Shields are looking to go down now, and there's a Black Dragon form 2 coming in from Modi. But at least True Rippers can defend for now. At least for now.
Xing, okay. Luckily, Xing didn't have the ultimate. Kimmy concealed right in front of the faces of Guangzhou Gaming. A pin down as well. The fist track defensively. Asuna is able to find a fatal link, but Xing flickers out of safety, and now the Temps of Blaze comes in for Ian, but he gets stunned up. The Spear of Misery as well as a shutdown, but at the price of Ian's life, as CY continues to push in towards this turret.
It's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate because even in that last sequence, you saw they had different targets. Each of them. Oh, but they just went in.
Full combo, triple sweep, fatal links, Furious died. Kimmy is gonna go down to Modi, and now the Black Dragon comes around again onto Rehansha. The Furious dive lands onto Rehansha. Recall will walk up the SOD as well. Finally, a 3-man taunt that takes Modi down, but it's Guangzhou Gaming who gets game number 1.
GG guys.
20-6 on the board in terms of kills.
Oh.
We were thinking that they really wanted to go for kills, and they lived up to it. It was just them constantly on the lookout for potential targets across the map, and you barely saw True Rippers able to answer back, able to achieve anything, but also at the same time.
Team औरसँग म्याच छ रेड भ्यालीमा अलि बिस्तारै हान्न ल मासु आज म्याच हो आज म्याच छ रेड भ्यालीमा 3-4 वटा गेम छ लिङलाई खेल्न गाह्रो भएर इतरा छ सेभर छ गाह्रो छ लिङलाई हेर्न
How could you escape from it? I mean, as Eons, you were the only dude there that could actually make a play, that could actually look for a trade around the map. And all the way from the start, it really comes down to, I feel,
क्लच हान्नु पर्यो रिभर स्विप हान्नु पर्यो
this Paquito was a massive mistake because they picked it up into a Moskov, right? In usual terms, when we see it from Hiko, when we see it yesterday as well, it was a Paquito into a Claude. It was a guaranteed winning matchup so that the Link can capitalize on it. But against someone like a Moskov who has that Spear of Misery to keep him safe in lane, and even against this XP of Modi on Yuzong who knows how to play it safe,
Yeah.
Eon just could never find a way to punish. It was, on the other hand, Guangzhou Gaming who constantly punished True Rippers.
जिजी यार केटा
On top of the fact that they also prioritized the
इधर
balance
सेभर अहिले
instead of the
राम्रो
Eudora,
छ
which
केटा
was also actually
अनि
available
अस्ट्रेल मेटा
alongside
गइन्छ
the
राम्रो
lane
छ नि
that
त
they decided to prioritize in red side. Oh no! Oh my gosh! Yeah, that's exactly the kind of emotion you probably would have for this entire game. It feels
GG,
bad.
guys.
It feels bad for True Rippers, but we hope to see them get back on track as we have to break that down. So we're throwing it over to our panel.
नाइस ट्राई के छ यार
As well.
हान्छ
A
कि अब
good game and a good game if you're a Guangzhou Gaming fan. 75% of you thought that was going to be where it ended. Naisu, they were
कस्तो रियान साले कस्तो हल्का नराम्रो खेले जस्तो लाग्यो मलाई रियान साले यो गेम चाहिँ बेल्ट्रिकमा आई थिङ्क रियान साले आफ्नो कम्फर्ट हिरो नै दिनुपर्छ होला एलिस युरानसहरू अरू हिरो त गाह्रो सस्छ मेन स्टेजमा टिमहरू पनि राम्रो हुन्छ नि त सो गाह्रै छ यार फर्स्ट टाइम इन्डियाको डेब्यु
Talking about
टिम
Eudora and a Saber in the jungle, man.
I gotta say, Naisu, like, for the 3 days that we're here, I hope.
Anyway,
my sentiment
GG
stays
guys,
the same.
हान्छ कि
This
next game?
might be my
एक
favorite
एक एक लट त हान्नु
international so
पर्ने हो
far.
यार
Not favorite MNC, favorite international of all
हान्छ
that
होला
we've
एक
had,
सर्ट त
this has been the best.
I love the meta we're at now. I got
अब
you.
इन्डियाले
So we're
हान्नै
gonna go
पर्ने हुन्छ
for this
नभए
really- Oh.
अब वाइल्ड कार्डमा झारिदिन सक्छौ हल्का राम्रो पर्फर्मेन्स आएन भने राम्रो पर्फर्मेन्स र भ्युवरसिप पहिला पालि एमएलएममा त्यस्तो भ्युवरसिप त आएको थिएन होला यार नेपालकै धेरै थियो होला त स्लट बेला टिम औरा गएको भए चाइनालाई त कम्पिटिसन दिन्थ्यो कि नै अब प्र्याक्टिस भयो है प्र्याक्टिसै छैन अहिले त चाइनिज टिम राम्रै छ ए जिजीको ब्र्याकेट आयो यार ए कति 10वटा जति कन्ट्री छ एउटा टिमबाट एउटा कन्ट्रीबाट जान्ने छ चाइनाहरू सबै छ चाइना मङ्गोलियाहरू सबै रहेछ जिजीको त्यो रिजनल क्वालिफायरमा अस्ति सेप्टेम्बरलाई जितेको वाला चाइनिज टिम त राम्रै छ यो वान्जो त राम्रै खेलिरहेको छ मुन्टन सेज मजा आउँछ जस क्वालिफायर Masarapp टियरलाई त्यस्तै गिर्छ अरोरा कहाँ हो र यार हामी भर्टस प्रो आएन यार भर्टस प्रो त उयो क्वालिफाई नै भएन एमएससीमा वाइल्ड कार्डमा पनि क्वालिफाई भएन इएनसीबाट को जान्छ इएनसीबाट त्यही 6-7वटा कन्ट्रीबाट फर्स्ट हुनुपर्छ सबै फर्स्टको लागि मात्रै स्लट छ क्या सो सेकेन्ड भयो भने जानु पाउँदैन फर्स्टकै लागि एम गरेर हो हामी चाहिँ होइन इएनसी मेन हो मेन त इएनसी हो स्पोर्ट नेसन कप जिजी हारे रियान्स आई थिङ्क यहाँ गल्ती गरे क्या
So
रियान्सले
that there's an for
यार
of this game.
कास्टले नि
This
भन्दा
Apti
होला
can be engaged plus the Moscow can where at the start of this game.
यहाँ रियान्सले फ्लिकर कमेन्ट गरे क्या मोस्कोपलाई अनि मोस्कोपको के छ प्युरिफाई छ आई थिङ्क रियान्सले सेभरको लागि अल्ट राख्नु पर्छ जस्तो लाग्यो यार लिङ्कको लागि फ्री स्पेस बनाइ दिनु पर्थ्यो क्या अनि रियान्सले यता अल्ट हान्यो अनि एटलासले अल्ट हानिहाल्छ नि त्यसरी अल्ट हानेपछि त
We're going to be looking at the second
Yeah,
clip
last time
here.
mistake गरे यार
It's again showing how devastating it is when you have one basically win condition, and the win condition here is going to be.
Bro, who will win? बिटिआर भयो फल्कन मैले त बिटिआरले जित्छ जस्तो लाग्छ तर भन्न सकिँदैन तर म चाहिँ बिटिआरलाई सपोर्ट गरेर अनि बिटिआरको हल्का धेरै चान्सेस छ होला फाल्कनलाई जित्ने आज सबभन्दा बल गेमै बिटिआर भर्सेस त्यो है यता गल्ती गऱ्यो नि यार इयान्स गएर धेरै नै गल्ती गऱ्यो गेम कम्पनीहरूले एएनसीको स्पोन्सर हान्यो इएनसीको स्पोन्सर त इएनसीले गर्छ साउदी अरेबियाले केटा हो नेक्स्ट गेम हान्छ क्या कसम भनेको ट्रु रिपरले एक त सेक्नै पर्ने हुन्छ कम्फर्ट हिरो खेले हुन्छ हौ यिनीहरूले काइललाई मार्क्सम्यान नै खेल्दा हुन्छ होला काइलले अनि एक्सपीमा चाहिँ एलिस र युरेनस खेल्दा राम्रो हुन्छ रियान्सको राम्रो छ एलिस र युरेनस फर्स्ट मोदी मेरो भाइलाई रोक्नु पर्यो मोदी भाइलाई ENC को प्राइस पुल के छ ENC को प्राइस पुल $1.8 million है
我们现在呢是有来自于广州 Gaming 的这个教练Sunday。
How are you feeling coming into this elimination match?
那么今天呢，在这次淘汰赛当中的这个比赛感觉如何？
是指比赛里的表现吗？比赛。
Do you mean how I feel during the match?
Going into it, going into the match.
你进入到我们这个比赛，进入到这一个场次，感觉如何？
感觉还是就感觉还好吧，因为我今天比赛我还是很想赢下来的。
Well, it's okay. Actually, I really hope our team could win this match.
For sure, for sure. Because I've been hearing that you have a lot of experience in MOBA. And, you know, with that sort of experience and that sort of knowledge, what is the strategy coming to this next match?
是的，那我们可以理解。然后我听说你在 MOBA 这个 game 当中呢
के
有
भन्छ
非常多的
लामो
经验。那么进入到这样的一个场次之后，你觉得还有什么哪些您的经验、您的这
यत्रो
些
भनेको
战略策略，可以带到下一轮的比赛当
यत्रो
中呢？
भनेको थियो र अर्टिनाले
我觉得 MOBA 游戏的整体的风格都是差不多的，但是有一些细微的东西是很关键的，特别是在这种高强度的比赛里面，越是那种细枝末微的东西，
माइना त प्याराग्राफ भन्छ
决定
केटा
比赛的胜负。
Well, I think lots of mobile games are quite similar. However, I really needed to pay attention to details, and those small details sometimes are crucial. That determines who wins the game.
Okay, so was that one of the reasons why, unfortunately, you had to lose your first match up against Falcon's PH?
那么这个是不是有一个你就是在第一场比赛当中输给 Falcon 是这样的一个原因呢？
我觉得是的。你们看，我们比赛第一局前期拿到了很大的优势，但是因为中间的一些小失误，导致我们输了比赛。
Yes, that's right. That's what I think. Because at the beginning of that match, we were in a more advanced position. We were in a better position, but unfortunately, because of some small mistakes, we lost the match at the end.
Okay, were there any other challenges in that match?
那么在当时的那个比赛当中，还有没有一些其他的挑战呢
We are losing on purpose to support the ongoing protest के भन्छ को आज हो झन् झन् चाहिँ
训练赛
जे
打得
भन्ने
比
क्या
较
थियो
少，
भन्दा
然后可能
जे मनलाई
当
त्यही
时没有进入状态，但是我
कपडा
们
पनि केटा हो
前期
इन्डियाको
输完比赛
टिम
之
छ
后，
यार
打了一整天
हाम्रो
的训练
केटाहरू
赛
पनि
然后
इन्डियामा
现在
खेलेको
大
छ
家
त्यत्रो
状态应该
MNMS
挺好的。
Well, I think we got here and we didn't do enough preparation. The time was limited. So after we lost that match, we practiced a lot yesterday. Now I think all the team members have got this confidence. They are kind of getting into the competing mode now. So hopefully we can do better.
All the best, all the best. But what do you think about the meta right now? Do you think it's like a little bit difficult? Do you think it's flexible? Do you think it's more rigid?
哎，那你觉得目前的这样的整个的游戏的状态，它这个方式是怎样的呢？你觉得是可以的吗？是很容易适应的吗？还是说整个的比赛这种形式就是让你有点无法适应，会觉得很激进呢？
不会，我觉得
यो
我们
केटीको नाम के व्हाइट
可以
ड्रेसमा
适应这个局，
अर्टेन
无
न
论是
होला
我还是我们队伍。
Yeah, I think it's fine and it's flexible and we just need to adapt to these methods.
Okay, they just need to adapt to the meta. That's amazing things to know. And before I let you go into your next match, I do want to know, what do you say to the players before you get into this elimination match to motivate them?
那么呢，我们非常期待。那在
आइस
我们
मेन्डो
正
सँग
式进入
गेम
下
याद
一
आयो
场这个
मासरा
淘汰赛之前呢，
हिजो
你
TL
对
बेल
你的
हाल्नु
队友有什么
चाहेको
想
आइस
说的吗？
मैले
给他们更多的这样的
डाइरेक्ट
这
मेन्स
个
तिर
精
अरू
神激励，让他
कति
们能够
रिजनको
更
डिस्प्लाई
好打好
डिस्ट्रिक्ट
比
गरे
赛。
यार
今天的比赛我们一定
अब
会赢，
इन्डियामा
不光是
भ्युअर्स
今
पनि
天，
धेरै
后
भएर
天的比赛
डाइरेक्ट
我们也一定
छोडिदिएको
会赢。
नभए त
Well,
वाइल्ड कार्डमै हुन्छ
today's
सर्ट
match we definitely will win. Not only today,
Population धेरै
for
भएर
the
नि
match in the future, we will win too.
Amen, amen, and very much good luck. Coach Sunday, thank you so much for this interview. Thank you for the translation, by the way, because we're going to throw it over back to them.
Game
All right, so Sunday talked a little bit about practice yesterday, and we said you don't lose, you learn, hopefully, and this is certainly translated what I would see Naisu in a very fast win, and also hopefully some learning. Have you
Mundan
noticed
says
that
ma
Guangzhou Gaming's
offset tournament
approach
राम्रै
is
भेट्छ पाए
something that they
नेपालले
can take
स्लट
through the
पाउँछ
rest of this
खेला
tour?
वाइल्ड कार्डमा
You know, I think they can take the
त्यही
approach
भएर
from Coach
सियर
Sanchez.
हान्नु न
You know,
एमएल प्लेयरहरु
basically,
त्यत्रो
we're gonna win this
खेल्छ
match,
खेल्न
we're
त
gonna win all the other matches, and we're gonna go from there. I think that's a great way to look at it, especially when you need to go ahead and bounce back, and your back's against the wall right now, currently with your life on the line for this tournament. So yeah, you go with that mindset, and maybe they replicate it and they get a sweep here against True Rippers.
Sometimes when you stumble too, you pay attention to walking. Walking normally, you don't have to think about it. You just move your body. When you do stumble and you then correct yourself, you're much more concerned, LaFell, of the little things. Maybe that's going to help GZG.
Oh yeah, for sure. Looking at the little things makes you appreciate as well the timings when we're talking about in-game here, which, by the way, just to add on to that interview, I really feel like if anyone is interested to play Mobile Legends, this is probably the best time to play, because this is such an open meta where if you're from other mobile games, whatever logic you have there, you can actually transfer it here, because in just the 3 days, we've seen healers work, we've seen counter engage work, we've seen split push work, we've seen strong engage, strong dive work, we've seen like Siege work. Basically, all the draft
let's go
philosophies,
ding ban versus ban.
everything has been working so far.
Yan
Only
ban
the scaling late game one hasn't done well, but I think that's more on Aurora showing how strong early game is.
And maybe that's the biggest thing to look at if that continues, because teams trying to buy time, well, it's like that card is declined.
Time is expensive, man.
There's no time to buy, you know, and so at this point, we'll see if True Rippers changes things up. Certainly the first 2 bans are similar to the other bans they had, taking away the Freya and the Harara.
I like this too. Ling's not going to come into contention, at least for this one. Banned out here. And also, again, if the priority is just going to be the Atlas, again, this is and at least one way up to fix it. Take out the Eudora. Maybe this is the Atlas still for GCG.
Marshall
and
Banding
True Rippers, if they want
versus
to.
Eudora,
Again, they can get 2 great picks to bounce back. I mean, if you look at what they had last time, there's the Atlas.
Atlas possibly.
They lacked a lot. Like the concept
You
of
feel
that draft
Valen?
lacked a lot. And I think
Valen
starts here with these first 2 picks. Maybe again you pick up the Moskov early. I'm not sure if they want to go ahead and take that or not, but it's going to be Valentina right now. And you know, Valentina's been in an interesting position. You usually kind of
I think Moscow
simply for the Fatal Links, and as I expected, this time they'll take that Moskov.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I like the Valentina better now than before, because before they had an opportunity to pick up the Eudora. Eudora in this current meta is a great position 2 or position 3 because she has great disruption in her kit, and the best thing is that it's so easy to do. Even if you're distracted, somehow you make a cool play. Now opening up though, with that Moskov, I do want to see whether Guangzhou, they will change it up. I feel like they need to pick up the Nolan now, because if not, the Nolan will be banned out. Unless, again, they want to go for something like a Saber. But the thing is, going up against a Moskov is more comfortable dealing with that Saber as compared to something like a Nolan. Even though he gets pushed back, he can just jump back in. But now Guangzhou picking up that Zhu Xin, and it looks like they have this philosophy, we want a lot of crowd control.
It's the same thing from last game, man. You know, I think they said the same thing last game. We want some crowd control.
Finally.
That's the same case here with these first 2 picks. Plus, they got themselves the Claude, which again was banned out in the previous game.
Make sure to like and subscribe, man.
It looks good on both sides. Harley comes through though for True Rippers.
Okay.
This is one of those cases where, again, similar to the Ling and the Harara, you need to make sure that your Harley is able to go ahead and scale up. We've seen it before already in MSC, where if you get delayed hard enough, you can't really do too much.
Zushin banned most of the time. Finally let through here as well. I mean,
wow, Saber banned. All the respect though.
Yeah.
Respect. Harley's gonna have a hard time. He jumps in and it's like, oh no, Saber.
Belleric too. What do you think about?
Saber ban on there, guys.
What can they do? I mean, that was a better game. It wasn't a sub 10. It was around 13. What can they do here to
ML ne आउँछ के attention not in
Honestly,
abuse
looking
आउँछ
at
अब
right now, it
ML
looks more
मान्छे
spread here because
promotion
they
phase
have,
के ML
I
मा
would say still the position 1 being Moskov. Moskov's going to take most of the farm, but then they have Harley as an assassin. And also, I do have to say here, Rayman, all 3 heroes that True Rippers has, they work well individually, independently.
Lord
so it almost
Harley.
looks like they're trying to make this team fight
Uranus
messy.
Uranus
And I
Uranus
think the idea is
Ram
to
Uranus
avoid the
Uranus
Atlas, to avoid the Zushin.
Like
so
they
trying
did
to
last game.
minimize the effect that they have with their AoE crowd control.
This is interesting too, man. The Uranus comes up. Remember what Lutpi was able to do yesterday? Just basically when you had that kind of lead, sit into the base. And this is, again, if you're looking at the screen and maybe you haven't tuned in to some international MLBB in a while, you're probably looking at this being like, whoa, what is this meta? Look at these bans. When did we think we'd see these kind of bans, right? The Eudora, the Saber being banned out, a Ling on the other side. Like, there's just so much open right now for this draft. The Nolan does come through. There's the Yurjong, might as well pick it up again, make use of that, just like we saw on the previous one. And the Guinevere is that last choice here for True Rippers.
Wait, so the Guinevere is going to go wrong. That's going to be very interesting here. I'm going to say Rainman, Guangzhou have an easier to execute draft when it comes to True Rippers.
Let's go.
Like I said, a lot of individual skills is there, but if they miss their abilities, that's GG. They will either look amazing, or like Guangzhou says, they'll look like trash.
Well, it could be a fast game. It could be a good game. We'll find out what type of flavor True Rippers is able to bring. This draft certainly which if you're a True Rippers fan and rooting for India, you would hope, okay, maybe we have a chance. If not, Guangzhou Gaming will
let's
be
go, guys.
moving
True
on to the
Rippers
2-0.
and support
True
and
Rippers
join
will
them.
end their
Let's
MSC
go.
run here.
Oh my
We'll
God,
see if they
please,
can
are you
get
last
enough
game
as
on
we
that
throw
True
it
Rivers
back
to?
to your casters to get game 2
First
underway.
eliminated team होना सकता है True Rivers जा रहे हैं.
True Rippers and their last chance at potentially being able to get a shot at protecting their key and not ending their tournament run right here, right now against Guangzhou Gaming. We're seeing a bit of a shift in terms of the draft, Mirko. It's not entirely... Oh, hold on. Okay. It's still the Yuzhong though, in Molly's hands that you are going to see, and I feel like True Rippers are putting a lot of respect to it as seen in that first rotation.
Hey, True Rippers. I think just going back to basics actually fits the bill.
मोदी ले first blood answers ला यार मलाई केटा मोदी ले first blood answers
able to almost get that game 2, very close, nail-biting game 2 with a simple composition. So I like the fact that they're going back to basics. Garcia on the Moskov that almost got them the win against Vitality as well. This time nothing too crazy. It's still Season Hunter for recall. No more of that weapon mastery. But it's still master assassin for both the goal laners here. CY and Garcia, not the bargain hunters that we've been seeing a lot more from the attack speed goal laners.
Yeah, it seems that there will be a lot more of the micro plays coming in for our goal laners here, and they will have definitely a very huge task to fulfill considering this game. I think would give a lot more room for them to operate around the map, but that was close. Rehansha. Okay, at least he doesn't get caught there by recall right before the objective. But they're on a much more balanced lineup right now, as we've been talking about. Oh, Purify for X.
Nice! Let's go!
Yep, he's gonna have to fall. May though, the frozen.
Nice one.
Kimi with a potential gang, but Modi
Purifying going to single.
Great
Kimi la
stuff mid lane as CY. This time is actually trying to zone Garcia out. Garcia walked up to try to get that cannon minion. He does get it, but he's gonna lose out in the trade in the end.
Okay, Guangzhou Gaming are yet to find a trade from what happened just now for X Yang. They might do
nice. True Ripper, look it out.
And it feels like True Rippers have really taken
Mario,
control over
nice. Ian
Of
importer, True Ripper importer.
Exactly what we wanted from True Rippers from game number 1 as Modi now walks up, had that Lantern Flare already. Kimi is going to be locked down. The Black Dragon form comes around, just get away, but now it's going to be stolen away by the Valentina. Asuna on it as well. He's going to be caught in, and Retry comes in.
Lovely.
And X-Yang is forced back. Kimi will walk up again.
Lovely. Let's go.
Of damage. True Rippers with a 4-0 lead and a neutral objective.
They've completely turned around the situation. We were not expecting this heading into game number 2 after what we witnessed in game number 1, but True Rippers have reset. They've completely changed their draft, and now they're showing us how it's done. Even that Black Dragon form stolen by Asuna was such a huge thing to consider in that previous team fight. Ian's with another rotation down bot.
Modi's just not having a good time now. No Black Dragon form under turret. They are trying to juggle the turret in again.
Modi like the bazayo of the Restream.
Modi 0, 2, and 0.
Yeah. Hey. Ians wasn't able to do this in game number 1. You know that for a fact. On the Ling, he was just limited, but now there's no one stopping him.
Recall gets away. That's a Purify out for Rahansha as Kimmy gets away in time, but Rahansha now
to tank
again. Recall the walk up, but
Oh
not
my
enough
God, Rihanza.
damage by Recall to take Rahansha down. This is starting to become a problem for Guangzhou Gaming.
Yep, it seems like the
0-5
slower
chat.
games recently that we've been seeing so far, you do have to
चार
expect more
kills
time
है
for the
यान
club, but the
लेके
fact
देता
that
है
even
यो
the
गेम
Yuzhong's
बॉडी
pretty
को
much
देखे
shut
यान से
down in his lane is really not helping Guangzhou in this particular scenario. You would really expect them to have the slight upper hand, especially in that first turtle objective, but that was not the case at all. True Rippers, just because of what Ian has been able to accomplish on this Harley, has really set the pace for True Rippers in this early game. Now it feels like you could just expect a lot more annoying rotations with Rehansha too being a bit more free across the map. So Guangzhou, we really have to see them find that one play that could really set things or turn things around, because as we know, it's still a Nolan. You also still have multiple ways to set up with a Jusin Atlas, but at the same time, do you get ahead of Kimmy? Because Kimmy has been very proactive on the Guinevere just the same, and you could just not position yourself well enough. Oh, doesn't land though.
No, it doesn't. It's a clone out as well. Now the neutral objective, Black Dragon form already used up right now to go all in. Rehansha's there, but Recall finds a bit of legs! Locking all of them down by May! Guangzhou Gaming on the back foot the entire game, and they find one opening. And it turns everything around. Garcia is trying to find some compensation in the mid lane, but it's going to be shooed away by Xing and May. What a set by May.
Tell me that's all they need to do, and now you feel like it's Guangzhou taking control, because if you take a look at the replay, it was just a single Black Dragon for the Petrify into the Fatal Links as well. It was just a perfectly layered setup shown to us by Guangzhou Gaming, catching almost every single member who didn't have the Purify either, so there was no way for them to get out of that. They were all crucial members, and you can see them celebrating, but that's a spatial migration.
Wait, spatial migration on May? Modi gets away right now. Oh god,
Way more nice.
The SOD lands on Modi, but it's under the tier 1. Rahan's gonna be caught by the Lantern Flare. That's about it. True Rippers back in form somehow against May. They were able to make it work now. The clear from Guangzhou Gaming onto those turrets. Stays true in the bottom lane again on this Moscow.
Okay, be careful. You gotta be careful, especially if you're CY. Okay, Kimmy and Ians are gonna let go of that push though, but it could have been really dangerous. Now we're taking a look at the gold difference. It's not as significant really if you take a look at it. I feel like even, or if it weren't for that one play we got to see from Modi as well, this could have been bigger between the escalators, but I think that pretty much lessened it even just a bit to a certain extent. And now Kimmy, okay, all alone here.
Uh-oh, May's waiting in that bush as well. Conceal already. It's gonna go in. Oh no, baits out the battle. Requiem, the Fatalings pulls him back just a bit as Xing.
Wait, nice.
Right there, great peel from Garcia. It's a Purify in, a Lantern with Crimson Beacon.
Nice.
Now the Dragon comes around. Asuna was able to find that trade. Turret down below. The main target for Guangzhou Gaming as in the mid lane. He's dealing with Rahansha. Picked up already. True Rippers finding the better trade across the board.
That took a bit longer than it should have. At least Guangzhou got a turret though, because if they did not, then I feel like True Rippers really got the better trade. It was a turtle that they were able to secure, no contest whatsoever on Ian's. And they just took a 1-for-1 trade, if ever that were to be the case. But right now, you're starting to feel how Garcia is becoming a lot more active across the map. He's also a level ahead of Sai, by the way, so I think it's been really great for True Rippers, at least for their laning phase so far. Now we take a look. Already has 2 out of 3 of the Trinity build. It's just slightly behind. But this is... Modi doesn't even have an item just yet. This is a Yuzhong who doesn't even have an item just yet.
Yeah. It's actually all components. Went for the robe, the Fury Hammer. Now May's looking at Asuna. They gotta be careful. The only Purify they have is on their main frontliner, Rehansha. So that's the problem for True Rippers, right? They have to split up. They have to be very careful of this set from May. The one
मोदीको
time
नाम पहिले मोदी
was
थियो
able to
केटा
find that
2-3
set,
वर्ष 2-3 वर्षै
it almost
भइसक्यो
guaranteed them
त्यहाँ इन्डियाको इन्डियामा किन
full
चाहिँ
on
मोदी
comeback.
राखिदिन्छ
But luckily, True Rippers
पहिल्यै
were able to
थियो
find some good pickoffs here
मासरले
and there.
बालेन
Kimmy,
राख्छ अरे
at this point, I think spatial
भइहाल्छ
migration on May doesn't even sound too crazy. They might have to deal with him first.
Yeah.
We call with good poke on Kimmy, and it's all about mid control as Garcia plays that far lane.
Which is great, because I think they're splitting up their positionings a bit more. We see Kimmy really putting himself and trying to scout wherever Guangzhou Gaming could potentially come from, but just the same, seems like there seems to be a bit more reaction coming from their side.
TK
Garcia
nice
had
True
no
Rippers
trouble
TK
opening up the map. For True Rippers,
Lovely.
they haven't been able to pay as much attention to their lanes, and that could be a potential problem for Guangzhou Gaming, especially now that we're looking at the first Lord spawning on the map. And it's the far lane who has been, or which has been really dealt with so far by True Rippers. Just look at Garcia. They have no idea he's doing this, but you know that he just has a really good grasp of what his job is at this point.
He's feeling it. He knows exactly where he needs to be. And Guangzhou Gaming doesn't feel like they have a composition to burst this neutral objective down. Oh, May with the fatal links into Kimmy as well, but he's able to escape, and now it's all the resources burnt. The dragon down, the fatal links as well. Garcia already dealing with the wave in about top lane. Rahansha knocked up. Oh, fatal link from Asuna!
Lord.
Now it's Garcia and Mizuno
Oh,
with the SOD.
team
Asuna picks up a double, and TRX take full control
Nice one.
the game.
Was that actually worth it? They were only able to zone out Kimmy. Now they lose tier 1 in mid, but at least Guangzhou have secured the objective.
Let's go.
But now it's at the expense of almost all their outer and inner turrets, and this is True Rippers, I feel, being much more happier with the exchange. They get so much more map control. They only lose an objective,
nice.
They might also get recalled. If it weren't for that one dash, it would have been really close.
Big spear of misery. I agree with you. This is definitely not the trade that Guangzhou Gaming were looking for, but it's the trade that they need to take. They bursted. They used all of their resources so early, and they couldn't even find Kimmy, which led to them having a full commit onto the neutral objective, right? Because if they backed away, it would have been completely chopped. Spatial migration of the Battle Requiem now on May. Eon's with Deadly Magic. May is gone.
Nice 50% मोदीको रियान त कति ट्याङ्क यार यसको हिरो ब्यान हान्ने पर्दाखेरि यो रहेछ
Eon's taken out by Modi, but in the back line it's the SOD.
Garcia
A double, trying to get that triple. Great Lantern Flare to escape
देखाइदियो मोदी
with the Crimson Beacon, but Modi here, it's just
Come
a
on,
delayed
Modi.
kickoff. He's going to try to buy as much time as he can with the passive procs, but it will be inevitable. Modi. Good night. Asuna walks up. The Furious Dive again. Wait a second.
Wait a second.
Uh-oh, Asuna with the melee range again. Now it's 3 against Modi.
Modi.
He bought so much time.
He did. That was initially a highlight for Garcia that we were just about to talk about, but it's been all Modi from that point onwards. He was just sustaining 2 members at the same time. They had to call in another member from True Rippers just to finally take him down, and that's only being on the Radiant armor.
But take a look at
this team fight once again, and you kind of worry as to why the Blazing Duet didn't feel like it dealt as much damage as you would expect it to. At this point, you would assume Sai already has the Trinity build in his hands. We can take a look at the items just to confirm whether or not that's actually true, but he already does.
It's because these frontliners from True Rippers have gotten such a massive lead. I mean, take a look at that 2,000 gold. That Sai is gonna need the Melfic gun before he can actually deal damage, or before you can actually see it.
Yeah.
Like, look at this. He walks up. He's doing some damage.
Matthew
That's the main reason for it. Having to purify out, which means again, now it's all up to May, who has the fatal links. True Rippers still gotta be very careful. One set can literally set them back.
giveaway आज giveaway हुँदैन होला
हुँदैन by Rehansha, and not to mention Garcia
जहिले giveaway गर्ने कहाँ टाइम
Wind of Nature. So I feel like he will be a much more difficult target to deal with for Guangzhou Gaming if ever they do want to find him.
giveaway छिटै हुन्छ एक हप्तामा गर्छु
That's the gun.
Okay, finally does or should have a bit more damage. Let's see how Guangzhou eventually deal with this, because Garcia is on the opposite side
True
of the
Reaper
map
side
again.
of Purify
But as
Coastal
mentioned,
listen
has the wind of
Uranus
nature,
by.
so if he does show up in a more dangerous spot, then at least he has a way to survive a bit longer.
Guys, make sure to like this
Just
stream and like me.
Rihanna
Don't
holding
forget
this
out.
down. Now there goes
Cancel
the Black
play.
Dragon form.
Zoning in the back, Kimi looking for the
Dragon
opening
down
again.
lane.
Space migration, he finds him.
Kimi
and
le
Rio's
Augur
able to
ko.
go for it. A
Augur
retreat,
Kimi le
straight
Augur
up
yaar.
onto the neutral objective. Nothing Eons could do to walk up.
What the
And
fuck?
Guangzhou Gaming stay afloat in this elimination match while being a match, or sorry, a game up in the match.
Okay, that was a more
Kimi
step-by-step
log yaar.
approach that they took, which is great for them, benefits them a
Sponsor
lot,
लाउनु
because they
पर्यो
had a
Masarapp.
lineup who could really just be
कुनै
just that
डायमन्ड
strategic
यसो
when it
डायमन्ड
comes to the
बेच्नेहरूले
objective
स्पोन्सर हाने
take.
हुन्थ्यो नि
So you
हामीलाई
saw how they just slowly took control
Diamond
of the
को
Lord Pit. There was
Restore
a
हाल्ने.
Black Dragon form to start things off that was not used as early, by the way. So it was just perfectly set up, and the SOD not landing too allowed for Guangzhou to just commit to the bit. They were not
कन्सिल प्ले
to think twice.
पकड्यो
Engage. Hold on.
Fatal links, but
ओइ प्युरिफाई हान्यो
Raksha has the Purify back up. Deadly Magic comes around. Sai! In the back of the
Asuna मर्यो
shuts Asuna down.
केटा हो ग्वान्जोले परि कम भएका नि यार
And very healthy.
लर्ड स्टिल डिफेन्ड गर्नु पर्छ ट्रु रिपरले
Looking to completely wipe this gold lead from the
हैन यो गेम मोस्को
That's the
डिफेन्स त
basic
हुन्छ
duel,
लर्ड
which dealt a lot more damage than we thought. Spatial migration, but Kimi gets bursted.
Xing in the back now with the Crimson
Oi,
Beacon.
Kyle,
Avalanche are
Garcia.
there. Garcia with the win of nature, the Purify out, but Xing will still fall to the Deadly Magic. Just a matter of time, Bodhi. Almost trying to get that Furious Diamond and
Nine
Petrify.
boy, yeah.
Ian's spaces out perfect, and now
Ian's
it's
on feedback, you know.
Rahansha who is holding the Lord. Able to
Bodhi.
for now. The mid lane coming out as well.
Nice.
Taken out by the Courage of
Nice,
Ian's.
nice.
They should have went back a bit more.
Wait.
earlier, but no!
With a shutdown, the Spear of Misery side! Shuts Garcia down with the BMI and the blazing duet straight to the face.
नाइ
So
नाइ
was that
नाइ
bait all
डोना
along? Were
डोना
they just
डोना
setting up for that play? Because as of the moment, it seems like Guangzhou Gaming have gotten back in this siege. They will at least take down one or more turrets down bot. When in fact, you would think that True Rippers already
comeback
could have
यार
just successfully defended it from that point onwards, but that was the play. This was Recall and Sai working together to make it look like it was still Guangzhou getting the better trade.
And True Ripper's worst nightmare is the reality right now. The gold lead is completely gone. Everything they've built from the start of this game to that 14th minute, they gotta try to rebuild it again. But the thing is, Guangzhou Gaming, they have the momentum, they have that far lane control now. They've already taken out some of those win conditions from True Rippers. And they're up a game in this elimination match.
Yep, and the only immortality that True Rippers had too, I think will be down for a bit longer, because that was on Kimi, and you saw him just get bursted down earlier in that fight. So Guangzhou Gaming, I think there's less to think and worry about, apart from maybe just the Winter Crown for Ians and the Wind of Nature from Garcia, if they're just really gonna focus down on these specific targets when it comes to the fight. But I think they're expecting for True Rippers to replicate the same.
Look at
मोदीले ग्याम्बल हान्ने भयो
right there. Ians.
मोदी आउट
Kimi in the back, finds space migration, but it's only on the side with the Purify.
ओइ जे मर्यो मर्यो क्लड मर्यो इमो किन क्लडले गार्सिया मर्यो
Secured, and now it's Rahansha in the midst of it all. Taken down, bursted out, everybody from True Rippers.
पीस फ्यामिली बन्छ यार किन पीस फ्यामिली एड्डास गएन
For Guangzhou Gaming.
They each had their own plans, creative angles.
Two Rippers eliminated guys from
in
MSG.
the end, it's Guangzhou Gaming who will stay in this tournament, sweeping True Rippers 2-0.
A bitter start
First team to
to the
eliminated from
international
MSG
debut, to the international run for India, for True Rippers. But it's the experience that they will bring back home to try to learn from this beating at MSC. Back-to-back losses up.
प्रो भयो यार धेरै तिमीले धेरै मिस्टेक गरे यार
From barely missing out to that M7 main stage slot, losing in that grand finals of the wild card, to here beating True Rippers and making it to the next step, one match away from qualifying to the knockout stage.
And the region as a whole, I feel, is a lot more proud of what they're achieving right now too, because even if you take a look at their women's division, they've also been starting to show us so much more in terms of their competitive MLBB gameplay. And right now here too, despite them being in the lower bracket, you see signs of life. You see how quick they are to actually find a way around the situation that they're currently facing. As unfortunate as it may seem for True Rippers this time, we're really hoping that they take away a lot from this experience. You see the potential. You see how always almost had a grasp of what had to be done, and they took control of a huge majority of this game, honestly. If you were to take a look back at the beginning to the mid portions of the game, but it just so happens Guangzhou Gaming, the scaling and the micro decisions also really paid off. Eventually, they're the ones who now are moving on to the next stage here in the lower bracket. And we will get to talk to them for just a bit as we throw it over to the stage alongside Milos.
Thank you very much, my friends. I'm here with our victors, Guangzhou Gaming. May is joining us here for a little chat.
GG guys, nice try,
about the Saber pick, because that has not been in competitive play for
nice try.
years at this point. What was the decision behind it?
For next game guys, अब सक्यो MLMS मा त MLMS को इन्डिया को जोइन गर्न सक्यो MSC मा फर्स्ट टिम चाहिँ एलिमिनेटेड फर्स्ट टिम हेर एलिमिनेट भएको MSC bro
因为我们觉得剑锋是 counter 目前版本的双边体系的，
मेन सेट गाह्रो छ केटा
为了选这个英雄，我们教练也做了很多准备。
Well, I think this is a really strong hero. In fact, our coach have trained us a lot in practicing with this hero.
That's very cool. Unheard of. We're hearing new metagame being built as we speak. Speaking of which, you're one of the more experienced players.
Congratulations to Team Guangzhou Gaming.
Is developing at the moment and your experience in it so far.
是的，非常棒的。那么我们呢，整个的这个一个游戏项目在中国地区也是发展得非常蓬勃的。我们想要看一下您的意见，您觉得这个游戏在中国地区的发展如何呢？
其实中国玩 MLBB 的人还是比较少的，但是对于中国电竞，我一直觉得中国电竞会很厉害，所以我们 MLBB 项目的中国选手也在不断变强。
Nice try, first time.
At the moment, there are not a lot of people playing MLBB in the Chinese region.
Fuck India को
However, we
जोड़नी
think
है
there will be more and
MSC
more people playing, and that's why we are getting stronger. And all of our players are practicing hard to make us to be a really strong team.
I mean, thanks to your representation here today, we're seeing more and more of that in the future. Now, let's look at that future. You'll be playing against the loser of Team Spirit and Team Vamos. Who do you think you'll be facing off in the lower bracket?
是的，我们相信。
Vamos 分解的，Vamos 分解的。
的话呢，您将会面对的是 Team Spirit 和 Team Vamos 这两个团队当中的，他们是这个属于失败者。那么你觉得你将会面对的是哪一个哪个选手呢？哪个选队？
我觉得 Team Spirit 和 Team Vamos 这两支队伍都是很强的，他们一个来自俄罗斯赛区，一个来自马来西亚赛区，都是其中的1、2号种子。然后我觉得我们会对阵到 Vamos 战队。
Well, I think they both really strong teams, and one of them is from Russia, and the other is from Malaysia. So I think they really both strong. However, probably I guess we will face Team Vamos.
Team Vamos. All right, we'll see how that ends up. That'll be the case. Prediction for later on today. Finally, you got those Chinese fans, those players that are looking up to you right now. Do you have any message to them to support you through your lower bracket run at MSC?
那是的。那么最后一个问题呢？我们可以看到您也是有非常多的粉丝的。对于您的粉丝，您有什么想说的吗？他们一路支持您。那么在我们的这个电竞比赛上打比赛，您有什么想告诉粉丝的？
其实我很感谢支持每个 MLBB 赛事的
Let's go, 没有 team 爱胜
Spirit
Team Spirit Let's go.
我特别想针对中国的粉丝说，就是因为中国赛区的成绩一直不太好，但我觉得我们这次可以碾碎对手的要求。
team out of vitality.
In fact, I really appreciate all the fans' support all over the world, and I would like to tell our fans that maybe in the past the Chinese region's scores were not that high, but this time we have the confidence we wanted to win.
I mean, it's showing very well. One more time, our victors, Guangzhou Gaming and May. Thank you for joining us, but it's time for you to do the honors. Our first key crushing here at MSC is going to be in your hands. I'm going to
No.
invite the rest of your team to join me in here. I
Wait,
want us
True
all
Reapers
to go back
key
together.
cross
Thank you very
करने
much
लगा
again,
यार.
Voice Translator June. Come on over with me, my friends.
Oh my
We're
god,
gonna
True
open
Reapers
up
को
our
key
door.
cross.
It's time for you to do
Guys,
the
my
big
head,
piece,
my
my
head.
friends. Walk on in and crush the first key of MSC at EWC 2026. Go on in, all of you. You can choose whoever wants to crush the key together.
True Reapers को key cross गर्न आयो नि त element भयो नि त True Reapers.
可以选择一起的来做这样的一个奖牌，还是说以某一个人来打印这个奖牌？
CY will be the one to do it here. That is the True Rippers key as they've been eliminated from MSC.
这是我们 MSC 方面的第一个这样的奖牌。
Pushing deeper, and there's the key, and it snaps in half. Our first key crush at MSC at
पर मलाई बाल लाग्यो
EWC
नि के
2026. We talked about it
यतिकै
earlier
नाटक
this
गरेर के
morning.
मलाई बाल लाग्यो.
Everybody comes in with their own key, their own heart. And at the end of their run, should it end early like
Nice
here
try,
in the group
Didi.
stage, their key,
Next
my
time.
friends, will look
Next time.
exactly like
Next
this.
time हान्छ नि M series मा.
Feast your eyes upon it. Destruction has come, but that's only the beginning here for Guangzhou Gaming. Back to our panel.
Yes, it is only the beginning for China here at MSC, and with $65,000 guaranteed at this point, even if they lose against their upcoming matchup, they've got to be happy with what they've done so far. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Rain Day, joined by my boys Naisu and LaFell. Guys, that was a great showing. I think if you're GZG, you had a loss, you come back, you win 2-0. What else can you ask for?
Yeah, that was, they had to come back in that game. It's tough to see, man, again, for True Rippers. You know, this has happened a couple times now for them. But
Listen guys, next time
guys,
हान्छ
chalk
नि
it up as a learning
MLS
experience.
winner
It's
पो
the
हो
first time on the
त.
international stage. We
अब
even saw
next
this
time
before,
तर
you know, with our
SDL
new teams
पुग्छ होला
coming into
international.
internationals, and it seems to be just part of the process, I feel like, you know, and
Nice
hopefully
game,
they
man,
come
nice
back
game,
stronger
just.
in the future.
Yeah, there's
हल्का
nothing
भए
to
नि
take.
competition
I mean,
थियो.
to me, when I look at a team that comes here,
गाह्रो
their
छ कि
first
केटा
time
main stage मा
representing
इतना
India at an
Indian team
international
गर्दा.
stage, you have to be proud. You
Support
know,
and
you're representing
it's
so
a
many
छिमेकी
people,
country को
you're
team को
representing so much accumulative effort, and to be able to be here, yes, you didn't win, but hopefully you're taking something back that
कति
improves
ad
the
आएको हो
region.
Masarapp
And next
कोमा.
time when you show up, you have
Ad
that to
आयो.
lean on.
I mean, here's the thing. I
Brave
think we
player,
can
the
do it
brave
because
player.
we've seen Solid Micro coming in. Team, when it comes to the draft, it's pretty solid as well. The only reason why they weren't able to get the win there is just because Guangzhou Gaming saw a hole. They saw the mistake where True Rippers were trying to set up the map for the upcoming Lord. They were taking it slow, but there was no one surveilling the area, and because of that, Guangzhou was able to take the Lord right under their noses and then re-establish the map for themselves. And at that point, True Rippers weren't really sure how to adapt to that. So it really is just becoming a thing where coming into the internationals, quite a lot of culture shock will happen here just because the way people play are very different.
Regions clash, but that's the beauty of an MSC. And a moment like this, you get to see the best of the best going toe to toe.
ला
GZG,
ल म मिडियममा
TRX, it was
गरेछु
a
केटा.
close game, and True Rippers
Ad.
actually led in terms of kills. Nice, you.
Yeah, they had a lead for a better part of the early game and into the mid game, but
अगस्ट 12 ENC को सिलेक्सन टुर्नामेन्ट हुन्छ हैन अगस्ट 12 देखि हो केटा अगस्ट 12 देखिको हाम्रो गेम हुन्छ नि सपोर्ट हान्नु न हामीलाई अगस्ट 12 देखि सबभन्दा इम्पोर्टेन्ट गेम छ हाम्रो के हो प्राइज पुल रेड भेल टुर्नामेन्ट जित्नेलाई खै 60 केस टोटल प्राइज हो जस्तो लाग्यो रेड भेलीको वी गॉट मोदी इन द चैट रे मोदी लवर प्लीज यार कल तुम्हारा भी यही हालत होगा चाइना खुश मत हो जेबा माय गॉड के हो यार प्लीज यार केटा टिआरले एक्सपी मिड र रोम पनि इम्पोर्ट हाल्नु पर्छ अनि जित्थ्यो एक्सपी मिड एक्सपी इम्पोर्ट नै हो अब दुईजना मात्रै इम्पोर्ट हाल्नु मिल्छ मोदीले इन्डियन युथलाई गेममा नि रियल गेममा नि गाडा अरे यार प्लिज यार गाइस यस्तो कमेन्ट नगर्नु न यार प्राइम मिनिस्टर हो यार इन्डियाको प्राइम मिनिस्टर प्लिज रेस्पेक्ट हाल्नु न यार Respect, guys, respect. $60K होइन 60K एनपी होइन कहाँ डलर हुन्छ 60 Masarapp by the ad पैसा आउँछ त ad coming the more the ad तिमीहरू एड आयो भनेर कम्प्लेन गर्छ एड हेर्छ न केटा हो पैसा यसो हल्का कमाउँ भने एडबाट धेरै आउँदैन त त्यही पनि हल्का हुने हो चिया खर्च अब भामसको चाहिँ टिम स्पिड छ है भामस भनेको मलेसियाको टिम राम्रो गेम हुन्छ अनि टिम स्पिड भनेको रसियाको म चाहिँ रसियालाई सपोर्ट गर्छु अभियसली होइन नयाँ रिजनको टिमले जितोस् किन मलेसियालाई सपोर्ट गर्नु सोना कितना सोना है, सोने जैसा तेरा। रोको मसँग कतिवटा डायमन्ड्स म स्टारलाइट एउटा गिभ अवे गर्न मिल्छ कि एकचोटि एकछिन सुनजरा सुनजरा के तू है दीवाने दिल की धड़कन एला मैले मिस्टेकले अकाउन्ट लगइन हाल्ने डायमन्ड त छैन जस्तो केटा हो के भन्छ यिनीहरू
I like that even it was hard to call when they Milosh was asking, you know, exactly who would you want to face up? Yeah, face up against. It's really difficult.
What are the two big reasons Masarapp रसियालाई सपोर्ट गर्ने The one and only team spirit and kid bomba रसियालाई सपोर्ट गर्ने अर्को रिजन पनि छ पुटिन सम्झिने मुटु फेर्न पाए हुन्थ्यो कति बेला स्टार्ट हुन्छ गेम सम्झिने मुटु Vamos, Trust. 15 minutes. What the hell, brother? पन्ध्र मिनट हामी के गर्ने केटा गेम खेल्न नि अल्छी लागिरहेको
Fly together, some new co-op for those who want to get involved. Check it out.
ब्रेक टाइम 15 मिनट रे केटा स्ट्रीट बल खेलौँ रे स्ट्रीट बल मैले आज खेले छैन यार गाइस स्ट्रीट बल खेलेको छैन केटा एउटा स्टारलाइट आइक्यू ब्रेन टेस्ट रे के हो आइक्यू ब्रेन टेस्ट चाहिँ फेरि यार तिमीहरू के भन्छ यार जे पनि भनिदिएको छ केटाहरू only 9% can pass this test रे what the hell bro
Tesla, Marie Curie, and Leonardo da Vinci, what do all these remarkable individuals have in common? They all possessed exceptional intelligence and creativity. However, having a high IQ isn't limited to scientists, artists, or mathematicians. Likewise, being in these fields doesn't automatically mean someone has a high IQ. IQ, or intelligence quotient, is a measure of logical reasoning aspect of intelligence. So,
कस्तो के हो यो जे पनि छ यार जियो गेसर जी ओ म माउस छैन क्या अनि माउस यिनीहरूलाई खेल्ने गाह्रो लाग्छ माउस नै छैन क्या ले माउस नै छैन क्या मेरो ए लामो के भयो यार कसरी कन्ट्रोल गर्ने हो यो माउस बिना चाहिँ ए ला केटा मेरो माउस बिना चाहिँ के हो माइनस प्लस चाहिँ यो त कहाँ होला त यहाँ यो त हल्का स्लम एरिया भयो त यार कहाँ हुन्छ होला यो केटा अफ्रिका नै जस्तो लागिरहेको छ मलाई कहाँ अरे यो कोलम्बिया ओए यो ठाउँ चाहिँ अति भइहाल्छ त मेरो माउस बिना कसरी चलाउनु क्या हिट सेप पाइदियो प्याराग्वे रे प्याराग्वे त रिग गर्ने त्यो झगडा गर्ने टिम होइन यो थाहा भइसक्यो मलाई केटा यो थाहा भइसक्यो थाहा भइसक्यो मलाई युनाइटेड किङडम हो क्लोज 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 युनाइटेड किङडमबाट यति त रहेछ त क्लोज मान्छे गर्ने एउटा मजा आउँछ माउस बिना कस्तो गाह्रो होला क्लोज हो 1000 किलोमिटर 1000 भन्दा थोरै हो यार पुग्यो यार मलाई यो गेम पुग्यो यार केटा हो पुग्यो यार मलाई
And we made it. We go
अब स्टार्ट हुन्छ केटा एकछिन गर्मी भएको ठाउँ रहेछ त्यो गेस्ट बाई इमोट गरौँ त गेस्ट द प्लेयर बाई इमोट गेस्ट द एमएलबी प्लेयर होला नि गेस्ट द एमएलबी प्लेयर छैन गाइस ए युट्युबमा पो सर्च गर्ने त मैले के गेस्ट द एमएलबी प्लेयर लेखौँ है छ कि छैन कन्टेन्ट छ कि छैन हिरो मात्रै रहेछ हिरो त यति गेस हान्ने गेस त एमएलबी त्यो मात्रै छ यार मोबाइल लेजेन्ड क्विज रे कसको गर्लफ्रेन्ड को हो हेर त्यो के थाहा यार मलाई which hero can transfer in a which अनि जो इजी भयो नि त मलाई त सेल नहो नि यो त ए भेक्साना रे थत यो बर गेस त हिरो नै गर्नु पर्ला
Welcome back to Door Quizzes.
साँच्चै क्या What the fuck नाम भनेपछि त गेस गरिहाल्छु नि म पढ्दै आएपछि त थत मान्छे पाइले यार यो चाहिँ ठिक छ यो चाहिँ ठिक छ ल यो इमोजीबाट चाहिँ हुन्छ क्या ना धेरै इजी भयो यार गाह्रो चाहियो इयर र एरो बोरे ए एरो बोरे एरो धनुष इयर र धनुष वाइसेस मिया कसरी भयो मिया चाहिँ यार यो त त्यो हो फ्र्याङ्कको हो नि यो त छ्या बोरिङ गेम यार बोरिङ 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 भेरी बोरिङ भेरी बोरिङ भेरी बोरिङ भेरी बोरिङ भेरी 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 बोरिङ कति टाइम चाहिँ स्टार्ट हुन 5 मिनट छ गाइस 5 मिनट चाहिँ स्टार्ट हुन अब साउन्ड अफ गर्न गाह्रो साउन्डै आउँदैन त
Still hasn't been reached by anyone. Hint number 2. Other teams who try in 60 seconds. Hint number 1. This pro player once attempted to achieve the golden road, but other teams who tried all ended up failing, making it a dream that still hasn't been reached by anyone. Hint number 2. This pro player used to play as a jungler, and only OG fans could remember those times. Hint number 3. This pro player competed on the M1 World Championship, but sadly, they didn't got the title. Hint number 4. This pro player has never lost a grand finals series. Every time he makes it to the finals, fans already know there's a very high chance his team is taking the win. Final hint, this pro player is one of the few who has completed the full trophy cabinet, winning MPL titles, MSC, and a world championship. Despite all these achievements, he remains humble and loved by fans. The pro player was 3, 2,
What?
Daddy JP. Guess the pro player in 60 seconds.
थाहा भएन यार मलाई यो ड्याडी चाहिँ फेरि ल इन्टरभ्यू सुन्नु यार ड्याडी जेपी रे यार म त थिङ्क इमेजिन पनि हाल्नु
Do anything versus like assassins like Link, Fanny, something like that, and Paquito
Sorry,
and
JP
Fred
brother.
can do something versus them.
को यो त ह्यान्डसम
you
भएछ
could
यार
kill easily these fighters in Goldwyn.
Okay, so they're a lot less vulnerable to the assassins in the meta right now.
Yeah.
But you personally, do you like playing the marksman or the fighters? Because I mean, last time around we saw you at MSC, you were so good on the marksman.
I'm just adapting. Like I don't care anymore about playing fighters or marksmen. So I'm just adapting. I'm playing for team, and I'm just doing my work here.
So can we expect you to go fighter again in this next matchup?
Maybe, but maybe we will see some marksmen. I don't know. So we'll see in match.
See in the match, because you're head-to-head against Natko.
Yeah.
And I think Natko is also
यो
pretty
म्याच
good
राम्रो हुन्छ
on
यार
the fighters in the
यसपछिको म्याच
Goldwyn.
चाहिँ सदा दोप म्याच चाहिँ केटा हो
I think he good.
Falcon र
marksman,
Vitality
good.
Falcon
fighter,
PS र
good
Vitality
lane player. So we'll see who is better right now.
Okay, so we'll see in the game later. So you can't tell me now who's better.
We'll see. We'll see.
We'll see. But I heard that you've met Natko in scrims. I heard that you are scrim partners with Vamos. Is that true?
We scrimmed like 2 times maybe.
Okay, 1 or 2 times. Does that mean you have more information on Vamos? Does that give you an advantage maybe in this matchup?
We'll see. I don't know.
Okay, he doesn't know. But you did boot camp in Malaysia.
Yeah.
How was that for you? What did you learn from there?
We learn a lot. We adapt to Asian meta, like Asian playstyle, and we have some good information, and we have great preparation for this EWC, so we're very confident in this tournament.
What do you think will be your main challenge against Vamos?
To play discipline.
To play discipline?
Yeah.
Okay, so you think that that's a problem for your team?
No, but you know, team like Vamos, they like to fight, and in these fights you need to like stay calm and like maybe dodge some fights and just play your playstyle, not like enemy playstyle. Yeah.
This will be a very interesting match. And coming into it, do you have a message to Vamos?
Good luck and have fun and enjoy the game.
Okay, thank you so much, Hiko. We'll see you later. And of course, back to you guys.
कसैले trash talk हान्दैन त
I don't know, man. Good luck, have fun, enjoy the game. Feels like that could be like start of a horror movie right there against the Eco.
That's the start of
Enjoy.
I have nothing to say.
That's the standard.
Let me go.
Let me go, Eterna. Stop asking questions.
This interview has so much to say. I just want to play the game. But yeah,
he did give us some really good insight onto the gold. Why, if we were seeing fighters more, it's their ability to deal with assassins.
Yeah, they need to survive because otherwise, if you do pick a traditional marksman, we've seen it before, you get picked on, right? They're going to go right for that lane, try to take you out of the picture. And, you know, Hiko is one of those prominent players in the gold lane. When he was introduced to us on the international stage, it became Hiko Mania because he got an he was the first one. Was this M6 where he got the Savage?
Honestly, I feel like almost every international that he's in, he's got Savages. So, and honestly, when he played it earlier, he could have gotten the Savages, but was stolen by Czar Egoist. Even Mirko was like, bro, why'd you do that, right?
Because he's Czar, Egoist.
Czar. He's like,
like, here's the thing.
Egoist, you know?
We even saw yesterday in the Onyx matchup against 57 how Doom was using the Claude. Bro, you could not do anything as a Claude going up against Auroras and the like. So yeah, I feel like in this matchup, getting a marksman is going to be rare, except for Moskov. I feel like Moskov, you can protect yourself.
Well, he's got that pushback, right, on the second ability, and I think that helps to clear out maybe an assassin. We asked you to get your pick'ems in. You got them in. 83% for Team Spirit. That is lopsided. Team Vamos, LaFell, are you surprised by this or pretty expected the way you think this matchup's going to go?
Roughly expected just because, again, Vamos coming in, people are saying that in Malaysia, the only threat is long-range giants. Vamos is not a big deal, especially because maybe they thought, hey, you know what, maybe against Falcon's Mena, they had a bad day, so Vamos just took advantage of that.
I mean, that's one of the things
Okay,
they said they need to improve on. Everyone thinks that it's SRG. They've won everything. Can they make that moment now?
I think they have to. A lot of people just put SRG, like LaFell mentioned, as that big threat. Well, this is a chance, an opportunity for Team Vamos to take down who a lot of people put in the top 5, you know, power rankings of Team Spirit there. Yeah. They've been amazing.
Well, we call them the gatekeepers for a reason. Such an incredible squad, but you cannot ever count out Error 404 and Team Vamos. They are on a mission to prove that they belong in the top conversation of teams here from Malaysia and at MSC. We'll find out in Game 1 of this series if it happens.
Oh my, match 1. We already sent one team home by getting their keys crushed. Milosh, what's up in match 2?
Honestly, this one now, at least we're going to take a break from key crushing. We're going to let our crusher, Gertrude, whatever we want to call it at the end of the day, just to rest for a bit until game number 4. Because 2 and 3 are all about the upper bracket. Whoever wins the next 2 matches is able to advance in the upper bracket and secure a spot in the knockout stage. That would be huge for any team here at MSC 26.
I agree. And
those are the knockout stage guys. So are the lower bracket
for the first knockout stages tickets to my Malaysians in the venue. It's time to hala Vamos.
What the Team Spirit and Team Spirit ko support mo. Let's go.
Back in M6, their journey got cut short by Team Spirit. And as they meet their former foes once again, can Team Vamos settle the score across the boards and make Malaysians proud by getting that first ticket?
Oh, they're going to have a tough time because their opponents are Team Spirit! right.
Alright, Team Spirit, let's go!
Prodigies are showed off his skills on day one of groups, clearing Ignite Gaming as planned for and even expected. Today, the opportunity to advance to knockouts arises. Can they seize the moment against a tough opponent?
And you know what, Milosh? I think that in the Land of Dawn, this will be a battle of the junglers. We have Error 404 and Zara Egoist, both the prodigies.
I can't believe it. This is the head-to-head that we've been looking for, and you're only getting this here at the MSC 26 group stage. So please, gentlemen, Team Spirit, please go ahead. My friends, Team Vamos, place your keys. Captains, remember to shake hands. Let's keep it clean for this one because there's a lot on the line. I know there's a lot of respect, but still, there it is.
Who can
advance to the knockout stage? Our first one is up on the board. We'll send it back to our panel to get us ready.
Thank you so much, Rose and Milosh, as we take a look at Team Vamos and Team Spirit. Two teams with a lot to prove and starting their journey here. Hopefully one moving on into the playoffs, one still having a chance, even if they lose. So maybe a little bit of lighter, maybe a little bit more learning as a feeling here going on, LaFell. It's just you still want to show up for your region, for your team, for your organization, and for yourself. Those bigger stories we talked about. And of course, if you are joining us, I want to remind you that there is a new interactive effect. Happy Rhino Day, brand new in shop. Make sure to check it out. Get those interactive effects. Those look cool.
Rhino Day.
Rhino Day. Rhino Man, Rain Man?
Rhino Man,
Day,
Rain Man, that can work.
It's something, it's close.
Although I do have to say, we talked a little bit about the jungle matchup, but when we're talking about Team Spirit, the laners, man, Hiko as well as Kit Bomba, has showed up every single international. Like, I gotta say, like most EXP laners as well as gold laners, they've been quite vocal by saying it's very difficult to go up against them. And even though Kit Bomba, in the interview, he's already said, he's not thinking about winning the lane anymore. He's really thinking about how he gets out of the lane and actually help out his team. So that's something that we have to see, because so far for Vamos, the clear standout is Error 404.
Yeah.
When we're looking at Team Spirit, if somehow Zara Egoist doesn't have a good time, we still got Hiko, we still got Kid Bomba. So that's something that we can say that, at least for Team Spirit, there's multiple win conditions.
We are talking about Vamos too, and multiple win conditions. Would you consider Natco a win condition as well, especially in a meta where he's got some EXP. He's been an EXP laner before, now in the gold lane, but having a chance to play a fighter in a gold lane means these are pretty familiar heroes for his pool.
Honestly, I hope so. I hope so, because day one, the opener match, they went up against Falcon's meta, and his Claude was okay in the gold lane, in the lane itself, but once you get into the team fights, he gets kicked by the Cho, he gets bursted by the jungler, right? So we saw that Natco didn't have that much of an impact, but like Hiko said, it's so hard to survive as a marksman. So I hope they do adjust. I want to see what kind of fighters that he can bring out here.
And that's why also Hiko mentioned that, you know, when it gets to it, you got to stay calm and collected. You got to keep that discipline when it comes to the team fights, because you know, those gold laners have been through this.
Let's go get our drafting page started,
tournaments.
Let's go.
They dealt with that pressure, and yeah, fighter just kind of helps alleviate some of that pressure, I feel like, for a lot of them, and that's why they kind of opt for that. But you can already see too.
Forget the benefit of much Team Spirit support
here.
Team
now,
Spirit.
For Coach Coldstar and the rest of Team Spirit here, we'll see what they're deciding to lean towards, because now that's the case with the meta, because before it was almost so standard that you'd be like, all right, this first pick on blue side, here comes right away the first swing on the red. But now
यसपछिको म्याच चाहिँ मजा आउँछ, सबभन्दा मजा आउने म्याच चाहिँ यसपछि Falcon र Vitality.
That composition that they're going to bring to the table, and that's why when LaFell mentioned it earlier, there's just so many different approaches you can take to the draft that it's not as easy to call off those first picks, other than the fact that yes, you might have an Atlas.
Why does Sao look like 40-year-old Angre?
Ling obviously still contested. Hasn't been banned out yet, so that could pop up
Sao
in game one.
पुरानो प्लेयर हो, लास्ट पुरानो प्लेयर Sao.
Banned out. Atlas, I think that's a smart ban as well as the Fanny. Atlas taken 2 games in a row by Guangzhou Gaming and 2 wins for them. I haven't seen some of our teams who have made it into this upper bracket give up Atlas.
Happy birthday, Iko. Happy birthday, Iko.
The Air 404 is out Egoist match.
Iko ko birthday ho Rajo.
Possible for a Harara and a Ling.
Happy birthday to
I think
you.
it's Team Spirit. I feel like the question right now is, do they ban out the Eudora? Because I feel like for Vamos, considering, like you said, Ling and Herrera both are open. And I feel like for Era 4-4, he doesn't matter which he's going to get. So I think
there it is.
That's quite a risk, taking out the Eudora. So this might be a more, a more predictable kind of draft. But instead, Vamos picks up the Freya. Because again, Ling and Herrera both are open. So it's kind of like, you take whatever you want. I'm okay with both. And the thing about Era 4-4 is, he might not even consider either.
यो प्रो एक्सपीहरु सब मोटो हुने रहेछ है मासरप अझै म पनि मोटो जस्तो लाग्छ यार कहिले बेला बेला म पनि मोटो छु होला है
How do you feel about the Phoveus? Nice. Just
I think it's
good. I
think you need to go ahead and grab that just because again, you know that there's going to be a lot of chances for you to go ahead and utilize your Infernal Pursuit or just again, Phoveus is he's a bulwark from the beginning of the game all the way towards the end. And he's going to have to deal with the dashes, and this is
one sort of gamble feature. I don't know. Gamble feature.
You're planning to take the Ling, that Hirara is going to go on the other side. So then again, you're utilizing Phoveus to like max capacity here.
And over here, I gotta say, Clockwood is gonna play a pivotal role because he picked up the Zushin, which is a good way to deal with the Phoveus, but they gotta make sure they have enough shred. For now, they don't really have that shred just yet. Especially because right now for Vamos, it looks like
Zauro, yo, Team Spirit ko jungle राम्रो छ यार.
The problem is they really don't have a lot of range. They already locked in Zushin as well as the Hirara.
Freya, Hirara, Zushin दिया यार. यो गेम राम्रो हुन्छ यार. Upper bracket को match.
So that it doesn't really matter. But I like that they're opening up a chance for potentially something like a carry, something like a Moskov to be able to deal with this kind of composition against Team Spirit, which now they have the Valentina. A lot of picks for the Valentina, by the way, here in MSC, but not all of them really worked out that well.
Yeah, it was tough for Asuna and True Rippers last game. Valentina waiting for that.
Gamble गर्न मिल्छ point. मैले खै थाहा छैन यार मलाई त्यो feature नै. Maybe आलुलाई थाहा होला. Fried आलु.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see Barat's
gamble देखि म हल्का टाढै हुन्छ के
you know, it's just we're so used to before seeing him in the jungle, and then it was actually Kid Bomba that brought him first to the XP lane, and you know, they're going to be the one to go ahead and ban that out just because again they already have their XP laner locked in. They essentially are planning to go ahead and get the upper hand of the XP, which is so important because like Lefel mentioned, you know, Kid Bomba himself said he wants to get to these fights. He wants to help secure these objectives. That seems to be the main point, where before, and depending on the heroes, sometimes your XP is, I want to win this lane and try to snowball and make it happen. This is usually the case too with Yu Zhang, for example. Yeah. Like we saw, where if you get an early kill, you get an early snowball in the XP lane, then you're even more deadly than on a hero like that. So there's the Moskov ban coming out from Vamos.
Right now I'm looking at Ruby because Ruby is a potential pick that honestly Team Spirit could take up because having the Phoveus as well as Ruby, there's a lot of
Moscow ban भयो Bharat धेरै ban भइरहेछ आजकल.
the Moskov, because looking at the trend here in Naisu, honestly there is a chance for both teams to have marksmen in this game.
Belleric still available as well. Jerome been picked up and highly prioritized. The answer to the Ling or to the Herrera. It feels like if either one
यो टिम स्पिरिट र भामसको सिरिज सकेपछि म एउटा स्टार्ट गिभअवे गर्छु ल. पुरै सिरिज है, फर्स्ट गेम हैन, पुरै सिरिज सकेपछि र्यान्डम ड्र गरेर
and basically everyone from Team Spirit, because right now they do have the Valentina. It's a mid-range mage. He should have a lot of impact there.
They're most likely, I'm expecting Team Spirit to go ahead and take the Belric here. I can't see what else they would want to plant into the Roam, just because again, yeah, Belric's going to be banned out, so they don't get it. That's good. So now, yeah, that leaves the question: what do you pick up in the Roam here? You still want to go ahead and wait for your gold lane too, or do you pick it up now? That's something they can play around.
Something that Vamos has used before against Falcon's meta was that Minotaur. So
रिक चाहिँ कसरी हो मैले स्टार्ट पनि गरेको छैन. तिमीहरूले स्ट्रिमहरु मेरो लाइक शेयर गर्यो भने म गर्छु हैन. कति लाइक छ अहिले? 152 लाइक छैन, 200 लाइक पेज छ है त ल, 200 लाइक. सब जना स्ट्रिम शेयर गरेर लाइक गर.
Yeah, this is why it's such a
200 हैन र 250 ल 250.
They want to go ahead and show their cards in the row.
250 लाइक पुग्नु पर्यो.
The shields that are going to come through too. I mean, that'll help extend the fight if you're Team Vamos, but it's also just the amount of
they take it away.
Sustain. They take it away. This is a really good call here, Lefel, too. That you get that because think about it, the Minotaur with the Jushin that paired up. That amount
of यार यो माइने धेरै लिन्छ
a whole lot to try to burst through, especially if you're a Ling and you're trying to find that right window of opportunity to jump in, Tempest Blades, get the damage off. So really good to lock that in, and we wait to see what Hiko is going to end up playing in that gold lane. And so now these last 2 picks for Team Vamos.
First point मैले पाउने हैन सबले पाउने सबले पाउन त हैन लकी ड्र हुन्छ जो नि पर्न सक्छ
In terms of the roam pick,
all category भन्छु म चाहिँ बाउन कसरी भयो तिमीहरुले यसले च्यान्स गर्ने केटा लाइक हेर्नु न लाइक गरौँ सब्स्क्राइब गरौँ 6400 सब्स्क्राइबर पुगाम गाइस
if you want to, they pick up the Melissa.
म मासरको भतिज रे
As well as the high loss here. So this is very interesting. They're just saying, in case he goes to the late game, we'll be able to do well. And the Melissa pick really is just to win the lane.
Yeah.
However, interesting enough, Natco before this did not use the Inspire, used the Flicker. I wonder if he will still stick the same style.
Does this do anything with? I don't know. This is me asking. I guess we see the Claude, so there's no longer any mystery to my question. But Melissa, in this kind of like bruiser heavy, approach where there's a lot of CC and stun, does she help to peel that a little bit?
Yeah, honestly, she does. The go away helps a lot when it comes to dealing with picks like the Phovius. Against the Ling, maybe not, because I feel like the Ling's range still gets into Melissa, and then 2 or 3 hits, she's gonna die. But I feel like part of the reason they picked this up is to deal with the Phovius, because the first 3 picks, they don't have an answer for the Phovius. The Hylos as well as Melissa does.
They do have the range damage now as well. 2 undefeated teams so far in their first series, now looking to stay undefeated or see if they will drop out to face the eliminated team, or at least the team in the lower bracket side, Guangzhou Gaming. We'll find out in just a moment as we kick off our Series 2 of the day. Game 1 versus Team Vamos and Team Spirit.
Let's go get out. Game 1. Vamos versus Team Spirit. Let's go Team Spirit.
Best of 3 play out. Luckily, no pressure. None of their keys are going to get destroyed, but truly looking for that qualification spot has put enough of a spotlight on both.
Let's go. Kid Bomba the coded XP
facing up against Team Spirit. For anyone just tuning in, welcome.
Hey, even though there's no pressure of being eliminated, that qualification spot being the first one to knockouts, that's going to be massive for them as they get to watch everybody else with no pressure, having all the prep time in the world to make it to the knockout stage. Now,
यो त upper bracket match हो हार्ने के हुँदैन lower bracket जान्छ हार्ने
there for Vamos, and I'd say really good move by Spirit, just holding out for Hiko's pick all the way to the end. The Claude is a known counter against this Melissa. Another thing you guys need to know though is the Flicker choice, not the Inspire for the Melissa. With the new Melissa, you go for pull yourself together, you rack up those assists, and you get the cooldown on Flicker very quickly up.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want here, is they're already looking for the early invade.
Competition is there, Malaysiaको team po हो
We're not going to contest the Little Wanderer, let them have it. We're going to play for the later half of the game anyways. I think that at this stage, and especially, with the pull,
कस्तो ल्याङ आन्छ रे हिराराले
baited out, actually forced out from Sunset Lover.
फ्लिकर गयो सनसेट लभरको अर्ली लास्ट एग्रेसिभ खेल्नु हुन्छ हिराराले
Again, it's to pull yourself together for Natco. All about picking up those assists.
मेरो ग्लोबल लिंक हेर्ने आज राति हेरमै आज मिल्यो भने स्ट्रिम गर्छ होला राति
Being that consistent damage source.
Masarapp हजुर भन्नु न सन्देश छेत्री कस्तो च्याट पढ भन्छ यार गेम सुरु भइरहेको छ गेम हेर नि तिमीहरु गेम हेर यार च्याटमा गेम सकिन्छ पढ्छु अब यो गेम राम्रो हुन्छ के गेम हेरौँ न मजाले किट बम्बा 4 लेभल पुग्यो तर अरे बम्बा त उही बम्बा फ्लिकर नाइस बम्बा बम्बा किट अरे किट बम्बा अति नाइस तर मर्यो ब्यालेन्स छैन साओ नि मर्यो
to the Hirara. Can they get anything more for this? And it looks like no, nothing else. The glorious pathway being stolen away as topside. Natco doing a pretty good job in this lane, staying very, very healthy. But with everything that has happened, at least for Kip Bomba, delayed this, now we have to refight for it.
Dark Wave again, now the glorious pathway stolen by Sunset Lover. Restream coming out for error.
टुर्नामेन्ट स्ट्रिम त गर्दिन होला यार अफिसियल च्यानलमै हेर न टुर्नामेन्ट सबै भ्युअर्स यता हुन्छ अफिसियल च्यानलमै हेर न टुर्नामेन्ट अफिसियल च्यानलको लिंक म डिस्कर्डमा हालिदिन्छु
Zkeef's been playing an amazing game, man. Getting these Law and Orders at the right time, also just slowing Bomba. It's a zoning that we didn't get to see for
गाह्रो छ यार टिम स्पिरिट गाह्रो पर्छ के यार टिम स्पिरिटलाई
and now They're already putting the pressure onto Zaur. Ego is giving Error 404 all the space to take Letho, to take control of enemy map, and just to get that advantage that they have technically already built up.
Honestly, the one thing I'm really happy with the meta right now is
स्ट्रिम गर्नको लागि गाह्रै छ केटा ल्यापटप पिसी चाहिन्छ माइक चाहिन्छ हेडफोन चाहिन्छ दुईटा केबल चाहिन्छ फेस क्याम चाहिन्छ
struggle to fight for the tempo. You can get first movements in certain parts of the map, and you can tell
जाउ छ
the
नि
side
स्ट्रिमको लागि
laners,
पनि
they want to keep it as neutral as possible to punish the opponents, but those
त्यति
mid
गर्दा
laners
पनि
are
बत्ती गयो भने
constantly
झन् यस्तो
moving
रिस उठ्छ
around.
And that was the reason me and you, Gideon, during the draft, were talking about a Cho pick instead of this Minotaur for Sao, something that could guarantee the mid-prio to rotate around the map. That right now, Vamos have complete control of. Look at this. Error, double immobilization now with the stun of the Law and Order, and the pickup straight into Error again. Forces the glorious pathway defensively. Subpot as well with Prio down below.
मेरो नाइट्रो V16 हो ल्यापटप तर कत्रो एग्रेसिभ खेल्दा छ यार मलेसियाले यो गेम चाहिँ धन्न वान साइडेड हुँदैन
Error also used Restream, so you'll have it quicker.
I think overall, it's all right.
Masarapp, you know,
No harm, no foul.
water
It's still
based
putting
नहीं हो
Error
रहे
in a pretty decent position.
the
And at the same time,
fuck,
his retribution is going to come back up just slightly earlier, 5 seconds worth of difference between the two. So let's see how TS is going to delay this, right? They're already sending.
Oh God, Zkeev so
ल नाइ यार ग्याप हान्थ्यो
404. The easiest turtle take for
त्यो यार
him
टिम
as
स्पिडलाई गाह्रो छ यार गाह्रो पर्यो यार साओ मर्यो
Minion spear the flicker backwards now.
Flicker गयो साओको
Puppet. Oh, the muddle's doing damage. They're gonna go for the siege in the mid lane here. Our Ego is with a Tempest of Blades, still up, pops it in now, goes for it. It's just a clear with the retreat onto the mini waves in the mid lane.
GG मलेसियाले राम्रो
Make
खेल्छ
sure that mid-tier 1 stays open. Nako, he shouldn't be punished here unless Kid Bomba is willing to flicker for it, but even so, without no get away from me, it's going to be a lot harder for Nako to keep himself alive. That battle spell, so valuable on all fronts. And yeah, as you mentioned, we were talking about initially getting the Cho just to kind of maybe force out Purifies and also have a quicker rotation overall. Every side needs a Concussive Blast user.
Sawo's got no flicker, they want to abuse that fact. Hiko caught on the glorious pathway, immobilization coming down, the Purify's there, but it's immobilized, delayed perfectly. Zkeev runs
GG यार मलेसिया के खेल्दैछ यार भामोस
That's yet another pick off for Vamos.
यसपालि चाहिँ हान्छ क्या हो भामोसले पनि
Vamos, and better yet, you can just tell it's all not only is it about tempo, but just remembering how long does it take for the Minotaur to get the ult back up. So again, when you are on CD, your opposing team are looking to punish. And so far, Vamos has gotten a little bit more value all across the board in comparison to TS, but it's only a 1.3k. Not the biggest lead in the world for Vamos. We need to see the conversions after Natco gets unlocked.
यो गिडियनको कास्टो कस्तो राम्रो छ यार
They find the conversion on the turret up top. Now it's going to give him so much more room to bully and deny farm from Zaur Egoist. Again, you can see Error. He's trying to force his way into enemy jungle, constantly trying to put that pressure while stealing these camps.
Oh, it's about that mid control. Now the dive.
Bomb over the dark wave. Those muddles
Oh
will
my
damage.
god बमबाला कस्तो ऱ्याङ हान्ने यार
Has him in his fury, won't go for it. Hiko doing some damage right now. Sapat's able to pick up the turret down below, and look at the muddles.
Melissa.
Spirit down, all of them clumping together under this tier 1. Error is going to get another free turtle.
Luckily, it's Flying Cloud, so unfortunately, despite, forcing the recalls early on, Vamos, they're not done just yet. They want this mid-tier 1.
Bomba can't do anything. He's going to have to flicker out. Minions Fury
was
able to flicker out of safety.
Oh my god.
Sawa with yet another knockup. Now a flicker out for Sawa, but
Nice, let's go.
It's a bit too aggressive.
Come on, Team Spirit.
Did not want to use the Crimson Beacon, nor the flicker.
Yep, got punished for it hard, and now they lose tier 1 up top side as well, just because they were so adamant on trying to break this mid-tier 1. Overall, it's not the worst thing in the world, but you can see that at least for Team Spirit, they're not completely out of this just yet. It's a matter of time before they can start clumping up and fighting front to back, which, to be fair, is in Vamos' favor, assuming that Nako has that battle spell up, because he's going to get dove on pretty quickly by Zaur Egoist, and that's going to cost him resources.
Sao? Nine. You didn't get the first. Kid bomb गर्छ
Immobilized and isolated. Error 404.
Obvious को यही हो गया प्रॉब्लम भागने मिल्दैन दैट्स हुँदैन
Wants a bit more, just a bit of poke onto Sunset Lover.
They've got 2 tier 1s, top and bot side. They need to get this conversion soon, or at the very least, try and take away that purple buff, which has been a big contention for the early stages of the game. Luckily for Zaur Egoist, he's more than willing to actually use his retribution to secure it every single time. And now he's got
farm त निकाल्दै छ जाउरा
It's so
Zara
difficult for Hiko
gitti.
to walk up right now. In a 1v1, he should do well against the Melissa, but with Z keep on the high lows, it's almost never 1v1.
Sunset.
Caught on the bad spot. The Dark Wave lands. Error is caught. Now the peel for the rest of the team as Error is able to escape.
नहीं यार तो लैंग है यार ये इधर
Bomb is going to be caught by Glorious Pathway and the Lancer Flare as well. Falcon is coming down as well. Bomb is able to flicker out to safety, but
Sepat.
it's in front of pursuit.
Sepat मर्यो.
Sepat and turret taken down as well. Hiko.
नहीं एरर मर्यो ओए nice let's go
of Sunset Lover that takes him down.
तर mid to पाएं यार वापस से
Good punish. It should have been a 1-for-1 there. Bit of an overextension so far, but it's not over because so far Nako has been playing one hell of a game.
गेम चाहिँ यो हो के डिडी टिम राम्रो भयो नि क्या मजा आउँछ यार हेर्न
They don't necessarily escape the danger, and with the get away from me, that's a clear sign we can't go any further than this line.
Zaur is still a level ahead. It's 3 turtles to Vamos with so much pressure from Vamos. Yet Zaur finds himself in the lead right now. Purple buff not available for him. Retribution CK steals it away somehow. Bomb is gonna have to run away with no flicker. He pops
नहीं यार हाईलाइट से पाया
for a desperate move, but CK picks up the Lord and a killing spree.
Oh my goodness, that has got to be so upsetting. I mean, I can only imagine,
blue lock
especially if you're in our ego is his
Oh
position.
my god.
Yeah, like he comes back. I've tried my hardest to try and save it, and I think he might have retreated too early. Let's see it right here.
Oh, he did. Like, it was right on the border. He retreated right as he got. Oh god.
I hate the fact that this visual indicator, that line is too thick. We need a cleaner line here to know exactly when, or do the smart thing and crunch the numbers as they're looking to siege underneath the inhibitor.
Muddle's placed down. Nako now brings it back. Hiko's gonna be caught by the stun of Law and Order. And the Lord is still very much healthy down below. Vamos.
Not going lang
It's
until
a
it game.
clean siege game against Team Spirit.
This is disgusting.
Ladium
We're
round
used
was
to
है
sieges coming in
Vamos
from
को
like the Eves, the Farsas, but now when we have Muddles, it's just constantly being thrown underneath that inhibitor, and there's very little that Team Spirit can actually do in these moments. Luckily, at least, with the Lord crashing down on the holy shielding side, maybe they've got an opportunity.
Bomba फस्यो
That shoulder bash a bit too
Wait
far.
and there bombaलाई
Dark Wave lands on everybody, but he gets taken out. Now Falcon with the Crimson Beacon zoning Hiko away. He has to BMI backwards at the Ling. Zaur has to handle down below. That's a far lane base turret taken for Vamos.
So far, this Melissa pick has been doing wonders. Even though it's not picking up the most amount of kills, being 0-4 on those assists is great enough. He's peeled for his frontliners more times than the actual supports.
Again, it's the Muddles. Onto the back, doing some damage. Just poke and poke. Spirit able to keep
नहीं
the
यार
2 base turrets alive. But I think for Vamos, it's already a win. They wanted the far lane. They wanted that control. They didn't want Zaur to be able to dictate the pace of that far lane. And now he shouldn't be able to.
All right, I think we need a quick item look here. We see the hand cams, everybody, top tier mechanics here. Trying to make sure that they're keeping up fast, but we need to see what they currently have. 3 items already done here for this Melissa, looking for a winsome nature. Just
लिंगले त हान्छ कि अब तर मिल्छ ल्याङ हान्छ यार लेट गेम
hasn't completed the Trinity himself.
Hikoको फार्मै छैन यार
I'm most worried about anybody who wants to go up forward, people like Kid Bomba, because the Ice Queen's wand is completed for Falcon, so running away is even harder.
The biggest problem I see right now is the fact that they just don't have enough damage, right? Like, this composition really relies on both Zaur and Hiko to be ahead. Zaur's doing a pretty good job at keeping things level despite the 3 turtles that Vamos have taken, but Hiko on the other side, because they've been trying to give all the farm to Zaur, Hiko has suffered. He's only now finished up the Swift Trinity. And you can see it's almost a 1-item difference here. Natko gonna pick up the Win of Nature very soon.
Yeah, I mean, as much as Falcon has already, given his life in weird times, he's still a full item up in comparison to Sunset Lover. I mean, yes, the Lightning Truncheon is always going to be good for that extra bit of damage, but there's so much to staying on Subbot. Unless he gets it on Natko, I don't see it happening.
Fuck you.
Zaur's gonna try to go for the steal right now, but he's only able to get the Finch Boys. Kid Bomba.
Bomba फेरि मर्यो
There's no one there to help him out. That's been the Lancer Flare.
Oh my
Right there as well. Glorious Pathway and a massive Dark Wave, but it won't be enough as Natko cuts him down. And that's enough gold just for the kill on Bomba to get him a Win of Nature.
They've got the kill angle here. Natko has
Game
already
क्या गड़ा गेम
nature. If he go even fully stacked with the Art of Thievery, with the fully stacked golden... wait, hold on. What do they have? They're just trying to muscle their way in.
Oh, Error almost bursted Hiko down. Zaur up top.
ओरे यो हिरारा त
able to bait for Sour. He goes in for the 1v1 against Aaron, but the Lord is right there as Falcon is able to pick up Sour. That's 1v1. Sour picking up the kill onto Aaron. Now goes for the Blaze as well. The Blaze comes around for Eco. He's able to BMI out of the Law and Order. Now it's Bomba. Respawns back. The Muddles. Bomba has a jump in front of pursuit onto Natko. The Will of Nature saving him right now as Bomba's gonna have to jump one more time. Clockwood's right there. Bomba with the jump again. Now it's Hiko with the rest of the world. Natko kiting back. Hiko with the BMI. Vamos on the base. It will just be game one. Team Vamos so close.
Vamos is there game one.
But what an absolute destruction of the
Oh,
base
GG, bro.
Again, I
what
thought
the
at some point Vamos was going to start backing up, but sheer confidence saying, hey, no, I've got the damage, I've got the items. We just have to play this perfectly and peel backwards, and we can win the game.
There were so many fights happening everywhere on the map in that final siege, Gideon. It was
Vamos just
from going for the rest of the team, capitalizing on the fact that Zaur, the main guy, the only guy Melissa was kept away.
I think I'm thinking back on what Hiko said. We gotta play discipline. We gotta play discipline. But then when you look at these highlights, what has that discipline? I think it came down to that draft. Unfortunately, that Minotaur pick may not necessarily be that great. It's great in team fights, don't get me wrong, and it's one of Sawa's best picks overall in internationals based on the statistics. But when it comes down to running away, he can't help you. He's there for the engage, and that's about it.
It just felt like they didn't have enough damage all throughout the game here. And this big red tree whiff is something that they're definitely going to have to fix for game number 2. These things cannot happen. Get our reactions there. It's after the red tree, and it was
the red tree. It was Zeke stealing it away. It's one of those moments that you expect junglers to be always on the dot on when there is no retribution user on the opposite side. But there's a lot to talk about. But we're gonna save those points for Rain Day and the boys.
जसलाई सपोर्ट गर्यो त्यही हार्छ यसपछि भाइटालिटीलाई सपोर्ट गरिरहेछु म Please homie, I need this man. पोर्चुगलको फ्यान हो नि त अरे Masarapp दिनु रहेछ यार पोर्चुगलको जर्सी लगाएर क्या सरी हारे नि पोर्चुगलको फ्यान हो जिते नि पोर्चुगलको फ्यान हो तर अस्ति फाइनलमा चाहिँ स्पेनलाई सपोर्ट गरेर थिए
But then when you see it in action, especially against a team composition like this from Team Spirit, it works so well. There's a whole lot of choke points that they try to go into, and with the Glorious Pathway and the Go Away working synergistically together, there wasn't much room for Team Spirit to actually follow Kid Bomba into a fight.
Group 1 मा धेरै weak compared to Group 2, Group 1 हल्का सजिलो छ weak त भन्दिन तर सजिलो छ भन्नु न सबै टिम स्ट्रङ नै छ वाइल्ड कार्ड मेन सिनको टिमहरु सबै स्ट्रङ नै हो आइसो स्पिड जस्तो कर्स लागो रहेछ आइसो स्पिड त दाजु हो नि हो स्ट्रिमर गोट स्ट्रिमर हो यार आइसो स्पिड त यस्तो मजा आउँछ नि आइसो स्पिडको स्ट्रिम हैन झन् त्यो फाइनलको स्ट्रिममा त 57 मिलियन भ्युज हो त्यसको लाइभ स्ट्रिममा 57 मिलियन भ्युज
with a lot of chaos, and yet over here there's a lot of control, and that's where we're going to be seeing in the draft here, where interestingly enough we got to talk about this Melissa pick, because usually when we're looking at the gold lane is usually position 1, but this is not a position 1 gold lane. It's almost like either 2 or 3 or 4, because
Masarapp
a support marksman that we can really see, because not only is
नेपाली डिजे नभने तिमीहरु बिल्ला नगरे मेरो
to siege, because that's the thing that is lacking from Vamos, which is they don't have range, right? So that Melissa helps out a lot, where the rest of them, they just want to be there to protect. And then when we look at Team Spirit, this is the unfortunate thing, because the one that was heavily countered was both the Minotaur as well as the Phoveus, and funny enough, they're countered by the same pick, which is the Zushin. And this is one of those picks that, like you, Randy, has said, Zushin has been banned out quite a lot. The moment that she's not banned out, we see the value here, because the Minotaur is good at engaging, but he likes to engage when he wants to engage, not when he's forced in that bad situation.
I think it has a message.
And now we're going to be looking at some of this. Hold on, one more other thing is that he has low HP. He has low HP, making it so that if he gets caught, he's dying. That's why the Minotaur didn't look clear in the early stages of the game. And this is where I really want to look at the pick here for
bro, matches ko time ho.
This Melissa, where we're going to be seeing an engage coming from Team Spirit. And then look at what happened here, right?
Huge.
As we look closer, we can see that the Melissa using the go away, making it so that whoever tries to get in
Unput यार
close,
बाहर
she'll be able to push people away. In fact, let's actually zoom in and see that for Team Vamos, once they see the ult going, everyone
Blur आयो
we even see Clockwood
म
making his
डिस्कॉर्ड में
way
हालिदिन्छु नि त
towards the
टेक्स्ट
go away.
को
We see the arrow 4
डिस्कॉर्ड में हालिदिन्छु
towards the go away, making it a
पछि
perfect defense, right? This makes it so that for Team Spirit, they want to do something. They just can't. They were stopped short. And then we're going to be looking at the second clip here. And this is, I would say, an important thing to look at as well. Look at the positioning of Team
हाम्रो रिजनल त्यो अस्ति जी क्वालिफायर जित्यो त नेपालमा त्यसको अब विदेशीसँग खेल्नुपर्छ गाह्रो छ जित्न त फर्स्ट एकजना मात्रै जान्छ अरे 9-10 कन्ट्रीबाट
And yet, Vamos just quickly engage. Look
Let's
at
see
ZK
कस्तो
being the
हुन्छ
primary one. Even though Kid Bomba,
के हो पानी पर्यो बाहिर
usually after Flicker you'd be safe.
What
But
the
look at
fuck?
the relentless pursuit. He was singled out,
पानी
and the
पर्यो
reason why this is so annoying for
छाना
Team
बज्यो
Spirit is,
गर
where's the front line?
मनमा
Right?
आउँथ्यो
Once your
आज
wall is
मेरो
out of the picture, no one is there to protect you. When there's no protection, none of your damage dealers really can move forward. So right now, honestly, what Vamos did well is eliminate the Minotaur and eliminate the Phobias. When there's no protection, everyone's dying.
And it's one thing to have a good idea in a draft. It's one thing to execute it. And they clearly saw those moments where they could take advantage of Kid Bomba.
पानी पर्यो सरर छाना बज्यो गरर मनमा आउँथ्यो आज मेरो आनन्दको लहर हिजोको सपना आज भएछन् छिटाउनुपर्छ टप 1 मा हुन मिनेटमा हुनु टप 1 के ए पोइन्ट होला यार गाइज पोइन्ट यसो स्ट्रिम सेयर गर पोइन्ट बढ्छ लाइक गर सब्सक्राइब हान पोइन्ट बढ्छ कमेन्ट गर एक्टिभ बस तिमीहरू सपोर्ट नै गर्दैनौ अनि पानी भित्र त चुहेछ नि खतरे इन्टरभ्यु सुन त यो नाटकको
You guys have scrimmed together a few times, is that true?
A few times, yeah.
So, is that something that you can, use in this next match?
It could be, yeah. So,
Okay.
let's see.
Is there any insider info that we should know about Team Spirit?
They're very strong at, I don't know, maybe at team fight. Yeah, they're very strong at team fight.
Team fights. How do the scrims usually go? Do you usually win? Do you lose?
Sometimes we win, sometimes we lose.
Ah, okay. So 50-50.
50-50.
50-50. In this next match, how do you think the game's going to go?
What next match?
Against Team Spirit.
Against Team Spirit. I think we can maybe win, but maybe it's close win.
So that's going to be an exciting match, isn't it? Especially that you're going head-to-head
close
in the
win
gold
हुन्छ
lane against Hiko.
That's right.
What do you think about Hiko?
Hiko, I think he's a great player also because he can use fighters, he can use marksmen, so it's gonna be a good fight lah.
What do you personally like? Do you like the assassins or do you like the fighters in the gold lane?
I prefer the gold lane fighter lah.
Fighters? Why fighters?
Because fighters usually
बडी गेममा इम्प्याक्ट
maybe
बढ्छ
the team fight will be very strong at fighters.
Okay, so the team fights are going to be strong with fighters. But we saw yesterday that you picked up a Melissa.
Melissa, yeah.
Why did you pick the Melissa there?
Yeah, we train with
कसरी
Melissa
गिभमा
and
पार्टिसिपेट गर्ने मासरब जस अब मैले गिभअवे स्टार्ट गरेपछि
melee heroes.
एक्सक्लेमेसन मार्क र
Strategy, yeah.
गिभअवे
That's one of the
लेख्नु
reasons
पर्छ
why I picked up the Melissa. Is Melissa good against the assassins as well?
250 लाइकमा आयो केटा हो गिभअवे चाहिँ
Okay,
तिमीहरू
so it's
200
one
लाइक
of
नि पुगेको छैन
the choices that you have when you want to go marksman.
That's right.
बढेन सेयर गरेर
that we'll see
हा
another
हा हा
Melissa?
प्राङ्क हानेको तिमीलाई सेयर गर्न ल
Let's see. But
बढ्छ हो बढ्छ लोड नभए होला
who do you think is the better gold
लोड
lane?
नभए क्या केटा बढ्छ
I think we both have the same gameplay. So I think 50-50 lah.
50 जना सेयर गर्नु पर्छ
So
क्या
it's
अनि
all gonna
बढ्छ
come back down to this next match.
Yeah, that's right.
So do you have a message maybe for Team Spirit or maybe even for Hiko?
For Hiko, I don't know, maybe let's give the best gameplay.
Okay.
Laning maybe.
We're excited. We're excited for that laning. Thank you so much, Natko, for this
thank you.
interview. We're going back to you guys.
Bye.
Let's go game 2 team spirit.
Polite trash talk. I mean, another thank you, good luck.
Struggling now.
You're an amazing player. It's just, we love to see it. MLBB staying positive. Now we get Vamos and Team Spirit in game 1. It's a 13-41, guys. Vamos takes the win. That Melissa does come out as expected, Naisu.
Yeah, it's, you know, not many players. It's been Natko to bring it out, make it work. And I like the way LaFell pointed it. He was like, you know, this is, hey, there's the good shot, by the way, for the faster death.
I need to see that move again.
They were feeling it.
I gotta say, even though the Melissa was kind of like more of a support for that one, she still did over 100,000 damage in 13.
ब्रैकेट हेर्नुमा त के भयो ब्रैकेट अहिलेसम्म रिफ्रेश भयो कि भएन एकचोटि तिमीहरूलाई टाइसिट देखाउँछु ब्रैकेट वेडे केटा यसपछि छ सबभन्दा क्रेजी गेम चाहिँ यसपछि भाइटालिटी र फाल्कन पिएच होइन यो गेम हेर्नु पुगिरहेको म यो गेम सकेपछि स्ट्रिमिङ हानिदिन्छु म भोलि कसको एसआरजी छ याङगनको के भोलिको पनि राम्रै रहेछ म्याचहरू सबै राम्रै छ आजकल त प्रोको टाइसिट हेर्नु पऱ्यो अच्छा टाइसिट केटा हो टिम भाइटालिटी र फाल्कन पिएचमा जो जित्यो त्यो सिधै क्वालिफाइड हुन्छ होइन जो हार्यो त्यो कहाँ हुन्छ यता ओके भनेपछि यताबाट भाइटालिटी र फाल्कन पिएच त ढुक्क क्वालिफाइड हुन्छ अनि यता आई थिङ्क टिम स्पिरिट र भामोसमा दुइटै टिम क्वालिफाई हुन्छ होला ग्वान्जो इलिमिनेट हुन्छ होला यिनीहरू सबै इलिमिनेट हुन्छ होला हो त्यही हो जस्तो लाग्यो ओके यता यो भाइटालिटी फाल्कन पिएच यो यदि 4वटा टिम क्वालिफाई हुन्छ जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई चाहिँ होइन ग्रुप स्टेजमा अनि यताबाट ओ माई गड ब्रो 4वटा टिम को क्वालिफाई हुन्छ त्यताबाट ग्रुप अफ डेथ नै हो यार यो ग्रुप बी त फक म्यान के हो यो त याङ्गोन प्रो स्पोर्ट एसआरजी ओनिक टिएलपिएच अरोरा गेमिङ 4वटा टिमको क्वालिफाई हुन्छ आई थिङ्क एउटा ओनिक क्वालिफाई हुन्छ अर्को टिएलपिएच अर्को एसआरजी अनि अर्को प्रो स्पोर्ट मेबी प्रेडिक्ट गर्नै गाह्रो छ 6वटा टिम राम्रो छ क्या जिके र इन्टिटी 7 बाइक सबै टिम राम्रो छ भनौँ न एउटा म्यानमाको टिम भयो एउटा क्याम्बोडिया एउटा ओनिक भइहाल्यो एउटा टिएलपिएच अरोरा गेमिङ टिएलपी त धोल हानेको टिम प्रो स्पोर्टले एसआरजीलाई हानेको टिम टफ ब्र्याकेट एकदम ग्रुप बी त ड्राफ्ट स्टार्ट भयो केटा
If they get a Paquito, they get the Freya, then that's going to be an absolute nightmare going up against Team Spirit. Oh, look at this, Hiko. Both Team Spirit and Aurora bootcamp in Malaysia. And
both Team Spirit
so far, I do have to say, when it comes to boot camping in Malaysia, it's not really going up against Malaysia teams. It's more about the accessibility. You know, there's a lot of good places where you can have the
SRG qualify हुँदैन
the Southeast
क्वालिफाई हुन्छ
Asian
केटा
region.
हेर्दै जान्छ
Quite
तिमीहरू
easy to find scrims, you know, easy to get food, transportation, and all those kind of things.
Come on, Team Spirit! हाने भातेहरू एटलास फर्स्ट पिक आइसक्यो केटा जित्यो टिम स्पिरिटले अब चाहिँ हान्छ टिम स्पिरिट अब चाहिँ सेकाइ हान्छ है
Always got to look at the food. I mean, if you're going to be there for a while, you got to think, guys, what are we eating after and before these scrims? Maybe even during these scrims. I don't know. A little snack here and there.
गाइस डिस्कर्डको लिंक हाल्छु डिस्कर्ड जोइन गरौँ त सबै अपडेटहरु डिस्कर्डमा आइरहेको छ क्या कोसँग डिस्कर्ड छैन डाउनलोड गरेर आउ डिस्कर्डमा धेरै जना प्लेयरहरु छ क्या अलरेडी 400 कटिसक्यो 500 पुगाइदिउँ न गाइस डिस्कर्ड जोइन हाल्नु सबैजना युट्युब भन्दा बढी अपडेट आइरहन्छ डिस्कर्डमा लिंक लेट्स गो लिंक ओ माय गॉड हिरारा र भ्यालेन्टिना राम्रो छ यार भाउनसको ड्राफ्ट नि दुई टिमको ड्राफ्ट राम्रो छ यताबाट टिमको ड्राफ्ट राम्रो छ लास्ट राम्रो छ
Bellary gets picked up, and comparing the Bellary to the Minotaur, even if Bellary gets picked up, he ramps up very fast in terms of getting his HP. So
अनि आज रेड भ्यालीमा हाम्रो म्याच पनि छ रेड भ्यालीहरुको लिंक पनि हाल्छ हाम्रो गेमको टाइममा So join गर्दा हुन्छ guys Discord को कसलाई अपडेट चाहिन्छ MLB को
I
related.
also would not mind that. I know a few people who wouldn't mind that, you know. But it does make sense because if you actually do get picked up and thrown,
अलि बिस्तारै हान है टुर्नामेन्टमा हुन्छ डोन्ट वरी बिस्तारै नै हान्छौँ हामी.
Free flicker. So the Harar Ling, we'll see that matchup. Zushin changes sides, and the Atlas available. We'll see the Harith ban.
Right now,
अब हार्यो भने लोवर ब्याकेट तर जित्नु पर्यो टिम स्पिड हल्का दिएन हान्न है रसियाको टिम हो यार.
Hey, man.
Against Vamos specifically,
Call me the MLBB expert up here, okay?
But let's look at this, right? Basically, two heroes from Spirit has a lot of crowd control between the Alice as well as the Zushin. Same as Vamos with the Valentina as well as the Belleric. Valentina sure has to get a Terrify off first for that to really happen, but Valentina can still avoid the Fatal Link. So I feel like for the first 3 picks, it is quite even in the sense of how much crowd control both teams have right now. So this is going to be quite the question because neither have shown any fighters or marksmen. They're still opening up the draft big enough to really consider, do we want to go fighters? Do we want to go marksmen? Right now is the battle between Cold Star and Valdo to see like who's going to show their hand first.
MSD start भइदियो राम्ररी गेम पनि हानेको छैन यार मैले पनि यार गेम हानेको छैन राम्ररी टुर्नामेन्ट हेर्ने टाइम बितिरहेको हुन्छ यत्रो टुर्नामेन्ट नै लामो हुन्छ 6 घण्टा जति हुन्छ लाइभै
towards the end, and that seems to be the nature right now of where we're going with the meta now after a few days, where you kind of wait on to that gold lane pick if it's going to be a marksman or if it's going to be a fighter, as that changes things, I would say, especially. But you know, already waiting for the last ban here from Team Spirit. Are they going to go and hone in on that gold lane? Yeah, maybe the Moskov, just because then, oh no, they go the Barretts. Wow, they're going to go for the XP choice.
Yeah, high priority for Team Spirit. That's the second time they've banned
के भन्छ
Barretts,
कमेन्टमा
and Kid Bumba's been known to be a fan of it.
हिको र
So
मिरको
that's
जस्तो देख्छ
gone and
त
taken away. Ruby also has been
हल्का
gone
सेम
and taken
हुन्छ
away. We
मिरको
talk
जस्तो
about
है
playing
हिको
into this meta. Sometimes Ruby
त
can be that final pick that changes the way you attempt to fight into her. And the Moskov being let through this time goes the way of Vamos, most likely on Natko, right?
I like this pick because, again, it already counters the Ling, and it's kind of helping out Supat here, where he can see the EXP matchup before really going for anything. They pick up the Claw, so this is going to be a marksman matchup. The Esmeralda is still open. We'll see whether that is where Team Spirit is going with.
Guys, 250 लाइकमा स्टारलाइट गिभअवे गर्छ 250 लाइक हुन्छ कि हुँदैन यो गेम सकिने बेलसम्म 250 भएन भने स्टारलाइट पाएन सबले अनलाइक हान्दैन.
Yeah, I'm thinking Esmeralda for this. Just you want to go ahead, which also just basically makes that XP lane, you know, a no contest lane. They just do their thing and then they rotate.
It's just a toxic relationship. They just keep on hating each other but not do anything about it.
We used to call it the eternal battle.
The eternal battle, never ending.
Call it a toxic relationship.
Either or.
You're supposed to get out of those.
I mean, like, if you really think about it, both of them are kind of the same.
So they're going to rotate lane pretty quickly, right, to get out of that toxic relationship.
A celestial being.
Come on, Team Spirit हान्नु पर्यो यो गेम त. Come on, bro.
Not really the pair you thought we'd have.
Don't have a lot of experience with that matchup, to be fair.
I mean, like,
coming
in
into
MLB,
this,
we have Patrick, so.
That's true.
So, you know, logic doesn't really help.
There's the Esmeralda as the final pick here. Couple of bans let through the
Isme
Moscow,
versus Uranus.
as well as the Atlas and the Uranus. All of those characters banned. The Valentina as well picked up. Harar and Ling. As
Come on,
we've seen,
Team
Tower
Spirit,
Eagles and
bro,
Hero
I
4-4
need
ready to go back at it. The question with the Minotaur from Team Spirit was, did they have enough peel? Could they continue these fights? They certainly had the engage, but it wasn't a match. With the Atlas now alongside the Uranus, they certainly will have answered that question, but can they respond in kind with Vamos and the Belleric and this squad to see if they can
Let's go, Russia.
Team Spirit, what a start.
भर्खर कामबाट आएको Falcon game हेर्न मन थियो. The sad thing is Falcon gonna lose today, so match नहेर्दा नि हुन्छ. Falcon को supporter हो पनि.
I'm glad you asked. We're feeling pretty okay about it. I mean, both sides have very similar
किनकि
ideas.
Falcon ले face गर्ने वाला छ the fan favorite Vitality, #1 team in the world.
For those who are just tuning in, Vamos is currently 1-0 and match point. It's up to Team
The common Team Spirit 1-1 हान्नु पर्यो.
things around. But let's talk about the lanes per matchup, right? The mid lane obviously is going to be a little bit difficult here overall for Clockman, but at least he's got Zekif on his side, but without any concussive blast.
अरे हिको त स्किन बिना खेल्दा छ त यार.
How well can we
Eco तातिसक्यो Eco. Eco तातिसक्यो Ecoले हान्छ Maniac.
And it will be the win for Vamos. At least in the early trade, all right? Gold lane, it should be Natco with an advantage with the Spear of Misery early on with the trades. We don't talk about XP.
Yeah, we don't talk about XP. That's
टेन्सन स्ट्रिममा पैसा राख्यो होइन पैसा त किन राख्नु तर टिम स्पिडलाई मैले सपोर्ट गरेर के भनेदेखि नयाँ रिजनको टिमलाई सपोर्ट गरेर नि त अनि अपोनेन्टमा मलेसिया जस्तो अभियसली टिम स्पिडलाई सपोर्ट गर्छु म नाइ मेरो भाइ द गोट एट एक्सपी कस्तो हानेको यार बम्बालाई अघिदेखि हानिरहेको छ हिराले लास्ट हिट्टी नै गरिरहेको यार
for the side of Arrow 4 opts to skip his entire top ganks to follow along with Falcon to enable themselves to get this first gank.
ओए नाटकला मार प्युरिफाईमा हो प्युरिफाई गयो लभलीको छोरी
Just like up top, and Spirit are able to
come on, Team Spirit आइसक्यो है फर्ममा
the entire turret.
अरे पुरै गोल्ड टरेट पायो
Economically hungry style of heroes. Now, as we see TS start making their way over into the mid lane, the first contestation of this turtle is up for grabs for anyone. I think that Vamos should still have the advantage. Zara, unfortunately, still doesn't have his retribution for another 4 more seconds. They might attempt to re-gank bot side, knowing that Nako doesn't have his Purify.
Turtle by Vamos.
After the Purify of Sunset Lover, trying to catch her just barely on the edge of the Purify. Hit Bomb is trying to shoo Hirara away from topside jungle, but it comes down to just Team Spirit again. Yeah, playing around that bot side.
Sao? Alter or China alter?
Coming down to Zaur.
Nice, Sao no that one yeah.
Error did not go for the immobilization. Respect.
Okay, I can respect that as well. Knowing that
Invasion there in Araba.
Invasion might just be better. Look
wait, Separ धेरै भित्र छ.
Separ under turret has the Purify.
Lo कस्तो पनिस नगर यार.
They've taken the golem and that should just be
a show of force for the side of Vamos. This is a lot of conditions.
कस्तो इन्भेट गरेर खेल्नु खोज्छ यार Vamos रिट्री फोर्स गर्न खोज्छ यार. ल ब्लू खाइदिन त अब. ब्लू खाइदे यार नाइ यार Vamos.
They force Sour to retreat on the orange buff. Error had a free.
GG.
Purple buff to take. Oh my god.
It's great, right? And now they set up for the another attack on that top side once again. Luckily, Kid Bomba is able to at least get the EXP crab at this point. But just look at the way that everybody's starting to play this. Hiko, with the advantage that he has put some great damage, structural damage even on bot tier 1. And at the same time,
यो तर दुई टिम राम्रो छ राम्रो खेल्ला छ.
Unfortunately for Bomba,
तर Vamos चाहिँ हल्का बेटर खेल्ला छ टिम स्पिरिट भन्दा.
just that little tick of that retreat, or the little tick of the jungle burn. Unfortunately for Bomba, unable to last hit it, so Error is just 2 levels ahead this time.
यो हिरा हल्का जुलियन जस्तो छ है.
But 1 level. He's about to get 2 levels though as he gets the purple buff.
जुलियन जस्तो हिरा हल्का.
Yeah, but completely different story to game.
स्किलर ल नाटकल अल्टी हान्ने लिया.
The lead from going too far from at least that jungle matchup.
And he's got to maintain this for a while until he gets
नाटको अल्टो छैन. हिको पिरिफाई गयो यार. अल्टी गयो. यो हिरा लास्ट एन्डिङ छ यार. रिसर्चहरु बेट गरे गर्छ.
Support his top side is kind of done for at this point, but even Kid Bomba is getting involved and really opening up this map.
Opening it up against Error 404. Mobilized already. Pops the consecration in the mid lane.
Sunset Lover.
With the Crimson Beacon still.
Mario.
Someone just dives him on the turret. Sour's gonna go in.
Block. Nice. तर जाउरो मर्यो नि त यार.
In for Error. And it just works perfect.
ना यार टीम स्टेट हारे जस्तो यार.
Threaten the turtle at the same time.
Unfortunate indeed. Honestly, if that Wrath of Gyro was just moved a little bit.
Kid Bomb.
Whoa! Subbot might be in some trouble. He just ran out of mana, but luckily he does get his item down. Error, you really still want to be here?
Eco's going to be able to steal that one away. Sawa with the perfect
Nice. Kid Bomb वाले राम्रो गरिरहेछ.
Gets Error out as well. Team
Bot Soccer आयो finally. अब टाइम लाग्छ लिनको.
Vamos have been outplaying them.
हिराको 100% विनेर छैन. सेका सुटु गइसक्यो.
It's really interesting to see because again, a lot of commitment has been given down to this bottom side. Like even both Kid Bomba and Suppat have been leaving this lane and honestly wasted 2 waves neutrally blowing up in each other's face. That doesn't matter. They've missed out on that little bit of gold and I think they can be a little more efficient of it. The only problem is that now you're missing that bottom tier 1. You have to deal with Hiko already unlocked from the lane. Double waving now has to be the only way to kind of keep Natco up financially against Hiko.
Now they go back to the same plan. Give Zaur one of the side lanes, and Hiko's gonna have to share with the rest of the team right now. Zaur. I would love to see the items right now to see if Natko is ahead or if Hiko's actually doing
Nice.
Fatal Lace with the Blazing Duet coming down.
Clockun की फिर fan हो almost गए Clockun ले
So tanky after stealing the Fatal Lace himself.
oh 9 आठ को आयो GG पर
With the rotation, the AoE mobilization from Error as well.
Clock की और तो नहीं गए ना what the fuck
Surprising amount of damage. Zipper, pull up the items. We gotta know where are they currently at in their power spike. Suppa doesn't have to worry about Zara until he's got about 2 items down. Until we see that Hoskell on Berserker's Fury, it's gonna be really difficult to win out on a majority of these 1v1s. But let's check out that replay just one more time. Kaziki completely making sure that Kid Bomba and Sunset Lover were not able to capitalize on a pretty precarious situation from Vamos. Worst yet, the SOD connecting to give that extra bit of damage that they needed, piercing through multiple targets.
You can see that frustration, man, from Kid Bomba.
I'd be mad too.
Oh, dude, they spent everything on Clock. Sepach has taken Sour to half.
lang ano Sepach le amo
solo kill him. Sour with the
Retrieve force गराइदियो अब प्रॉब्लम हुन्छ
assassinates Sunset Lover in mid. Now it's all in by Sawa with the Wrath of the Dryad, keeps him at bay. Tempest Blade Seal gets him away. Error with a maniac.
Oh my god! He pulls it off. I can't believe it. Clockhood, I didn't even think of that angle, but on the fly takes the Tempest of Blades to buy himself the time. And better yet, dashing between 2 walls to create an awkward interception angle for
Maniac आन्या what the
creativity here. Great mechanical.
यो Vamos को जंगल लास्ट टाइम छ क्या हेर्नु न 7 किलो छ यार Vamos को जंगल
because Vamos, they're taking away every single neutral objective. Luckily this time round, all right, you can have this one purple buff, but let's watch that one more time.
It's Zkeef again with a perfectly timed Wrath of the Dryad. It looked so good for Sawo, but Zkeef's just been better than him across the 2 games so far. It's just him outplaying him, and you can see it, man. From the whole team, they're fired up. They were able to capitalize on that so beautifully well. Now it's another attempt from Natko.
Until it
as well. Natko. Oh, Natko!
Ulti Lingo!
Takes the SOD, outplays our
Bro, what the?
And now it's Clock with Fatal Links. Can he use it? Does he even need to? Boom! Bang with his own ultimate. Clock can take Sawo out.
That's crazy. I blinked and I nearly missed the SOD transference. Holy cow. Vamos, they truly are fired up, and I thought maybe it wouldn't apply here at an international, but these habits have been seen in our local league.
One shot चाहिए team speed
Once they feel that momentum, how long can they
जाउरेले हाने ना यार जाउरेले बम बम मर्यो
do not overheat because they get a legendary
team speed जितने यार इस पल क्या मैच देख सके मैले फ्यूचर
winning this game. They
team speed यस्तो राम्रो team थियो what the
This is a
fuck
team that has constantly been up there in the top 5, top 6 of international tournaments. Vamos. This is their first for a lot of their players. I mean, Clockun has that experience from MSC 2024, but everybody else. Oh my lord, I suppose to be fair, but
yeah,
dang.
Even so, I mean, those showings weren't as good as this one, right? They feel more polished, and that's, you know, for me, hard to say for a Malaysian team of this caliber, seeing them, you know, grow up throughout the local leagues.
It's the favorite team out here.
So eager, so hungry to take the win so early on. For now, I think Vamos still needs to check a couple of boxes. Has to be this Lord. They need that Lord to start cracking.
It was from the no team split.
Ideally, they would like to get rid of it, but you know what? It's going to take at least 2 Lords to crack them through. The best part is
बाइडेलिटीलाई सपोर्ट गरिरहेको छु म बाइडेलिटी नै हार्यो भने त सबै टिम आज हार्छ मैले सपोर्ट गरेको
I don't know what to say, Gideon. This game looks completely
म मेरो टिम बाइक सबैलाई सपोर्ट गर्छु
Vamos is gonna steamroll out of control. Look at that level lead. Again, 3 levels on Error. We got a 2-level lead on Supat as well. Like, Spirit needs to find like a 5-man Fatal Links.
There's got to be something crazy here. As long as Vamos, and especially with Supat, he's making those decisions super easy. He's such a big tank here. He's opening up the map for free, and there's nothing the team Spirit can do. I'm trying to think of an option. What could they maybe happen? They could bait with maybe Sunset Lover against our Ego is in, but that's a really
हिराले लास्ट 50 नै गर्यो हिरारा त लिङ भन्दा पनि राम्रो छ यार हिरारा त अहिले त अर्ली युटिलाइज गर्यो नि
The Holy Shield's already made it out. Vamos gonna play the clean game. They're gonna freeze up. Maybe. Oh, Natko. Okay.
All for a Holy Shield in.
Okay.
You know what?
Oh.
Here's another freebie.
Here's
a door gift for you, sir.
You know what? My bad, you know, our bad, right? Like, we should have known. It's Vamos. Like, they're great, they're amazing. It's just, they're Vamos.
Hey, that's
our time.
It's the classic. It's the classic. They gotta at least get one of it in the game at some point. You know, they didn't do it in the previous one. This time around, they're like, okay, we put our stamp, our seal of approval, and now we're back. However, 6.3K lead is still so big. I don't know how they're going to close the distance here, especially if we don't see a steal from Zara Eagle. Oh, God. Oh, whoa. Let's come. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. They're just going to go for a legendary.
SOD.
The Hirara. The SOD lands as well. Sawa's going to try to escape right now, but he gets caught in mobilization. Two-time for the two-time. And the fatal links from Falcon.
Dear God. Air 4-4.
Girara like
Just rocking it right now.
the
He is such a devastating force. 9-0-2. Zkeef has also been just the absolute backbone for Air 4-4, just the springboard off of. And I can only imagine the frustration from Team Spirit with not a lot of options left. And even for Hiko, he's level 13, but now with the conceal coming out from the side of Vamos, let's see how they try to close this game out.
Bottom lane. Uh-oh. Vamos trying to clear out the waves. He's actually able to do it. Zkeef.
Building ladder now. Oh my God.
I mean, Azar, he's
Zabardasti turret आना हो
chase, but it might not be a good idea.
Okay. They only lose Zkeef. So far, Vamos have only lost players with no bounty, right? So, there you go. If Error dies, then we have a problem.
Cut to Nako. I'm 0-3-7, guys. I have nothing.
Oh, Winions!
Nice. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. We're really, this is,
Yeah,
whoa. Supply, let's chill for a second here.
Uh-oh. He gets away. Doesn't even need to burn the Purify up top.
Guys, सबैजना make sure to like this stream है.
They'll finally be able to crack another
250 like हान्नु त सबैजना 250 कि 300 like puग्यौँ guys. Starlight अनि एउटा giveaway हान्छु म.
That bottom wave every single time, and only Zara has like a decent amount of damage other than Hiko to kind of like cut through. Whoa.
Go with the damage again. Oh, wait, Error!
अनि ओए आयो क्या हो? ब्याक आइसक्यो टिम स्पिरिट फर्ममा आइसक्यो रसियाको. एकछिन मोस्को प्ले हानेर छ.
Hiko getting caught in spirit misery
What's
now.
that?
As TS just pull it.
लडाई
That's what
लड हान्न पाउँछ यिनीहरूले.
I can't believe it just happened.
Yep, and now Zara is equal level to Aero 4-4. Obviously, the economic lead is still there, but this is good enough.
Falconले जुसिन गर्ले छ. एटलास गर्छ हैन. लिंकको रिट्रिसन एकछिन कुर. नाइस वानीको. 4 सेकेन्ड कुर न.
Sour just waiting this time around. Retry is good. Team Spirit. Oh, Sour wants more. Baits out the Crimson Beacon. And it's back to Spirit building it up again.
Oh man, Vamos.
मेरो टिम आइसक्यो केटा. Back to form आइसक्यो. Let's go.
They needed to take this Lord and really just play with that bottom wave hard shoving. Guardian Helm being purchased by Sawo. He understands that he's getting
Come on,
shoved
Team
out way
Spirit.
too often and he can't afford
Comeback
to keep
time, bro.
recalling 13 minutes into this game. It just takes too long and costs too many resources. At the same time, let's pull up the item list. I want to see what the
Equalism actually more
especially for Kid Bomba,
equally
If
जिताउँछ
Supply
हामी.
was already this far ahead and able to tank multiple people, I would assume that Kid
Zaure हान्दे सोलो. हान्दे त्यसलाई.
He's been
म्याच
sticking with the whole team.
भयो ना त्यसको
Everybody's here though. Okay. I thought Vamos were going to be able to catch Sour Egos, but he has the
रिट्रिसन नि यार सेपन
sorry. And Team Spirit will be building the slow push in the bottom lane. Zkeef gets chunked to half HP. Sunset Lover looking for the angle again. Sees Error, forcing him back.
लड छ अझै तर इभोल्भ लड हैन यार यो त्यति क्लियर हुन्छ.
This is a ridiculous.
अब युटिलाइज गर्नु पर्यो लडमा केटा हो. पञ्ची प्ले बेलरिको. नाइस हाउ. मिड कस्तो डिफेन्ड गरेको यिनीहरूले. तर अर्को वेमा त फुट्छ मिडको टरेट.
Fatal links onto Sawo.
ओइ सावो.
Hey, Sawo as well. Takes a turret.
Sawo बाजु what?
1 HP. And the Lord will be able to charge in the bottom lane. That's the first tier 2 for Spirit against Vamos this game.
सावो यस्तो नगर सावो.
They finally break the mid tier 1
यो गेम लिङलाई गाह्रै छ केटा. सेपाले 6
They gotta be real careful. Purify out.
Purify हैन सेपाले. वो त यार कति ढिलो देखाएको त्यो टाइममा. ओ एरर लुकिरहेछ.
Wait, they don't know.
पकड्न सक्छ सावो. सावो पर्दैन.
Oh my goodness! Even with the rest of the trident,
Nice.
falls again in Sour.
त्यसलाई इको नाइ. जाउरे मेरो भाइ जाउरेले गरिरहेको छ. नाइ हग्यो. Oh my god!
They're still trying to hold strong here, but if this
Sorry,
inhibitor falls,
sorry,
there's going to be
missed.
some problems. Hiko, got to be careful with the penetration.
Hiko died!
Piercing damage, but in nature, baiting him in as Hiko jumps into the BMI
What
again.
the fuck?
Nakko responds over
He
with
that's
a
right.
nature as well. Sapat now pops
Back up, back up,
into
back up, back up,
Star
back up.
Mode. Tries to go for the chase on Kid Bomba as it's tier 2 up top ball.
Back up, back
I
up,
don't
back
think
up.
they can keep on chasing this.
Zauri
They don't have
log
enough
did
damage to actually take out the
Zauri.
frontliners, and Sunset Lover is a
Wait,
little
bomb
too
wala
far.
po.
They can't
Bad,
do
bad.
this. No. Without Nakko, there's no point for the chase, but they're guaranteeing at least the rest of the members aren't dealing.
Wait, actually, mid को टोरेट ना दे.
Now, 16 seconds left on the clock before that Lord spawns.
सर्लिंग के बहुत यार जाउरी ले हो गया जाउरी ले हो गया यार त्या डैश हो गया नहीं जाउरी ले हो गया.
And now it's back to the building game. Vamos.
Zauragist.
2,000 gold lead.
This game's getting sweaty.
It wasn't supposed to be.
But now here we are, right? It's just the raw resilience coming
Nah,
out.
Lord गयो यार guys.
They ain't giving up.
Team Spirit ले
But
mistake
now
करे क्या?
Vamos has to play macro.
Uh-oh, Sapat doesn't have to purify for another 2 seconds.
Sapat like?
Gonna try it. Saves him for a bit. Now it's Tepai in place, but error for a
Ju-
force.
ju-
Able to
ju-
secure
ju-
the Lord. That's a
नहीं वो कस्तो न पकड्यो त्यसले. तर ठिक छ लॉर्ड डिफेन्स हुन्छ मजाले अब. इभल लॉर्ड नि हैन डिफेन्स हुन्छ मजाले.
The timing couldn't be worse. The Lord just spawns as soon as he
Oh,
goes down.
Team
Great play
Spirit.
overall as they take their time. They need to make sure that this Lord counts, but I think that even Vamos understands the team fight
Oh,
is now
turret
come
चाहिँ
to a
जानु
point
त्यो
where
दुईटा त.
now even Sawo is pretty difficult to kill. It's not like they were trying to stack up a high level of Sky Piercers as well for the side of Air 4-4, so there's no guarantees at this stage.
ओए माथिको टरेट बत्यो यार.
Up top he goes, trying to go for this
No.
clear on the
Clear,
base
clear,
turret.
Protect.
This Lord will
Nice,
be
nice,
more
top.
gold into
Let's
the
go.
pockets of Team Spirit, unfortunately.
Let's go.
For Vamos. Could have been worse, could have been Team Spirit with the Lord.
Agreed. But now we look at the items, right? Just one more time here. Maximum build already gone for Clawcon. One item missing here for the side of Sunset Lover, but he's almost there. But the Wishing Lantern, very useful.
Guys, make sure to like this video, like and subscribe to हानी हाल्नु guys. अनि डिस्कर्ड नि जोइन गरौँ guys. अपडेट को लागि. आजको गेमहरु पनि छ हाम्रो. सबै डिस्कर्डमा लिंक हाल्छु. जोइन गरौँ है लिंक हाल्छु डिस्कर्ड. 425 जना मेम्बर भइसक्यो डिस्कर्डमा अलरेडी. 500 पुगाइदिउँ गाइस. जोइन गरौँ.
Rose gold, the immortality, it's all about that. And it comes down to really just the frontliners. Can they bait out these skirmishes? Can they bait out these resources? Because at this point, it kind of becomes a battle of Sawo versus Clawcon and Ziki, right? It's all about those setting tools and how they utilize it.
Exactly. And technically, you would imagine that there would be more of an advantage for Zeke if it Clawcon, because that's two completely separate engage tools.
रेड गेम कस्तो राम्रो छ यार. लिंक पनि छ स्पिड हेर्नुलाई नाट पनि छ.
Some premium picks
यो गेम मजा आउँछ.
I get another one. Oh,
Fatal
Wait.
catches Origo is Clawcon! The battle of the sets, it's Clawcon that wins it out.
किचन लड्छन्. नहीं बम मुन्नु मैले बम.
He's gonna take it, a purify out already.
किचन
Now
हानेको
Purify
बमले.
gives up to disengage.
Back. नहीं बमबाले धेरै छिटो प्रिफायर हुन्छ. ठिक छ. 50 सेकेन्डमा आउनु भयो भने 50 सेकेन्ड आउनुपर्छ. मिडको टरेट चाहिँ डिफेन्ड गर्नुपर्छ गाइस.
This has honestly been a crazy game.
मिडको मात्र वेभ आउँछ. माथिको नि आउँदैन. मिडको मात्र हो.
Each other and catching it every single time. As soon as you fumble, it's an
Midko
instant
turret.
tackle. Oh,
जान्छ क्या गेम.
one more inhibitor here. Could they stagger this? No, Zara up in 13.
Oh my.
Eric gets away in time. The mini waves in the mid lane is
मस्तो
looking
बुढा
good
हुन्छ.
for Vamos.
Clawcon.
Pops into blaze, he went in the purify out of the lane. Sawo with the
मिनेट क्लियर भयो. हिको नम्बर. इमो हिको. नाइ किनेन हिकोले. सक्यो गेम. सक्यो गेम.
As they go straight for the base. Zara trying to clear it out right now, but Nakko stays focused on the crystal. Vamos make it to the knockout stage.
And there you have it, Vamos! Oh my goodness, with such momentum and a quick reset, they take the game back. 2-0, but they have to fight for every single inch of it. What a game coming out from Team Vamos. And of course, Team Spirit, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board here because again, as soon as they adapted in draft number 2, that early game is something that they got to focus on here. Because goodness gracious me, this meta is so punishing.
It's all about punishing, man. We were talking about these setting tools and how it's going to be big at the later stage of the match. And we saw back-to-back Fatal Link steal by Clawcon.
जुन टिमलाई सपोर्ट गर्यो त्यही टिम हार्छ यार.
Zeke that catches Kid Bomba, who had already used the Purify, baited out by Nakko.
Such a complicated game because if we're not talking about the simple things of just the abilities, what about just looking? Where do you look in the middle of these team fights if you are one of the two. For Zeke, it's a lot easier, especially if he has that flicker. But for Clawcun, it's all risk and very little reward unless he hits some priority targets and he catches our right at the end. You can't expect a better game than this at this point. Truly.
यस्तो मिठो खेल्थ्यो यार कस्तो यार जित्ने गेम थियो यार यो Come on, Vitality, the one and only MPL ID champion. Equally delay item 5 गरेछ हाइप मा छ है भामोस कङ्ग्रेचुलेसन यार टिम भामोस कति खेल्यो यार भामोस थियो हिरो राय अहिले अति खतरा जंगल खेल्छ यार
Here we have Arrow 404 who looks rather poised and calm after that clean sweep up against Team Spirit. How are you?
Qualified by यार भामोस नॉकआउट स्टेज मा कांग्रेचुलेसन यार टीम भामोस
Now, you know what? Let's talk about this game. We know that coming into this game there was a little bit of history with Team Spirit as they were the one to actually end the journey of Team Vamos back in M6. After today's win dropping them to the lower brackets, do you feel somewhat fulfilled, successful, satisfied?
Yeah, I'm super satisfied because it's like we have a sense of redemption against them. Yeah.
Wow. You know, I know that a lot of the Malaysians are super duper proud of you guys entering this journey, especially back at home, even here in the arena. We have the audience. Do you feel extra motivated to have this kind of support here in Paris?
Yeah, there's a lot of Malaysian fans here, so
congrats,
we are really
congrats,
motivated
Team
to
Vamos.
win.
Okay, I got a question, right? As you guys enter the
Again,
knockout
PLS
stages,
supporter
you have the
Masarapp.
opportunity
More
to actually
Vitality
pick your
here,
opponents from the lower bracket. I know it's still rather early, but who do you want to actually meet if that team does go to the knockouts?
There's a lot of choices, but I would like to face either Vitality or Falcons.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. You are right though, because after this match, Vitality and Falcons will be going up against each other, so one will have to fall. Is there any reasons as to why you want to meet either Vitality or Falcons?
Because both of the team have idol jungler, yeah, Nile and KLTZ for me.
Both of it are your
Kyrie र कारल त घर जा भन्दै यार
Okay, you know what? Era 404, I just have to ask you
Nile
a
तर खतरा हो यार
message for
Nile
the
player
Malaysians watching here in the arena and back at home.
So thank you to all the fans that have came all the way here to Paris to support us, and also watching online. Thank you for all the support, and we'll do our best in the knockout stage.
Congratulations
WWW, vamos, let's go. Knockout stage, man.
That's it from us over here at the stage, showing it back to you guys at the studio to break down what happened in this series.
Thank you, Rose. Team Vamos move on into our knockout stages.
Vitality ले फेरि Vitality चाहियो भने चाहिँ Vitality ले छोड्दैन है Vamos
Team Spirit will fall to that lower bracket.
Vitality is not Team Spirit, bro.
Against Guangzhou Gaming, who also fell to that lower bracket.
We have Nile, bro. Nile,
It's an interesting one, guys, because true, you know, one of my favorite things to look at is the stories behind these teams. We talked about Malaysia. We talked about SRG being the team that is clearly out in front in terms of the conversation. But when it comes to this, you know, Team Vamos, they had something to prove, and nice to, I would say maybe they proved it just there.
They did. It got a little dicey though, man. I mean,
it was almost Vamosable.
It was almost Vamosable.
The moment the casters start to glaze them a bit too much, they start dying one by one. I'm like,
He's like, hey guys, hold on that glazing right now because it got really close.
Yeah.
And they wanted to prove a point. I think this is a great
I
win
got
for them
eSewa
because this is Team Vamos, a team that maybe some
केटा
people
हो
counted
Falcon
out,
versus त्यो छैन रोकै
and give a 2-0 against a team like Team Spirit. That's a huge statement.
म मिलाउँ त यस सुरुमा I got eSewa currency Wait guys, it's in Chrome. अब Falcon versus Vitality आजको सबभन्दा dope game. Dope shit game है आजको सबभन्दा. Vitality. Vitality. होइन Vitality. Then spelling Falcon. H. Yeah. रोके पुल इन गरौँ टिम स्पिड 62% थियो तर सरी है भामोसले जित्यो गाइस बिटिआर लेखिदिउँ न होइन भाइटली लेखौँ भाइटली के हो स्पेलिङ भाइटलिटीको कोरियरको फाल्कन पिएच गाइस अब कसको गेम छ भन्दाखेरि अब भाइटलिटी र फाल्कन कति टाइम छ एकचोटि हेरौँ त 17 मिनेट छ 17 मिनेट छ यार 17 मिनेट छ गेम गाइस 17 मिनेटसम्म के गिभ अवे एउटा स्टाइल एड मात्रै हो केटा एउटा स्टाइल एड मात्रै गर्छु त्यस्तो भए तिमीहरू लाइक हान न 250 पुगाउँदै पुगाएन तिमीहरूले चोरहरूले तिमीहरू लास्ट छौ क्या त्यही पनि ल एउटा गरिदिउँ न त के छ र स्टाइलाइट सबैजना स्ट्रिम सेयर गरौँ गाइस डिस्कर्ड जोइन गरौँ होइन अनि धेरै गिभ अवे हान्छु म सेटिङ कति पोइन्ट राखौँ यार पोइन्ट घटाउँछु है त म 200 मात्र राख्छु होइन 200 होइन 50 मात्र राख्छु यार ल एक्सक्लामेसन मार्क र उयो राख यार एक्सक्लामेसन मार्क र उयो गर गिभ अवे लेख गाइस एक्सक्लामेसन मार्क अनि गिभ अवे लेखे गाइस जानुभयो 24 जानुभयो 28 जानुभयो गाइस एक्सक्लामेसन मार्क अनि गिभ अवे जो जित्छ स्टारलाइट अनि मैले हिजो हो कि अस्तिको को थियो मैले गिभ अवे विनर त्यसलाई चाहिँ मैले एड गरिसकेको छु गाइस होइन अब 7 दिनपछि रिक्वेस्ट गर मलाई स्टारलाइट कतिजना भयो 37 जानुभयो गाइस अझै कति 100 जना पुगेपछि स्टार्ट गर्छु म एक्सक्लामेसन मार्क अनि गिभ अवे केटा exclamation mark and giveaway नो स्पेस चाहिँ नराख्ने एक्सक्लामेसन मार्क अनि गिभअवे 43 जना भयो टोटल टिकट कस्ट चाहिँ 50 मात्रै हो है जो पनि आउनु मिल्छ 43 जना भयो टोटल 45 म सुरुदेखि आउँछ कसको नाम चाहिँ चेक गर है विपास एङ्ग्री जोन हेरे नामहरू हेरे आफ्नो छ कि छैन आफ्नो नाम छ कि छैन चेक गर्न है गाइस चेक गर्न यतिजना हो टोटल 52 जना भयो 52 जनामै स्टार्ट हान्दिउँ कि केटा हो कि अझै कुरौँ कति 31 भएन अहिले ल 535 सम्म कुर्छु है त म 535 एक्सक्लामेसन मार्क गिभ अवे कसलाई पार्टिसिपेट गर्नु मन छ एक्सक्लामेसन मार्क र गिभ अवे लेख टोटल 56 जना भयो भान्जा भतिज गिभ अवे कस्तो कसरी भान्जा भतिज भयो सबले पाउँछ जो एकजना जसले त्यसले पाउँछ नि टोटल 56 जना भयो गाइज 50 पोइन्ट चाहिँ कसरी पुऱ्याउनु 50 पोइन्ट पनि छैन 50 पोइन्ट त होला हौ स्ट्रिममा एक्टिभ छ भने एक्टिभ नै बस्नु पर्दैन कहिलेकाहीँ आउँदा नि हुन्छ रिग कसरी भयो रिग चाहिँ कसरी भयो एक्सक्लामेसन मार्क अनि गिभ अवे गाइजको कसलाई पार्टिसिपेट गर्नु मन छ होइन अनि जसले जित्यो त्यसको नाम यता आउँछ होइन च्याटमा त्यसको नाम आउँछ अनि त्यसले आफ्नो आइडी लेख्दा हुन्छ आइडी लेख्दा हुन्छ म एड गर्छु अनि त्यति हो अनि 7 दिन फ्रेन्ड हुनुपर्छ सिक्सटी वान जना अब 3 मिनट है गाइज 3 मिनट 62 जना भयो टोटल हामीहरू को छ को छैन यता सबै यो चु पनि छ पल्सर बिकेस श्रेष्ठ अननोन द इम्पिरियर क्विन्स पल्सर छ बिपल गुरुङ पोइन्ट राखेर हो क्या मेम्बर नभएको 62 जना मात्रै छ यार अलरेडी जाऊ 62 जना छ पाउने चान्स तिमीहरूको कति पर्सेन्ट छ भनेपछि 62 तिमीहरूको पाउने चान्स कति पर्सेन्ट छ कसरी डिभाइड गर्छ 62 डिभाइड 1 1.161% छ तिमीहरूको चान्स किपर पाउनु 1.161 मेरो नेम आएन रे या अरे लास्ट त त अब 1 मिनट मात्रै छ अनि म गिभ स्टार्ट गर्छु यहाँ नाम हेरेको कसको आएन इजी पिजी एजी द इम्पिरियर अननोन निसब योत्सु बिगेस्ट श्रेष्ठ क्विङ्स द पल्सो विपिन गुरुङ घोष्टी रेज नेकी तेन्जे लामा विश्वा why I'm ugly King Kong with this criminal primer only Ronaldo Suri Bijan Sreshta Aquan B What's up babes Night Rocks Nepali Babu Stray Music Lover Mumesh Sreshta Tera Bao Ice Saba Aerostar One Piece Devil Debu Wicked Samazidor Mr. Isabel Sign X Your Life in Us Tragedy Sky Alien 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 Data Kenzasama not fit in is Banga. Okay, why Lord ML Gajuto and Japan Paka Pasang कस्तो नाम छ केटा हेर होइन सबैको नाम छ उसलाई तिमीहरूले गिभअवे चाहिँ नाम भइहाल्छ नि अब आएन भने चाहिँ 50 पोइन्ट छैन होला यार एक्सक्लामेसन मार्क गिभअवे भने त आउनु पर्ने सबैको नाम guys now I'm gonna start the one person will get the giveaway Starlight कति 9 मिनट छैन स्टार्ट हुन 9 मिनट चाहिँ स्टार्ट हुन अझै 2 मिनट कुरौँ न अझै 2 मिनट कुरौँ ट्याक्क अनि make sure to like the stream like र subscribe नि हानौँ guys make sure to like and subscribe पनि यो मुजीले कति ल्याङ गरेको छिटो गिभअवे स्टार्ट गर्न भन्नु होला तिमीहरूले मनमा नै हैन मन त्यही भन्थे पहिलाको स्ट्रिमरहरूलाई कति ल्याङ गरेर मुजीले गिभअवे स्टार्ट गर्यो भने नि छिटो म 2 मिनट दियो केटा 2 मिनट 2 मिनटमा स्टार्ट हुन्छ केटा भान्जाहरूलाई किन कुर्नु के थत् भान्जाहरू छैन हौ म मेरो कोही छैन केटा आफन्त भान्जा भत कसरी भान्जा भतिजको वेटिङमा मेरो भान्जा भतिजाले गेम त खेल्दैन यार किन दिनु हौ म त्यही पनि स्पोन्सर खोजौँ है मासरप स्पोन्सर गर न केटा अब मलाई कसैले स्पोन्सर आएन ल केटा अब भयो होइन 77 जान्छ है टोटल होइन म स्टार्ट गर्छु होला अब 1 मिनटमा स्टार्ट गर्छु गाइज 77 जानु ट्याक्क 80 जानु भएपछि स्टार्ट हान्नु भनेको 78 2 मोर अनि म स्टार्ट गर्छु होइन गाइज एक्सक्लामेसन मार्क अनि गिभ अवे लेख तिमीहरूको नाम रजिस्टर हुन्छ यो गिभ अवेकोमा एक्सक्लामेसन मार्क अनि गिभ अवे लेख गाइज जसलाई पार्टिसिपेट गर्न मन छ एक्सक्लामेसन मार्क एन्ड गिभ अवे भयो ल भयो है त ल केटा 83 जना भयो है गाइज ल क्लोज इन्ट्री गरेँ है मैले 1 2 3 गो क्लोज इन्ट्री ल लास्टमा को आयो ल कि सेजेन टुबेल आयो होइन लास्टमा सेजेन टुबेले जित्छ कि जित्दैन है त ल केटा कसलाई पर्छ गिभ अवे नो रिग्ड है मैले के गर्नुपर्छ मैले के गर्नुपर्छ पिको विनर अनि स्ट्रिम ल्याबले आफै चुज गर्छ विनर को हो अनि विनरको नाम यता आउँछ होइन अनि त्यसले जे टाइप गरे यता विनरले जे टाइप गरे त्यो यता देखाउँछ सो विनरले आफ्नो आइडी दिए हुन्छ त्यसपछि अनि म चाहिँ एड गर्छु अनि स्टारलाई दिन्छु 7 दिन फ्रेन्ड हुनुपर्छ त्यसपछि स्टारलाई दिन्छु ल केटा पिक विनर गाइस मैले रिग के गरेको छैन है कसम यो स्ट्रिम ल्याबले चुज गर्ने नट मी है 1 2 3 गो ट्रेजेडी एमएलबीबी हो ट्रेजेडी एमएलबीबी त मेरो कमेन्टमा देखिरहन्छ ट्रेजेडी एमएलबी कङ्ग्रेचुलेसन टु ट्रेजेडी एमएलबीबी फर स्टारलाइट आइडी पठाऊ म एड गर्छु कङ्ग्रेच है ट्रेजेडी एमएलबी ट्रेजेडी एमएलबी ब्रो रिग्ड होइन है गाइस रिग्ड होइन है ट्रेजेडी एमएलबीबीले 1 मिनटसम्म आइडी दिएन भने अर्को विनर चुज गर्छु म रिग्ड ट्रेजेडी एमएलबीलाई म्युट हाल्नु है ट्रेजेडी एमएलबीबीले आइडी पठाऊ म्युट हाल्छ ट्रेजेडी एमएल किन आइडी नपठाएकै सुरुमा अब म्युट हालिदिन्छु मोडरेटरहरूले आइडी पठाऊ ट्रेजेडी एमएल ट्रेजेडी एमएलबीलाई म्युट हान्थ्यो होला पक्कै मोडले ब्यान हान्थ्यो क्या ट्रेजेडी एमएलबीलाई टेक्सै आएन हो ट्रेजेडी ब्रो प्लिज यस्तो नगर न यार मोडरेटर ऊ आयो 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 टेक्स आयो टेक्स आयो नाइस भने ट्रेजेडी एमएलबीलाई म एड गर्छु अब म एड गर्छु अनि 7 दिनपछि फ्रेन्ड भएको 7 दिनपछि मलाई उयो पठाउन स्टारलाइट रिक्वेस्ट गर वेट त गाइज म एड गर्छु उसलाई सुरुमा यो गेम पछि म फाल्कन र यो बिटिआरको गेम सकेपछि म अझै एउटा स्टारलाइट गिभ अवे गर्छु नभए 1728170020 तु सुब्बा भन्ने हो उसलाई एड फलो गरेछ है मैले ट्रेजेडी एमएलबीबीलाई मैले फलो गरेछ वेट है सुन गाइज ल विनर चाहिँ ट्रेजेडी एमएलबीबी छ कङ्ग्रेचुलेसन है ट्रेजेडी एमएलबीलाई ल गेम स्टार्ट हुन्छ नाइलको इन्टरभ्यू हेर्नु
The one before this match, I forgot as well. I have bad memory, guys.
I think Saber is not fit in this meta, I think.
Oh, okay. So more assassin.
Yeah.
Do you think the tanks in the jungle still might work?
Absolutely, because if we play tank jungle, it will
नाइलको
become
साउन्ड कस्तो रहेछ
more
है
easier, I think. The game, like, it's not
एकछिन
complicated.
गाइज म स्टारलाइट लाइक
Oh, okay.
पर्चेस मात्र
So
कहाँबाट
now
गर्छ
we
रे
gotta ask you. I think someone's asked you this before, but we want to get you on camera here for the main broadcast. What difference do we have for you back from M4, and now you're here. What makes you you now?
First of all, I've been through a lot. Like, for example, I'm losing my brother or
Yeah.
something like that. So
What the fuck?
it gets me humble right now. It's just that. And maturity, yeah.
So
Brother
does
lose
that
brother?
mean that you're also doing this for your brother?
Yeah, of course. That's my number one motivation right now.
Rest in peace,
Since
bro. Rest in
NPL.
peace, man.
Okay, so everyone's rallying behind that. That's a really good motivation, Niall. So you're motivated. Are you confident as well up against one of the biggest teams here at MSC?
For us, whoever the enemy is, we are so
No
confident
fear,
and
no
celebrating,
fear.
and
तिमीहरू इजिप्टको
we
लाइन
keep
नहाने केटा.
representing for
No fear, just
everyone,
give the
like
trophy to
Okay, that's what we like
Argentina.
to hear. By the way, you keep coughing. Are you okay?
I'm good, but it's just cough, because of that thing, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Best of luck. Get well soon as well
thank
for
you.
your next match. Hope I get to see you after. And there you have it. That's Niall. Back to you guys.
We won't talk about what that thing might be. However, I will say that it is an amazing
Masarapp.
journey to witness
Pin त donation
Niles
गराउनु
being
पर्छ
open
नि
about his
unknown
brother and the
brother.
maturity needed to
Giveaway
go
त
through this
आइहाल्छ नि
process now
केटाहरू.
after and for being here at MSC, wishing them all the best, and honestly, what a journey. That's just a human experience, and sending lots of love his way. Of course, when it comes to the game, there's another
Penny
element to
भनिदिइहाल्यो
start
अब
picking up
unknown
on,
को
and it's the
एकछिन पिन
teammates,
हानिदिउँ
how
न
they
त.
fit with Niall. He said that it would fit with Tank Jungle, and also, as you see here, Eman says he misses competing against Super Marco on stage, expecting that it might be one of the hardest matchups that he's going to face,
केटाहरू
and maybe
सबैजना
even hard to
केटा
face.
यो गेम है
That's
सबभन्दा
gonna be on
बबाल है.
display. You
Let's
mentioned that
go.
as well, Renmar.
इमान versus Super
Just
Marco.
that matchup,
Kyle
something you're
versus
keeping
Niall,
close
the
eye on.
goated match हो यो.
I hope it's going to be
आजको
exciting. I
सिरिज
hope
भन्दा
they
crazy
both
match.
don't realize, like, hey, this guy also wants to fight. Let's just play it safely. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see safe. I want to see
Let's
them
go
burning
team
their
beat यार.
flickers early on, being aggressive, getting that win in lane.
Going for the kill. Trex, the pacing of a game like this, when you're in the upper bracket, do you feel that
1k point वाला spin गरौँ न wheel
let's
मारे.
take some risks, we can lose,
1k point वाला ये
still
stream
have
lab
a
मा
chance to stay in
spin
this,
गर्नु
or do you
मिल्छ
go with a little bit more cautionary?
I think
त्यो
as
चाहिँ
what we're
भोलिको
seeing
stream मा
today,
गरौँ
some
न नि
of
के
the
छ र.
teams that survived yesterday, some of the teams that won, it's less about where they're at in the bracket and more just about the teams themselves. I think we're going to see a slower pace game possibly. It's what we've been seeing earlier.
Yeah, it is.
Giveaway गरिरहेको छ
And
guys.
that's
support
kind
गरेर
of
राम्रो
where we're
हान्नु
getting
हैन.
to that true play style of what's going to win you games and knowing
Final match,
Falcons
final
and the
boss
way
match
they like
चाहिँ
to
आजको.
play. Even Super Marco, for example, sometimes it takes him a little bit of time. He wants to farm up until he's got those items he needs in. And then it's bulletproof Marco time, right? Then it's, I'm going to come in,
Power up
untouchable.
Marco.
Yeah, exactly. So
I love it. I love to see it, and we're going to see how that matchup goes as well. Keep
Listen,
an eye
guys.
on that. Also, we talked about the KDA
But
machine
म
and
स्टारलाइट किन्न
Haji,
लाग्थ्यो
who
क्या
is here
स्टारलाइट
for Team
लाइक
Falcons PH.
त्यो
There are stories
कहाँबाट
along
किन्ने अरे
all
स्टारलाइट
of these members' journeys, but we had
त्यो
a chance to speak with
उता
Falcon
राखिरहेको छ त
heading
फ्र्यागमेन्टमा
into this one.
एक महिनामा
Let's
3
sit
चोटि
down here with Ogun. Ogun, what's going on? You okay? Everything fine?
Yeah, all good, all good.
All good? Any nerves coming through? I mean, you have so much experience. I mean, do you still feel nerves at this point?
I don't think so. Just the interview.
Just the interview. What is up with players on interviews? Why are you so scared of the camera?
I guess the surprise questions.
Oh, the surprise questions. Don't worry. All the questions are nice today. Just for today. But Ogun, moving on. There are a lot of, sentiments out there, maybe mostly from like the community and maybe some casters from different regions that it looks like the meta is shaped in a way that it may favor ID teams over the Philippines. Do you agree with this?
I think I agree because
मैले
the
किनेको
ID
भएर
teams
हो
are
कि
really
नभएको
good in
कि
their
के हो
mechanics, especially in this meta right now. All of the assassins are buffed,
यता
so
यता हुनुपर्ने हैन र
it's
गाइस
really
यता
hard. It's really hard to play
यता
utility
हुनुपर्ने हैन
champions
र
right now.
So, do you think that may be
यता
the
हुनुपर्ने
reason
हैन
why
र
TLPH lost yesterday?
मेरो
What did
छैन
you
हो
think
यता
about that match? Were
स्टारलाइट नै
you surprised? Were you shocked?
I think it's a 50-50 match because we screamed in Turkey.
कहाँ हुन्छ स्टारलाइट
They're
कहाँबाट
really
किन्न
good
मिल्छ
as well, so I think it's all just in the meta in the favor of Turkey, and they have like a poison picks, so they really got TLPH.
Okay, so it's about the picks. So
Only beats
that
are
was
counted
Coach
in them.
Midnight. You know Coach Midnight?
Yeah.
You have something to say to Coach Midnight? Midnight, no, yeah, no, midnight. But speaking
भनेपछि
of the
3वटा
meta,
मात्रै
the
किनेको
rumors are
भएर मैले
shaping
मिलेन
up
अब
to be quite
एउटा मेरो
interesting.
कतिवटा
What
छ मैले
do you like
4वटा
the meta?
स्टारलाइट
What do
गिभअवे
you think
गर्नु भएको
about the
छैन अझै
meta for the rumors?
For the roamers, I think it's quite simple. You just need to soak damage
कतिवटा
in.
छ
That's it.
स्टारलाइट
Especially when you
ए
play
ओके
Balearic
3टा
and
अलरेडी
Atlas.
छ होइन मसँग
So, lot of crowd control. So,
भनेपछि मैले
I
1
think
महिना
it's really
कुर्नु
good
पर्यो हैन
for the roamers right now.
So crowd control and soak damage.
Ciao, bhaiya.
Does your staple Minotaur fit in this?
I think Minotaur is also in a pocket picks. And
भनेपछि अब
it
मैले किन्न
works
मिल्दैन
really well
छ्याउ रहेछ
against
त यार
some
नभए स्टारलाइट धेरै डोनेट
champs
गर्न
like
मिल्थ्यो
Balearic
मन्थली
and
एक
Atlas. Yeah.
एउटा मात्रै भएपछि
Okay, so we're gonna, keep an eye on those picks. But do you think the supports have a place in this meta right now, or just more so like the chunky boys in the roaming?
I think there's a place in utility roamers, especially when you have utility jungle. But there's Hirara in Link, so it's really a hard time to pick it up right now.
Ah, okay.
You need to be careful before picking those.
So there's a lot of considerations that needs to come into play. And obviously you're up against Vitality next. Do you have maybe a message for them before you get in?
Good luck and have fun, and we will try our best
नो
to
फियर नो फियर
not lose.
केटा हो मैले फियर नै
Try
गरेँ
their
केटा
best not to
एपबाट
lose.
डोनेसन
I like
भइरहेको
that's
एपबाट उति
confidence,
भइरहेको छ यार
right? Is that confidence? I'm not sure. Well, we're going to throw it over back to you.
One-
Thank you so much, Ogun.
1020 को स्पिन अनि एङ्ग्री भतिज होइन भतिजहरू मेरो कोही छैन केटा हो
It's not
Fear
soccer, it's not
fear
football,
giveaway,
so I think
fear.
a draw isn't available here, guys. I think that means win.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
If you look at it a certain way, yeah.
Okay.
मैले डायमन्ड हाल्दै म दिन्छु यो डायमन्ड त मेरो अकाउन्टमा आउँछ क्या आफै आफै त्यही भएर हो
Well, a little bit where tank assassins could work. We heard from Niall, but also like he's saying no way, that's not going to work on this side with Ogwin. I mean, we have
स्टारलाइट
not
बक्समा
seen
आउँछ
tank
100
assassins
डायमन्डमा
so
आउँछ
far.
अरे 100 डायमन्डमा स्टारलाइट आउँछ
Yeah, tank junglers. Sorry, yep.
अनि त्यो स्टारलाइट गिफ्ट गर्न मिल्छ
I said it yesterday. but
स्मार्ट
it's
छैन यार
2
मेरो
days. The meta is still
100
around.
डायमन्डमा
We still
स्टारलाइट
have a
आउँछ
lot of
अरे
layers
होइन
to
होला हौ
go. We saw yesterday, we
Scam
saw
भन्दै
the
थियो man.
Rafaela work, which me and Remar were theory crafting that on day
जे
1.
पनि भन्छ क्या तिमीहरू त जे नै भनिदिने हो झापाबाट हो कि क्या हो
Still a lot to see, I think, from MSC. So we'll see how it goes. I don't want to make any hard calls yet, but I do think utility jungler could possibly make a comeback, especially with something like a Wrath behind it.
झापाबाट नै हो जस्तो तिमीहरूको
We haven't seen yet that's equally flashy. I'm trying to go through the list in my head. I wonder who it is.
Poison.
ग्याम्बल हो सरी ग्याम्बलमा त मेरो लग छैन
Let's see, man. The org and the boys playing there, they
नट
have
फियर
the
नट
identity and the
फियर
DNA so for sure.
इजिप्टको लाइन हान्दैछ त यार यो त फेक एआईको हो यार यो त एआईको अफिसियल
But we
फेक
did
है
see the impact of the Belleric and the Atlas. You got to look at these two teams and say that there is so much on the line and so many stories. We set it up, and it was obviously somebody who was trying to make this happen in Team Vitality, their mid lane matchup, and of course seeing if Haji or Moreno can get the better end of it. We're about
guys
to
I'm
kick it
gonna
off
support गरे
onto our
the
stage
one and only
to
team
begin
Vitality
this
the good
Series
team bro
3, which
let's
might
go
just provide a champion.
Vitality,
Who
bro.
knows? We'll see how the gameplay goes.
let's go bro let's go
Yes, my friends, this third series has a lot on the line.
यो
for
सिरिज
two
हो यसो
teams
भन्दा
that you
आजको
would
सो
not
भन्दा
be
गोडेड
surprised to see
सिरिज
in
लेट्स
our
गो
grand final. But first, Rose, my dear, you look like a very proud mom in our
हामी
post-game
फिलिपिन्सलाई
interview.
डाउन गर्दा फिलिपिन्स डाउन गर्नै पर्छ यिनीहरूले एउटा फिलिपिन्स त अलरेडी डाउन भइसक्यो होइन अर्को फिलिपिन्सलाई डाउन गर्दा फिलिपिन्सहरूलाई निकाल्दै हाल्नुपर्छ कि सुरु
Proud is just like a tiny little boy answering interviews. So happy.
This is why we're here, right? To see those stories growing. And now we have another story to tell in our upper bracket. Please join me in welcoming Team Vitality.
आइसक्यो गोडकै ट्रिप भइसक्यो
The hometown heroes made a buzzing
Hometown
entrance
hero.
into the MSC 26 group stage. Their harvest has been bountiful so far, but the real juicy pollen awaits in the knockout stage. Is this run meant to be, or will they be left behind? We're about to find out.
Oh wow!
Moreno,
The bee puns
Finn,
in there.
They're the
Finn.
buzzing bees, that's how it is.
Nah, I'll go.
And of course, going up against the buzzing bees.
So
It's
good
none
and
other
Iman.
than
Let's
Team
go.
Falcons, Philippines.
Falcons? Who is Falcon, bro? Who is Falcon?
Taking it one step at a
Asar, why you
time,
remove me
Team
from moderator?
Falcons Philippines
Are you
wants
fake?
to
Yeah, go
regain
ahead.
dominance on the international stages. With only the MSC trophy missing from their cabinet, they are ready for whoever they will face.
Oh my god, my डर है Falcon को रोस्टर देख रहा और I trust my bit
You know
by
what,
did it go
boys? You may place your keys and take your seats, and of course, our captains, don't forget on that little handshake, fist bump, or whatever it may be in the middle.
Filipino versus Indonesia, let's go rivalry guys.
All right. They are good friends, but you know, in the land of Dawn, everybody's
Come on.
Thank you very much, Milosh.
Come on.
I think it's time to hit this to the desk. Let's go, guys.
Thank you so much, Rose and Milosh. It's Team Vitality versus
Wait,
Team
man,
Falcons
flaply bicep
PH.
flex, sorry, Adam.
It's time to see if this team has what they think the mechanical prowess of Indonesian teams versus the classic stature of Philippine squads here at Team Falcons. Bryn Mawr, it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, it's going to be a great one. And I have to admit, this is going to be a very difficult match for me. Why? Because in many years,
The link प्राय हुन्छ link Fanny I think ban हुन्छ होला link Fanny हेरेर चाहिँ I think ban नै हुन्छ होला
my favorite team from the Philippines. So I don't know where I'm getting pulled towards.
Come on,
man. I was
BTR,
cheering for Vitality. I was cheering for Falcons. This feels like the MWI grand
Don't like
finals
it,
all over
don't
again
like
for
it.
me, bro.
Falcons are
Yesterday
opponent.
with Aurora versus TLPH.
All right. Just to remind you guys before we jump into this one, my
त्यो
champions,
फ्ल्याप को पाइसे फुट्ने पाराले हान्नु पर्यो है सो गुड
grab your My Champions pick and pick your dual champions and win 50,000 diamonds. Make sure to scan that QR code with your tablet or your phone and get going because the event lasts until July 27th and it is currently live.
Trying to think now. I wonder how crazy we're going
ओइ
to get.
मा हाजी के हो ओइ प्रे हान्न थाल्यो है हाजी डरलाई मलाई माछिकन प्रे नै हान्न थाल्यो
Atlas and Bellary.
ओइ हाजीलाई हैन
Games where we've seen Atlas banned out.
Yeah.
Which means
प्रे
Bellary
हान्न
most
चाहिँ
likely
के हो
gets
यार
banned out as well unless
चिप्नी
it's
रहेको
red
थियो
side looking for the
डरै
Bellary.
लाग्यो मलाई त आउँछ
My question is, when do we
भगवानले
start
सपोर्ट
seeing
गर्यो
the
नि
Ling and
फाल्कन
the Harara on the ban list, and is that something that's going to happen? I feel like they've both
तर
been
we have
so
got
powerful,
itself
so game
9
deciding
ago
that at some point they may enter into the list. Almost even more important than the Freya.
Yeah.
Because Freya's been slowly leaking in as well.
Yeah. I posted something this morning about how crazy the trade is for EXP. You have Freya, Phobius, Esmeralda, Paquito, Barrett. I'm pretty sure there's a name I'm missing out there, but there's so many options that you have to consider in terms of like the topics you want to chase. And then going back to the jungle, it's like Nile, it's Kyle, it's okay. Their names rhyme, but they're also really good with assassins for both of them.
In denial?
Yeah, in denial. I like that. So. How are they going to balance making sure they have assassins available for their own team while still taking out the other? Because if you name them all out, the Fanny, the
कुन
Ling,
म्याप परेर ड्राफ्ट पनि ध्यान
Fanny,
दिएको छ यो चाहिँ
Kyle
खतरनाक
and
गेम
Nile
आज
would both want to really go for
ध्यान
those
दिनु
two. The Hirara that Trex mentioned. It seems like just looking at the jungle picks alone is going to be tough. So this is why I go back to the Roam. Will we see an earlier prioritization for something like the Cho? Will Hilda somehow make a comeback as a means to invade the jungle a little bit more? That's where my brain's going through.
Notably, we didn't see Cho at all in that first series. And what has been missing in the first 2 days is him as a pick. Atlas was heavily prioritized, either banned or immediately first picked, which opened up the Belleric. He was banned alongside the Belleric, like you said, Trex.
Let's go
earlier
either
on
ban,
as well.
first ban
What
either.
has been happening though, more so
Without
today,
Freya
has been
ban.
Eudora getting banned.
Okay,
instead
असली
of
नाम चाहिँ
getting
एउटा ban छैन
filed on that first two.
मार्शल ban हान्नुपर्छ होला
And of
यिनीहरूले
course,
मार्शल
Freya
चाहिँ
also
ban
the first
गर्नुपर्छ
ban
प्रायः
as well. So maybe that's a little bit of a different evolution
Marshall and
of the draft,
Phobius.
Trex.
Some of those things that are becoming more of a problem, right? Because the Eudora, it doesn't matter what assassin you pick, it'll always do
टाइम
well
मेरो ड्राफ्ट
against
भएर
it.
यार
Even if
जुसी म्यान हो के गाइस
there's no
जुसी म्यान
Harara, Eudora will
हेलो गाइस
always
सबैलाई
have a
वेलकम टु
place
स्ट्रीम है
there.
बीटीआर भर्सेस फाल्कन गेम छ गाइस
Outside of
म
that,
चाहिँ
we
हल्का
talked
ध्यान
about Cho a
दिइरहेको
little
छु
bit. You know, I
मोडरेटरहरु
think Cho
कमेन्ट
got a
रिप्लाई
little
गर्दै गरे
exposed the other day. The Ruby
डिस्कर्डको
was
लिंक पनि
just a
हाले डिस्कर्ड
beautiful
जोइन पनि
answer
गर
to
गाइस
it. And the Ruby's not
अपडेटको
something
लागि
that's going to get
अपडेटको
banned out
लागि
in first phase, meaning it always has a quick response. And normally if you're going to lock in the Cho, you might just lock it in that first phase, which means unless you're a last pick,
नेपाल टिम क्वालिफाई भएन नेपाली
side,
टिमको
that
लागि स्लट छैन
P3,
एमएससी मा
most likely I don't
Maybe
think
next
we're
time
going to see
हुन्छ
the
कि
Cho
एम सिरिज मा
anytime soon.
Yeah, we saw it go well for Keyboy, but it also went badly
It's very up and
yesterday.
down.
Yeah, it's up and down.
It's either gonna work or it's gonna ruin your draft.
Yeah, that's why you really have to prepare for it, I think. If any of these two would want to pick up something like the Cho, but then if you're Falcons, you're also looking at someone like Finn and acknowledging that he
Okay,
is
अस्ति
one
एउटा
of
ब्यान
the
भएको
best
छैन
Atlases in the
फाइनल
world.
ब्यान भयो
He
लिङ ब्यान
tore
भयो
through MPL ID with that pick. And then now, so far, he's done a great job here at MSC EWC with the Atlas. So I think
Either
it's
a
in
fan in trade
consideration
got
for taking
hola
it away
maybe
from him, or
Atlas
you
open
open
Atlas
the
watch counters
Valentina
la.
so that Vitality picks up the Atlas, then you pick up the Valentina
I
for
think either a ban
There
got
goes that
hola.
link ban though, so now Falcon on the gun of do we ban out the Harara?
Right.
Or do we go for a possible trade? Because there's not
Either
much
I'll
left
just
with the
open
Freya gone, the Eudora gone. I feel like at this point you have to ban the Harara. And then we finally get the answer of what's left after that. Do we get one of those picks up front?
I think you can leave the Herrera open, because if ever it's Herrera Fanny, that becomes a
The
trade.
Fanny, yeah, I guess you have to leave it, and that's the trade.
And they take away the Atlas action.
Atlas ban first pick Irara.
Kinda
Irara
first
pick.
you're going to have to pick it early.
First pick Irara.
Which
Pro
means
last
if
copy.
Vitality says, we're going to take the Harara, we know we get to get 2 immediate answers to your Fanny.
Yeah. Well, they've got a chance to grab the Fanny here. We'll see how much they prioritize it on the team Vitality. We know that Harara's also available, so if Nile feels confident in that matchup either way, they don't have to force their assassin pick here, their jungle pick here, and they could try to prio something else. With Atlas gone, does Belleric become more important?
Oh, for sure. But I think if ever, it'll be Falcons who'll be incentivized to pick it up as one of the first 2 picks red.
Honestly, yeah, Belleric could just be up front, because
man.
either way, you get the Harara or the Fanny
Yeah,
or
yeah,
something
yeah.
else. You get one of the 2 power assassins.
Regardless.
It's not worth... They go for it
Irara
anyway.
first let's go. अब Irara आउँछ अब यताबाट
Then
Valentina
in terms
most
of the
probably.
theories that we've been making, then it's
Kichora,
probably going to be like a
Kichora pick.
Belleric plus a Fanny early on now.
Well, you take Fanny
Belleric.
3rd pick.
Yeah, you don't need it now, right?
So Belleric
I think Belleric pick
and-
आयो ल.
Belleric plus 1.
Belleric र Fanny,
What are the other big
Belleric
names
र
that I'm missing
Valentina.
out? There's always someone that I'm missing out on.
Belleric and an EXP here, maybe. Belleric
Yeah, is it
gold.
exposing it? You know, if you have an EXP lane, like we've seen Barrett's banned, we've seen Paquito banned, we've seen those be able to continually flex. Paquito
Guys
specifically.
के लिए
in some
Belleric
double
लिन्छ
fighter
एउटा अर्को
compositions
चाहिँ प्रेडिक
into
हान्न
gold
सकिनँ
lane.
म Belleric
Is
र
that too
Valentina
early
most
to
probably.
grab something like that because you have more
Yeah,
options?
Belleric र
What's your idea, Trex? What's a
Ruby.
good
I mean, a lot of time you do
Ruby
want to save
सोचिरहेको
that
म
EXP. You see a lot of them save it for last, especially on blue side.
Belleric
But
लियो
also sometimes you
अर्को
want to
पिक
pick it
के
up
आउँछ
front.
Valentina
It
हो
really just
खेमिरहेछ
depends on
है
where
guys.
they want to go from here.
अब
They go for
यताबाट
Valentina, a safe mid lane pick, something that's always going to be viable. And
Claude
this still
एउटा
gives them
Claude आउँछ होला.
some room to flex
Ooh,
around.
silly
But
guys,
Selena
it's
is
too.
going to get locked in as a preemptive to the possible Fanny. Plus you get some range. Not a bad answer
Yura
to
now,
the
okay.
Valentina either.
भनेपछि Fanny pick आउँछ होला अब यता Falcon को साइडबाट.
As much as they want the assassins, they have to
Fanny.
decide whether or not they'll pick up their Fanny
Fanny
now
आउला त
or
केटा
an
हो.
assassin, or
के लाग्छ Kyle
they
DC
go
को
for their
Fanny.
EXP laner, either the Esmeralda or the Barretts. The Uranus will
के
be playing away
Death
from the
Note
lane
भन्छ.
often, invading. Esme matches
Death
that.
Note को के book
While
छ
the
हो.
Barretts can also just be really annoying, because right
Note
now
छ
Vitality
हो.
doesn't have enough of a damage profile to deal with it early on, especially through the
I think
Selena.
Fanny आउँछ कि.
It's not going
म
to be
त
a good
Ruby
time.
सोचिरहेको
Then
छु
they
यार.
start banning out things
Ruby
like
लिन्छ
the
जस्तो पनि किन
carries
भइरहेछ
or
मलाई.
Moskovs, if ever they do decide to pick up something like the Barretts here. So it's a tough choice for Falcons.
Barrett.
In a weird way, if they don't pick up the
Fanny, let's
there,
go.
I was gonna
First
say,
game
they
होला
risk it
Fanny
getting
को यार
banned.
यो त.
But if you ban the Fanny, that means you leave something else open, like the
First
Barretts,
game
which
होला
is the
Fanny
Order
को.
Moskov, which had been getting banned in the second phase. So
Fanny
both
आयो
assassins
Fanny
on the sides of both teams. Nile
Fanny versus Irara.
able
First
to
game
get
होला
his,
Fanny को यार यो त.
and Kyle able to get his.
I don't know. The Fanny feels so telegraphed. Like, you would think Vitality would be ready for it, right? The moment they know they're both open, it's like, okay, you're going to get the Fanny, and we're going to get a bunch of answers to it.
Guys,
Not
सबजना
completely
like
sure
and
how
the
I feel
300
about
like
Selena
like
still,
make sure to
but
like
I
the
think on
stream and
Vitality's
like
side,
and subscribe
they
and
need
man.
some hard crowd control at this point. They went for the Uranus instead, which has a survivability against the Fanny, but still nothing to extremely lock it down. Yes, the Selena could land an arrow, but that's not a whole lot. They still need something, Kaja, Cho, some of those types of answers.
That's why Falcons decides to ban out the Cho for themselves.
Okay.
Also, I'm thinking that if maybe, what if Falcons are considering putting this
You
Belleric
can
in
make
the
it
EXP,
a
we don't
dope
see the
game,
room just yet. But with
Stream
the
share
Valentina, I
plan,
think
guys.
Belleric
के
and
हो stream
Valentina
share
already is
plan
a
तिमीहरु.
pretty good Roman duo that will provide difficulty for the Selena. So I think for EXP, if they're not going to go damage, then they go tanky. So as expected, I thought they will ban out the Esme. I think it'll be also very safe for them to ban out the Barretts. And then in terms of the really tanky EXP laners, the lineup is too more.
I limit this just to sorry.
Fall back into something like a Terizla, which is
What
really
the
slow.
hell?
But you just want one lane that you know is going to be hard to kill.
Snowman.
Brody ban from the side of
Brody ban.
Falcons.
Okay.
They're going to be on first pick here.
Fanny
They
going
do still
Brody
need a
राम्रो pick the
marksman.
ban and
Moskov, yeah.
Moskov could be a decent answer. You have the movement.
Mm,
you have the
Moskov.
shred.
उसको पिकाउँछ होला त
So you
इमानको
don't really have to worry that much about the Claude.
I mean, just about,
तर मस्को के यो फाल्कन लिन लगाइरहेछ
I don't think
फ्यानी
it's
त
too
लिन्छ र
heavy of a
मस्को
reason. They could, honestly, I feel like the marksman may be the better first pick here, and it still gives you a little bit of room to possibly get the EXP flex in.
Yeah. Moskov still available, still unbanned. So is Paquito. And 2 picks remain. 1 ban remains on the side of Vitality.
They're already taking their time. You see, it's Eman who's being very vocal in this phase of the draft. In EXP, they were thinking, okay, matchups, gold, what are we going to end up with? I think if ever this is a Moskov, he's confident that his Claude will be able to handle it. So he just calls it to ban the Harith instead. So there was a little moment earlier you saw he was really being very vocal about it.
Great to see those little things in person, right? Dairoth comes
Dairoth.
out. I haven't seen that very often.
राम्रो त डाइरोथ राम्रो हुँदैन क्या किन पिरहेछ यार फ्ल्यापले नो यार मलाई मन परेन यार डाइरोथ पिक
This is a pick that used to get used against things like the Uranus, the Esmeralda. It was
Still,
kind of a cheese pick back in the day, but it has the armor shred, it has the burst damage.
Guys,
It
I'm
is
not
a
sure.
high-risk,
Maybe screen mode try
high-reward
okay.
pick for me still. If
But
it
yeah,
pops
I'm
off in
sorry,
the early
directly.
game, this could be a huge threat to everything down the line. If he takes 2 deaths, 2 or 3 deaths early on, it's a wrap. He'll be useless the whole game pretty much.
Yeah. Okay, so they'll pick up the Badang here. And they'll go for the Melissa. I wonder if Falcons will lean back to a very old combo with the Deeroth, which was the Irithel. Because the mobility would help from getting away from the getting linked by the doll of the Melissa. I mean, most likely they're still going to end up with either still a Moskov, but
work
no,
further
they still go Claude and they play with, like, one of the safest goal laners.
I'm going to be honest,
Vitality,
Vitality,
Lord.
yes, they have a lot of defense against the Fanny, but not a lot of answers.
Yeah.
Let's go, guys. First game, Falcon versus
Yes, you have the fist crack, some of those things.
Falcon versus the one and only Vitality. Also draft mode. Obviously, Vitality could draft is better, bro. Let's go easy with Team Vitality.
Well, the lineups
Take
are
it, Vitality.
Coach Moody and Coach K-Dot getting their teams, Falcons, PH, and Vitality, ready to go. And this one, well, looks like fireworks are set to go off here at MSC EWC 2026. Our 3rd series of the day is about to begin, and this is going to be a banger. Team Vitality and Team Falcons, PH. Let's send it over to your casters to begin game 1.
Let's go, guys. I think college is fine. I think, but I'm sure, bro. Falcon Vitality 2-0, Falcon PH.
Series of the day of MSC, and for starters, we're already getting the classic.
Let's go, guys. Game 1. Indo versus Philippines.
I don't think Haji is going to fall too far behind.
Finta.
Something we're all watching out for, but just the same, I am so excited to see Kyle back on a Fanny all over again. He made a name for himself because
Fanny versus Hirara assassin battle.
Now Vitality will have to deal with this, and again, Trex did point out most of their crowd control and potential lockdowns are just going to be
strong on the
thing right now is whether or not those
एउटा MPL ID को champion, एउटा MPL Philippines को second भएको team.
Because I think that Finn has such a difficult job, right? Not only is he looking for these big engages, he has to play off of the information from Nile and Shogun, but the hard part is catching this Fanny half the time.
Yeah, because like you're torn between catching the Fanny or also going for a backline play, because we see Badangs do that oftentimes, but that's more so when you get to the late game. It's depending on we get there, because I feel like both teams just really want to get that early and end this fast.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget about the potential anti-synergy, right? There could be moments where Finn accidentally... Oh, hold on. Flap might be in some trouble here.
Oh, no. Finn actually catches Kyle there. That answer to the question that we posed earlier. So as long as he just gets to press the buttons in the right time.
But this comes at a cost, right? Because Moreno has to be preemptive to make these motions happen, allowing them to actually get shoved in pretty quickly. Now, I mean, Moreno, he doesn't care about that before or not, it's not the biggest deal. It's that arrow, it's kind of for whoever, but even Iman recognizes that you gotta be scared of Kyle. You take a bad trade, you could just die out of nowhere.
Yeah, Vitality are so good with these anticipations against Team Falcons and their rotations, and so far they're the ones actually going to take the start for themselves. We saw multiple rotations from Falcons already, but every single one of them have been answered so far.
They have been, and I think the best part about it all is the fact that Vitality are playing super responsive to how Falcons are moving across the map. As soon as Kyle showed up bot side, they set up for the instant turtle take. They cannot waste any little bit of time here. They also have to be, you know, just as careful to not put themselves in compromised positions. Top side, you really see that Shogun try to cut the wave. Notices Fanny is around, backs up to try and set up for Nile right here, because he's just too thick.
कोई मोरे छैन यार 3 मिनेट हुन
Falcons
लागिसक्यो
could just not commit anymore. Every single time, it seems like Vitality are just always prepared. They're not in any way taken by surprise by the presence of a Fanny, and it's something that they probably willingly play into, but that's going to be a setup onto Finn. Now they're trying to go for the burst. He gets caught once again, though. Kyle will make it out alive, but does Finn, though? He does not. Flap takes first blood.
He could have lived that. He could have lived that. He wasn't 100% sure about the timing, about when Dairoth's ult actually finishes the channel. Yes, there's a bit of a channel time. He could have just pushed himself out of there, but wanted, hey, no abilities, I gotta just try and punt somebody backwards as best as he can. This is what we should expect, right? Falcons need to win this early stage of the game to get Kyle that advantage that we're hoping for, and it's not like the Ling. He's very dependent on that purple button. He can do so much. It's not like you can just go back into your jungle and charge it all back up and you know, farm extra fast. It's all about, hey, I go in, if I don't have that purple buff, I have to recall, do it all over again.
Yeah, it's great adjustment too, I think, because they could not find the side. They've been trying to, but they couldn't really get the sides. It's always been either Finn intercepting or even Moreno and Nile. So they just settled with Finn, who at the time was isolated from the rest, just trying to check wherever Falcons were trying to go for next. And I think it's a great answer. They finally found a way to at least get a slight advantage.
Yo, अति भइरहेछ त गेम त यार किल नभए पनि एक किल सार भर्खरै 4 मिनेटसम्म.
I mean, I'm thinking about how Moreno needs to kind of keep up with everybody else, but wait, hold on.
Flap Lobo.
Flap, he's already going to get chunked down to 50%. Now, Falcons, this might be a harder contest. They do have a bit of a regenerate for Flap, so he's going to top himself back up here, but I think the real question is whether or not he gets caught when he tries to shred down that front line, right? Whether it's front line or back line, that shred is only good for Kyle and Super Marco.
Whoa, Finn, are they actually going to go for open? The Wrath of the Tide as a response though, but they catch two.
I
And
didn't
Nile is going to go down alongside Finn. Falcons actually take two and will win that trade instead, despite Vitality being the first ones to set it up.
And look at Olgren, he's just blocking the shots. He's making sure that the softer members on his side don't have to worry about some tough angles that are being set up by Moreno. Is this a potential punish? No, he should be able to get out.
Oh, Blazing Duet used two, but even so, Moreno gets to dash away to safety. Shogun will try to block the rest of the members of Falcons, but they're not going to force it anymore. Still, though, it's a 3-0 lead already in their hands. Oh.
Maybe a 3-0 lead, 1.4K, but we're not seeing structural damage. We haven't seen... Oh, speaking of structural damage, Flap, first person there to actually open up, and surprisingly enough, he's the one who actually unlocks his lane first, which is great for him. But what does that mean for the rest of Falcons? Does that mean that he gets to walk around for free? I want to see how they utilize his Dairoth, because we didn't get to see a great showing the day before.
Yes, I agree. It was on a not-so-okay KDA, I think, if you look at it from the previous performance, but I think this is a much better spot for Flap now. He's clearly winning the lane, already taking that tier 1 up top, and the fact that he was also able to be active in the first few skirmishes and even pick up kills too, I think grants him a much bigger advantage to serve as a threat against Vitality, who at this point have mostly been responding and answering back to Falcon's rotations, but we're not seeing any of their own just yet. Or maybe it's also, in a way, an effect of having very slow clearing mid-duos in the form of Selena and Badam. Oh, but hold on. Oh! Kyle will file Nile! And Finn all alone! It's a double!
Oh! I hate the fact that Super Marco, he's laughing about it already, and now they create another attack.
Oh my god, Falcon.
Eman just had to flicker out of that and use the go away, but Flap now is unstoppable.
What the fuck was that Fanny, bro? Kyle DZ go.
Members of Falcons, these are just two really heavy damage
Sorry, Kyle, you are the goat.
heroes you're looking at already. It's both Kyle and Flap.
Fanny, Mark, Fanny.
Kyle just flew around these two members of Team Vitality.
Dirty outplay. Dodges the immobilize, waited the iframes out, even dodging the knockback. And you see that Kyle's just like, nah, just another day in the office. Try harder next time. And Vitality, they will oblige here because they're starting to siege this turtle. They want to make sure they have control, but more importantly, they're waiting for Kyle. They know he's around.
Yep, he's gonna take this first. Abyssal Arrows are not connecting just yet, but at least you also see Eman taking part in this fight. Nile will yet to have to reveal himself, because Falcons are taking pretty good control of this. Vitality will change targets, though. They're just gonna go for Super
Moreno?
Marco, but he still has the
Nice.
Moreno finally gets the kill, but he
Moreno,
might just go
Kizim,
down
Kizim,
too.
Marshall,
That's
man.
1-for-1 so far, and Falcons are chasing after Finn, but they might not be able to find him anymore.
It's not bad. Honestly, trading gold laner for mid laner, and considering that Moreno, really, he's not the one who wants to be able to absorb all this gold. It's Nile and alongside with Eman. So as long as these two are able to scale back up, it's great. But Finn might be in some trouble here. They don't want to contest this. This is not the position to fight for just yet, and Vitality understand that.
Yep, they kind of let go of this the moment that they went back after that kill towards Super Marco. He already also had to get his purple buff first, so Nile, I feel, is really doing a bit of catching up here in this game. He's already a level behind of Kyle here, and that's also probably one of the reasons why they just rather not contest an objective anymore, especially with
Iman, my goat,
surrounding the
please
area
carry
like that.
carry us.
With the early game having to be played super defensively for the side of Vitality, it gives you very little opportunities to actually
Iman, my
look for
goat,
potential
please.
snowballs. And so far, I mean, Iman, he was doing a good job against Super Marco. Generally, both sides came out of the lane pretty even, but once all the reinforcements started headed down to that bottom side, it was inevitable that Super Marco was going to crack that bottom tier 1. From this point onwards, we're expecting that Falcons, they're going to get a little sly with it. They're starting to walk into enemy territory to steal away the resources, because dear God, Kyle, he's Batman at this point.
I would be afraid if I were Vitality and I was all alone, because I could just feel the presence of Kyle or maybe anyone from Falcons at this point just hunt me down with the amount of damage that they already have. And Vitality, I feel, is going to take a bit more time from them. Even if we say, let's say Eman part of the fights, he just lays down Doll, but other than that, you don't really sense much threat for Falcons, but now they're gonna catch Kyle.
Let's go. BTR Ice, come back, guys. Come back.
That was the combo they were trying to pull off and got outplayed on that top side. This is the clean version of it, but they still don't get the conversion, unfortunately, on that turret, but they do slow down Kyle. Luckily, don't have to worry about the purple buff. It hasn't even spawned just yet, so Kyle doesn't lose too much in general.
Yeah, but it's just gonna open up more opportunities for Vitality. You could see how they're trying to push their sides a bit more this time, but a concealed play from Falcons might just turn things around. They're trying to go for the kills! Look at how Haji sets that up beautifully, but the random giant still
Perfect,
allow
yaar,
Falcons to escape,
Falcon.
and they find
Mid
one
to
all
है
over
Falcon,
again.
mid
Arrow
to.
won't open though. Do they have enough burst
अति
damage to
पवार हाने यार
finish him
भर्खर
off?
हाजीले पनि अनि fall off. Damn, bro, please.
No, they don't. Wow, that was an incredibly big mistake coming out from now, showing and in front of their faces, dashing. You can't reveal those cooldowns this early on. Only later in the game where it's not so bad, especially since Falcons are really out to get it.
Oh, Eman actually dealing a bit more damage now, but it's Falcons starting up this objective. They're bursting it down as much as they can. Abyssal Arrow does not land.
Nice,
Who gets the final hit on this objective? It's still gonna be Kyle.
Flap them up, flap them up.
Get traded out here. Surprisingly, still survived. The Abyssal Strike cancelled out. Close call for Eman, but now he has to flicker out to re-engage or to regroup with Team Falcons. As Vitality might go for the chase, but they don't.
They got the big cancels that they were looking for, but no conversions on either side. Even still, we know for a fact, hey, Falcons, Turtles, they're done for. Now we got to make sure that we can protect, because once we have to deal with this Iman,
Flap, so much damage, but he will go down relatively fast too. That's a less tankier XP lane that he currently is on, and I feel like Vitality will just constantly go for the punish every single time, every single opportunity they find.
Oh, I mean, they have to at this point, right? Can't give any options to their opponents. Super Marco now sure looking for anything across the map, and even for Kyle, he's just waiting, right? It's about a matter of information. Now should be okay here.
Another 1v1, but now you see Finn, Kyle will not fight him there anymore.
Come back answer, BTR come back answer.
Deal with the Lord for now and are forced to play defensive. They're about to lose more and more of their structures as well if they don't successfully get to defend this, but it's barely hanging on.
BTR हार्दा पनि BTR ले होल्ड गरिरहेछ राम्रो खेल्ला त यार.
That could have gone wrong in the early
Just
stages
BTR
of the
ले
game.
comeback answer हेर्नु केटा ढुक्क comeback answer
They walk away with some scrapes. Okay, and Nile has still very, very bold. He hasn't backed down at all, and with the Malefic Roar on his side now, he can start thinking.
BTR को गेम प्ले त्यही छ पछि मलाई comeback answer.
Yeah, we're waiting if Vitality could pull off the combo all over again. So I think a lot of this is on Finn, and whether or not he actually finds that setup all over again, because you could already expect the damage to come through, especially from Nile, especially from Moreno, and even Eman, but Falcons are just too difficult to catch.
Yeah,
they have so much mobility.
Zipper, if you could pull up the items for me, that'd be great, because I'm wondering where Shogun is in his item progression. He needs to get to a point where he's so tanky that he's able to kind of take first position on the far lane rather than letting Kyle hard shove it every single time, because Vitality have to be relatively close to each other to find these intersecting points in the mid lane in comparison to like Sen and Hirara topside. And now that at least that Nile and Kyle are somewhat even in the lane, it's a much harder 1v1
come on, bro, come on.
Check those items later on. But even if Vitality do go
अलिक
up,
धेरै
there
authority
we
दियो
go.
त
He does have
Masarapp
Anti-Cuirass
के भएर
and Regen
authority
armor
छ त
already.
moderator
But no Oracle, so again, if 1v2, there's a good chance he still dies out here. Lightning Truncheon already purchased, so he deals with both arm. Oh wait, hold on. This could be bad unless Ogwin wants to flicker in. I don't see this happening. But that back here.
Oh, Kyle from the side though. That was close. Vitality really had to.
ल स्ट्यान्डर्ड मोडरेटर बनाछु म्युट स्युट चाहिँ नहाने ट्र्यास टक कमेन्ट गर्दैन
That was so beautiful. That was so beautiful. To the naked eye, it feels like nothing happened, but it was really Falcon positioning themselves and posturing, forcing the battle lines of Vitality. They don't want to expose their.
Come on, BTR! हान्छ BTR ले हान्छ रुको न मार्कोलाई चाहिँ हेर्नुपर्छ मार्कोले ल्याङ हान्छ हेरेछ लेट गेम
Yep. And now they take that mid turret just as the Lord spawns. So imagine the space that they could really play around with. Vitality feels very uncomfortable with just freely positioning themselves. They have no idea Haji's in this position either. And you mentioned something about Vitality grouping up and using it to an advantage, but they have to be careful of Haji. Haji's been stealing away that ultimate from the Badang, and that could be something to punish Vitality later on.
Wow, both of these guys, it's whoever shows up in the
Come
lane
on,
first,
BTR,
and
BTR.
Hirara shows, and guess what Falcons is going to do? Instantly take that space as Vitality are forced to move backwards. They know for a fact they got to clean up these lanes, but Nile, he's not wasting any time. He sets up the slow push and now is running back to try and collapse.
Wait, nice! Haji पकड्यो फिनले पकड्यो नाइस वान BTR तर मार्कोले हान्यो ना मार्को ओगिन मर्यो
That's exactly
but I think a good trade हुन्छ होला रे
Wait, no.
ए उता आयो फिन हन एमान BTR केटा BTR देख्यो नि केटा हो कमब्याक हान्दिछ BTR यो हो नि त म्यान BTR एमपीएल आइडीको गेम प्ले देखाएको थियो अति पर्फेक्ट BTR अति मिठो फिनले कस्तो मिठो पकड्दियो म्याच सालेले जी यहाँ मरेको नाइस
Where's the arrow? He hits it, and then it all goes down.
अति मिठो है
So good! That was so crazy.
Let's go,
Finn
bro.
should be
Let's go.
happy with that. Finn should be happy that redeems him for the early
Indo
mistakes.
versus
Now,
Philippines.
It just comes down to
Evertic
execution.
points.
That's the truth of it, right? Falcons and Vitality both have a really good understanding of how both compositions need to kind of dance around each other. But that dancing gives more advantages to Falcon for the raw firepower. Vitality.
फ्ल्याप गयो फ्ल्याप ए अच्छी सुन्नु गयो त नाइल बन बात ठिक छ XP
Holy cow, this is only game number 1, and we are seeing that they are fighting tooth and nail. Ogwin should go down.
मर्यो हो कि नाइस वान मार्को मर्यो विन गयो मार्कोको नाइस एमान फिन किन यताबाट बाजा है तर फिनसँग बस काइले के गर्न सक्दैन ओ नाइस यार BTR इन पायो लेट्स गो ब्रो लेट्स गो BTR अति मिठो है ओ ब्याक गर्नुपर्छ होला मिडल फोर्स नगरिनु हुन्छ गाह्रो छ नाइस इनि पायो फार लेन कि इनि पायो राम्रो यार लास्ट राम्रो यार BTR लाई कम ब्याक आइसक्यो BTR को अति खेल्छ यार BTR
because of how good Eman's been positioning himself on the Melissa as well.
Nine to full damage already,
It's just so perfectly timed.
It's ridiculous, and I think this is super understandable, right? Why multiple people need to get the chance
अब
to
इमानले
build it.
दुखाउँछ
With the
इमानले
extended
हान्छ
range, thanks to muddles, sometimes you're not in that range to actually get the the attack speed reduction. At this point, you got to be able to hit the right targets at the right time, and as much as everybody needs to slow it down, it does eventually come to start biting you in the butt. I think that Iman has been playing perfectly.
Guys, make
so
sure to like this
far,
stream.
but I think this
400 watching, so guys, 300 जति like
he
भयो
needs
guys.
just to go in, force to get away from
और
Iman, heal back up, and return to the
22 more likes हानौँ guys. सबैजना like गरौँ. Like this stream, subscribe हानौँ. Discord link हाल. Discord join गर guys. अपडेटहरु आइरहन्छ Discord मा.
They've been holding this out really well. Finn gets to spot out a couple members from Falcons all over again.
भने नै केटा कमब्याक हान्छ जस्तो लागिसक्यो त किन गेम स्टाइलले. एमपीएल आइडी पनि यही त गर्छ यिनीहरुले. खै खायो मार्कोले खायो यारो. पिरफाको नाइस मार्को पिरफाको.
What are these angles?
मोरेनोले के गर्छ है मोरेनोले गरि खान्छ है जिन्दगीमा.
So this big piece, but Falcons aren't completely out of this just yet. Man, what a turnaround with such a good early game from the Falcons. Vitality have been playing some incredible defense, and now seeing them on the attack, it's a pretty difficult game for either side. A single mistake could predetermine who wins and who loses. We're already 18 minutes into this game. The next Lord has spawned. Keep in mind, this Lord is vital. It's going to be walking around with some extra damage reduction.
Goes for the concealed play because they spot Nile up top.
Nice one. So good vision दियो concept पे को.
Nile's just going to really get away and now transition to the Lord. They might just go burst this down.
Yep, they're definitely going to burst this down. Let's see if the steal can happen. Here comes Kyle. He's thinking about it.
Nice. Oni backer. Wait, arrow खायो न Kyle ले.
Landing on Kyle. Do
they
have what it takes?
You're joking.
Let's.
Another setup from Finn. Together with the damage from Emma with the club.
Eman baci.
Super Marco, they actually get to trade out some kills.
An. जित्यो केटा जित्यो बीटीआर जित्यो गेम 1 बीटीआर जित्यो रिकल गर्न दिदैन मोरेनल रिकल गर्न दिदैन मोरेनलले उल्टे मार्छ जस्तो लागिरहेछ किन मलाई जी ब्रो सुपर मार्को मर बीटीआर ब्रो 1-0 फाल्कन हत्ती है मा बीटीआर कस्तो कमब्याक हानेको बीटीआर एमएससी जित्छ हो केटा बीटीआर हेर न
We've got to see game number
GG,
2.
nice game,
you know what? They don't need a break. They can just go again. Give us more. We need more.
So many fans are happy right now. Fans wearing Vitality jerseys, holding up placards, showing their support, and that was a absolute close fight. You gotta give it to them, but you also gotta give it to Falcons. Like they had such a great hold of the early game.
त्यहाँ मिर्को
Had such a great hold of
मिर्को
the early
हेर
game. So you just can't help but wonder, how did it turn out like this?
I think
Bro.
a lot of it comes down to many arrows on
BTR,
priority
baby.
targets. Some
Easy,
who don't
okay.
even care because they're on cables mid-air.
BTR, okay, get up,
Falcon hit
BTR.
by this. And as much as he was able to dominate this early stage of the game, and even Flap, they start to fall off. That armor shred is good, but the team fight, and especially with Finn's catches, man, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow.
Finn's catches.
अति तर डब्लु गेम है अति मिठो गेम यार
Highlights I feel in this
अति
game.
कस्तो खेल्छ यार बीटीआरले लेट गेम
So much pressure on him already before you actually got into game number 1 because he's the sole guy who could just disrupt, who could just catch. and
Dito
set
I
for
don't
the
think
team,
राम्रो
maybe.
हुन्छ छैन मलाई
Aside from oh my gosh, look at your face.
ल के कास्ट
I was losing because of this catch right here. What an unbelievable catch coming in
फिनले
from
अति
Finn
मिठो
to
क्याच
set
हाने यार
this
फिन
all up. And all the while, Iman, he's playing a really hot game here today.
Yes.
I thought it was always going to be Finn and Moreno kind of making things
अति
happen.
मिठो
Sometimes
है
you get
फिनले
Nile in the
कस्तो
mix,
पकडिरहेछ
something
यार
in
बादाम
there.
कस्तो
But
यसले
really,
मात्र
it was
होल्ड पारेर यार
Iman
बादाम
to be the foundation and the anchor for the team. And he played a
अति मिठो है
phenomenal Melissa.
I agree. Eman on this Melissa you guys just couldn't see it, but we're honestly sweating right now.
It is boiling up in here on the caster's desk, considering how much energy has been expended here on game number 1. You saw it from all the Vitality members. They all had to, crack open their waters because they were not just communicating. They were shouting through and through.
I can imagine.
From mid चोकर्स late game comeback थियो त पहिला चोकर्स भन्दै सबले अहिले त comeback god भन्छ यार यिनीहरुलाई
Imagine that.
It was so beautiful. It's great to see that
Falcon player आसिरहेको छ मतलब जान थ्रो गरेको राम्रो छ है दिलमा बस्नु पर्छ हल्का
not only are they playing to their strengths, but it's about execution. And that's the beautiful part. Both sides have traded blows at this point, and I think that Falcon's now recognized, okay, if we're going to have to keep this clean, we gotta keep it more standard. Figure out a better way to start exploiting Vitality, and number 1, it comes down to whether or not they can get this Melissa out of their hands.
I think for the last 3 or 4 team fights, major team fights at that, Eman was just always surviving. I always had my eyes on Eman for some reason because I just knew for a fact that Falcons had to take him out. And you could probably expect a lot of them to do that. It's either Kyle, maybe even Flap, because I feel like Flap went past the timers where he could just deal with Shogun. I feel like they really couldn't do the Dyros into the Uranus all over again anymore. Even Flap couldn't find him.
He's going with the build that he had. He's going for that full tank. Obviously, he has a component just to give him a little bit of damage in the early stages of the game. But then you see moments like him diving into that mid-tier 1, clear that wave and giving up his life. He is not at the same level as Uranus. He is great at shred. He is great at sustain. But if he's not in that middle of the fight, hitting multiple targets to get the heal, he's not going to be as tanky as you think he is.
Yeah, it was really good execution, honestly. Vitality. I knew I had a feeling that this was the kind of game we were getting ourselves into before the series started, but I did not expect it to be like this in game number 1.
We're going
to be throwing it over to an interview with Luke to see what his thoughts about this pregame.
Guys, Falcon comeback हान्छ कि BTL clean sweep हान्छ भने guys. ग्लेज गरे तर यिनीहरुको कमब्याक अहिले रियरली छ के कमब्याक हान्न सक्यो भने तर BTL एभ्री टाइम कमब्याक कस्तो सिम्पल पाराले हानिन्छ के क्या पर्फेक्ट खेलिन्छ अहिले गेममा BTL मान्नै पर्छ सबै पाण्डले राम्रो हेर्नु फिनले कस्तो अड्कायो सोगुनले यत्रो भिजन दियो नायले फिनिश हान्यो इमानले यत्रो पोक हान्दा चाहिँ मरेनको
एरो I was at the venue and it turns out Luke is here all the way from Indonesia, pro player from Indonesia.
Pro player.
How are you doing?
Pro player.
I'm good.
Good. Yeah. Enjoying Paris?
Yeah, enjoy so much.
By the way, why are you here?
Because I'm fans of Vitality.
Fans of Vitality? Not Onyx?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit, but more Vitality.
More Vitality.
Is it because you're close with them? I mean,
because
they are your ex-teammates.
Vitality right now.
Oh, you are Vitality right now. Ooh. Okay. Speaking of Vitality, you caught the match yesterday. It looked like it took them a little bit of time to finish out that game. Was that a result that you were expecting?
Yeah, of course, because I know they are so strong, right?
Okay, so it took them a while, but you did expect them to win eventually. Yeah. Is it because of the meta right now? Because a lot of people are saying that this meta favors Indonesian teams more than the Filipino teams. Do you agree with this?
Yeah, I agree because right now Assassin meta, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I think
most
of team in Indonesia are really good at Assassin. Like so good.
But I mean, on the other side, we have Sakai's from SRG. We have Zaur Egoist earlier on. We have Kyle, Carl, TZ. Are they not good on Assassins?
They good, but I think I'm more biased on Nile.
He's biased on Nile.
Man, you ordinary job
It's not just because you guys are close, right? You
Toxic question
I'm not close with Nile.
Oh, you're not?
Yeah. It's my enemy.
Oh, he's your...
Yeah.
What happened?
Just... I hate him.
You hate him?
Bro, you're goated interviews.
Yeah.
Very interesting. On that notion, do you have a message to Team Vitality who's going to go up soon?
Just give space to our maestro, Moreno, yeah? He will carry.
Carry.
Ooh, Moreno.
The maestro will carry. Do you maybe have a message for Onyx?
For Onyx... Yeah, good luck.
What is that smile?
Good luck. We hope this EWC
यसलाई त
can
बाल छैन उनीको
grand finals to Team Indo.
Amen.
Amen.
Amen. But what about the fans back at home? I think people are waiting for you to say something, maybe to the Indonesian supporters that are watching right now.
Bahas aja ya.
Boleh.
Gue cuma 5 hari guys, ntar gue
Lah.
Restream nonton gue ya.
Indonesia भने कस्तो छिटो बोलेर न
He's gonna be here only for 5 days, so watch him restream. I'll watch you restream.
Okay.
मा ओए चाहिँ यो वाच पार्टी प्रमोट गर्दैछ आफ्नो
We're
त
going to throw it back over to you guys.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game.
अति रहेछ यार यो त
Tyler 1, you're done.
जिजे डबल इन्टरभ्यु तर मिठो इन्टरभ्यु गाइज अब अर्को गेम स्टार्ट हुन्छ एकछिनमा स्टार्ट हुन्छ 1-2 मिनेटमा स्टार्ट हुन्छ लेट्स वेट अति लभली गेम थियो फर्स्ट गेम चाहिँ मजा आयो थियो हेरेर सेकेन्ड गेम यस्तै हान्नु पर्यो बिटिआर कमब्याक चाहिँ मिठो हान्ने यिनीहरू क्लिन हान्नु पर्छ है के इन्टरभ्यु आएको छ
Are in that CC race. However, 3 days of finals means a lot of gameplay. And we still have Navi at the top of our leaderboard heading into finals. We have Liquid. We have Falcons. We have Vitality. We have AGAL. Twisted Minds. So
it's busy.
This is really busy for our finals.
Yeah, excellent. I mean, look, we've got a lot of going on there. So we're keeping up to date as much as we possibly can. But it sounds like there's going to be huge implications in the club championships. Well, thank you very much once again. We'll be checking in throughout the rest of the week. Thanks, guys.
English बुझ्ने हैन के हेर्छ मासरले What do you mean bro? What do you mean bro? I know how to talk English bro.
MSC. There's some great people in the crowd who want prizes.
Marco locked in भइसक्यो यार.
Okay, just so y'all know, I got #1, but of course, we got to make the people in the crowd very happy, and they got it. Welcome back. We're heading into the draft. Trex, I feel like everything that we said about the draft from game #1, it hit. We saw how Vitality struggled early on to deal with the Fanny, but then the inevitable happened. The Melissa, and of course, when that Selena and Badang started hitting together, they were unstoppable.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I doubted the Badang and the Selena a little bit there. I did not respect the game. It took some time.
Get out,
Once
please.
it mattered, once they were able to buy into that late game, it was on. That final big play with the fist crack followed up by the arrow, completely foreseeing Kyle's entry into the mid lane.
Clean sweep है क्या Vitality बड़ा? Clean
Very
sweep
well done by
clean.
Vitality. Now, will I say that the draft was a complete win? Will I say that? I think honestly they won that game off of skill as well, right?
100%.
Both teams had the ability to
okay.
win that game off of their drafts, which means coming into game 2, anything could happen here, right? It's definitely possible for Falcon to tie things up. Both teams have shown that they know what they can do in their draft, and it's definitely possible for Vitality as well to pull this off and look for the 2-0.
And it was such an entertaining game because
That's
we got to see both lineups do their thing. As we mentioned earlier, Falcons got to do their thing for majority of the game. But then Vitality, with their sheer mechanics and skill, as you mentioned, were able to pop off, make sure that Melissa
Future girlfriend, sorry, future wife.
was the one who was
So guys, let's go. Phobius ban. I thought के ban आउँछ त BTR side bro.
The Phobius, trying to bait out a reaction towards a potential first pick of Freya for the side of Falcons. But we also can't forget about some of the major trades that we have through the Atlas, the Valentina, and other great picks that we still have in the meta. Marcel is still open, by the way.
Falcons will opt for that blue side first pick.
Kyle said there are Vital based strong. Nile also bullies means scrim just don't bully me. That's what I mean to.
Nile always bullies
Sorry,
me in
Nile, good bro.
scrims. Just don't bully me in the tournament too.
So it's a little bit more context to what Nile said earlier with the interview with Eterna about how he sees just him and TNT as the top.
जताकि त सन्चै होइसिन्छु सन्चै छु म के छ
but
नानु
not referring to what he believes when it comes to the tournament space. Once you're there on the stage.
Life is serious now. Let's serious action
now with the Atlas gone. Yeah, the forces
Life
out the
is
Marcel
direct
ban. So far,
निकाल्नु चाहिँ भएन क्या
the bans of Falcons are more on forcing Vitality to ban certain heroes.
Yeah, and it's a little bit different than last time. We're not going to see the Valentina this game. Marcel banned out. Will that Ling be banned out? Last time it was Vitality on blue side. Who decided
always
to ban
ban
out,
Valentina
was
ban
forced
यताबाट
to trade of either
दुईटा रोम
leaving
ban
the
Vitality को
Fanny
साइडबाट
open or not, and
सबै
Falcon
अस्ट्रेलियन
called the
अल्सम ban
bluff
भएको छैन ओपन छ
and ended
दुसिन
up paying
ओपन
the
छ
price for it.
हिरा र
Now
लिङ
with
अनि
Falcons
फ्यानी सबै अस्ट्रेलियन
putting in
ओपन
their
छ
last
अनि
ban,
अर्कोमा
we still
जुसिन
have all the assassins up.
Freya
Jushin
still up
also
छ
still available
ban के
and
हाल्छ guys
open. Freya still available
Freya ban.
and open with things like Valentina and Atlas and Phoveus getting banned out.
उही मोरेनोलाई रेस्पेक्ट ब्यान आइसक्यो
Falcons
एउटा
want to go for that trade, and while they're doing it, they take out the Selena, which I think is a good
मोरेनोलाई
play
रेस्पेक्ट
overall.
ब्यान
Get
आइसक्यो
more of a target ban and leave some of those prio picks open.
फर्स्ट
Yeah, I think
फेजमा सेल्ना ब्यान मोरेनोको
deciding the possibility that the Seleno is going to come in way early, similar to what we saw get drafted earlier in MSC. If I'm not mistaken, that was Vitality who was able to do that in day number 1.
हाम्रो सर आज नआएको गिभअवेको
options here
त
available for
एकचोटि
Falcons.
गिभअवे भइसक्यो आज एकचोटि मात्रै गर्छ होला यार
Freya, Ling,
स्टारलाइट
and Fanny
पनि
all open, meaning
तीनटा छ तीनटा अलरेडी गिभअवे गर्नुपर्ने छ पहिलाकै
Aurora ban.
Yep.
Could
पहिलाको
definitely
भन्दा नि
go for Aurora
अस्तिको
ban. They could still get a Fanny
अस्तिको
or Ling, or they can go, I mean, for any of the three, essentially, right?
पछि फेरि गरिहाल्छ
Still,
नि
they go
गिभअवे
for the Freya instead,
आइराख्नु न स्ट्रिममा
which I'm a little surprised about, but still very viable because they still get the Belleric, that means, because if they wanted to go Freya +1, they would have had to give over that roam position. Falcons now deciding, what do we want out of the big three?
powder
What do we
त्यता
want to
राख्दै
respond
गरेको
with? They go for the Eudora, which didn't even see it. It's a hero that I still have to get used to.
Yeah, same. Eudora as the first pick. Because with the Valentina getting banned out, they have to be wary of picking
Eudora
their
first
jungler
pick.
right away. Because Vitality, they are encouraged to pick up the Belleric in the first phase. With the Valentina gone, then Falcons won't have their own Wrath of Dryad to steal away. And with the Atlas banned by Vitality as well, they might just pick up the Belleric here and now.
Hey, did they just go for the Belleric Carrara? They went the same thing as last time, pretty much.
Belleric Carrara, Belleric Ling. Honestly.
Or just either don't even pick up the assassin because you're going to get one of the three.
Yeah, it's like you have such a wide field to play with. You could just adjust. A lot of options here for Vitality, but because
for mid lane.
Okay, so they will get the Ling Belleric as expected. Mid lane for Moreno. Let's see if they're still willing to play the juice in later on, maybe into red 3, red 4. But I think a lineup that can clear the mid a little bit faster for Vitality will encourage.
नायलको लिङ आयो लेट्स गो नायलको लिङ हातमा लिङ आइसक्यो
Does Falcon commit once again to an
Why
assassin
did
pick? Or do they try to switch
anyone
things up here?
इधर अहिले अस्तिन मेटा छ नि त
We've
अनि
seen a
इधर
lot
रिभ्याम
work
पनि भएको छ
against
ड्यामेज
the
पनि बढा
assassins.
छ
They go for the Fanny
इधर
once
ट्राई
again.
गरेको छ
In the
फ्यानी
Brats,
भर्सेस
in
लिङ
the
है अनि
EXP
बारात
this time,
एक्समा लेट्स गो फ्यानी भर्सेस लिङ मजा आउने भयो
Do we think we're going to see maybe something crazy and get the double fighter off? The only time we've seen the Barats so far is when there's also a fighter in gold
Masarappको
or
गोरो
something of
भर्सेस
that
मोर
nature.
छ गेममा चाहिँ होला है
Considering
गेममा
that
चाहिँ
Vitality is going to be coming back at red 4 as the first pick, and they have bans. They can just take away the Paquito. The Freya is already
मोरेनोको
gone.
गेम
Usually
चाहिँ
when we
अति
saw
बढेछ
Barracks
एउटा
at the
यसमा
EXP and then it's paired up
शान्ता नि
with
ग्याप
another
हानिन्छ
fighter
होला
on the
अहिले
opposite side, it's either just the Paquito and the Freya, unless they're going to dig deep and go for something else, like maybe along the lines of a Ruby, but you don't really see enough picks that would warrant that. I think they can just double down and play the traditional in terms of their gold lane option, but let's see how it's going to go. Melissa is still going to be the pick here for Vitality, and the problem right now is for Falcons because of their picks. They don't have enough that long range
Melissa
to really mess up this
गाइस
Melissa.
मिल्छ अब
With
मेटा
the
हुने
Ling,
भएर
with
अब
the Belleric
केटीहरूले सेक्छ यार
especially, Eman might be
केटीहरूले
on the way
सेक्ने
to
भयो यार
another
मिल्छमा
bulletproof game.
केटीहरू हैन
Looking good for
लक्ष्मीहरूले
Vitality
सेक्ने
in
भयो
my
यार
book, at least for first side of this draft. At least in terms of how they were able to make everything work last game. Don't get me wrong, the early game could still be troublesome for them. Falcons had an amazing early game last time with the Fanny pick.
Yeah.
And everything else behind it. So Falcons maybe want to also run back the same type of game, but just play a little bit better, close it out a little bit faster?
Maybe. Oh, wow, respect on the Minotaur of Ogwen. That actually could have messed up the lineup of Vitality. At least that wider reach might give Falcons a moment to not get peppered by the basic attacks of that Melissa. So maybe the fact that they're not going, they're going into the second phase of the drafting without their Ogwen pick just yet might hurt them. Atlas is gone, Beleric was taken away, the Minotaur option's gone.
We see the Badong Ben from Falcon this time.
And they did. Good call, Drax, good call. Still respecting the possibility that Beleric will suddenly show up in the EXP lane. Beleric, who would have thought, would end up becoming a really poisonous flex pick for MSC at EWC 26.
All right, so now Vitality, last ban on the field. Take out the Minotaur. Do they keep going into the roaming position? What is really left at this point?
Really trying to run through the names of roamers, but in terms of the top ones we see, these are like the main trades, unless Falcons are going to pick up something like the Cho.
Good thought. Could still be a possibility.
Yeah, there's going to be a moment where you will be able to knock up the Melissa in her ult, but then you'll get yeeted out of the dome right away with a getaway. But if they're going to play this Barris in the EXP, you're encouraged to be able to rotate fast and clear fast in the mid. You need a concussive blast roamer.
You might
still just end up picking up the Cho there.
Aura Sports.
They can close out with a Cho Moskov, maybe, for Marco.
Aura Sport
Wouldn't be too crazy. If Vitality are looking to, and if they're willing to, get a mid laner that has to shred damage for the Barriers, they might want to go and consider the Lunox at the center of the map. Oh, Sora getting taken away. Oh,
Lunox definitely not a bad pick. You get the Brilliance to get away from the Fanny as well. You have some defensive capabilities. You don't have as much range against the Eudora, and you can still get one-shotted. You know, it's because the Eudora is just so quick about it, you don't have, it could be dangerous. On the side of Vitality.
It's a draft kick, Leo.
They do need to
save the
Innocent Kael'Ra and
at least you have room to adjust and surprise.
Innocent Kael'Ra and Super Marco.
At Beleric, I think it's something that's making Falcons scratch their heads. They banned out the roamer, they banned out an EXP option.
Really sports ma low sports bye sorry
Vitality gonna be picking up here.
Takes the aura.
Maybe a little bit more range through the mid or a little bit more shred. Which route are they going to go? How about a little bit more sustainability? They pick up the Esmeralda at the EXP. They do show their options already for Roman EXP. You're just waiting for their mid laner now.
So you just, like you said, we pick up the Moskov for Falcon.
Yeah. Moskov and
Do you think
Cho?
They could go something like the Kaja here? Something to pick off this.
Kill guys, Esmeralda.
I think for
तिमीहरुको कमेन्ट के हो यार यो कमेन्ट पनि मलाई लाज लागिरहेछ मात्र यो मेटामा त के हो कस्तो कस्तो लाग्ने हिरो देखेर अहिले इदरा सेभरहरु हल्का प्रायोरिक भइरहेछ त्यही भएर नि मेटा चेन्ज भइसक्यो नि त टी स्पोर्टमा जाऊ मास्टु टी स्पोर्ट
I can see it.
Touch the sky.
They go for the Brody. Okay.
I know. Touch the sky got the
lineup. A few heroes I can probably get that can put out some range.
Alright, for them.
This was one of the picks up.
Alright, for naam se te pilla like.
Kai roam for Ogwen. They get the Brody. Kai and Eudora in the center. It's fast, clear. Not as fast in the rotations, but it will be annoying for the Link to deal with in the team fights. But again, the problem still stands. Will they be able to reach this Melissa with a composition?
Brody liyo Super Marco le.
Needs to be stalwart. It needs to hold for a long time so that Brody
Super
can
Marco
get the stacks off,
M5
M
Brody.
memory, melt them front to back until the Melissa has to get away.
So last pick for Vitality, still need a mid laner.
ENC August 12 देखियो guys. Practice one बजारी
haven't seen that in a bit. Jushin's also still open. They just go for the Jushin, right?
Yeah, something that we mentioned also. Could be good and could be annoying for the Akai. You're going to be forced to use your dashes.
Alright, for that. Gushan re?
Because of the Akai and the
Gushan
Barretts in front of you, and it does have a lot of disengagement protection for the Melissa.
Yeah, definitely a great answer.
Overall, we've seen it picked
once before. And even when before I was kind of questioning it, we saw how well it can do with the stiff arm, with the ability to get that Terrify. Something similar to the
Masarapp
arrow, not as long-standing as the arrow, but something still similar, right? So if he can make some of those quick picks, drop down the warrior in the nick of time.
KT
could
player
be
ni.
detrimental to the way
Roma.
they want to play this game.
All right, that has been it for myself
राम्रो छ
and
game.
Trex here at the studio. Will we see another game where both teams get to do what their lineup wants to do, or will one of them dominate? One to either advance
So
right
let's
now,
go guys, this
or
might
to
be the last
still
match.
hold
Gym
on
गएर
to
मैले
force
यार
a
गेम
game
सकेछ
number
न
3.
अब चाहिँ जान्छु
Bring
यार
me over,
गेम
Third
सकेपछि
casters, Brigida and Gideon.
फेरि फाल्कनले जित्यो नि झन् लामो हुन्छ
It's going to be a good day here today because we're all hoping that this is not going to be
Let's go
a
guys,
one-sided
let's
match. We need to see a
go
repeat of
BTR.
game number 1 where both sides are
Marco
basically
ले ब्रोडी
turning
नहीं
this
निकाल
ball
दिया
into a fighting game as we jump into game number 2. Team Falcons PH on the blue side, facing off against Team Vitality on the red side. And let's go through this composition because again, that Mexana last pick actually is pretty genius here. So good at like just peeling, not only peeling off, but becoming a legitimate threat to the front line. At a certain point, will not be able to take that kind of damage from Moreno.
And it's like adding an additional front line to your lineup in general, which I feel would work out really well for them, but that's multiple. Pull yourself together.
So many. And now, instant evade
Okay,
here.
okay.
Oh, Fork Lightning.
Kyle Morio! Let's go. BTR.
had to be the first one to go down in this
हाँ
fight.
बेटी सेंटर
Good start for
BTR को
Falcons,
अगेंस्ट
but
में
they
ऐसा
traded out
खेलता
with a roamer, which I don't think makes it any better.
It does make it any.
Haji?
Somebody punish this? Yep, there we go. Haji goes down and Moreno survives as Eagle challenges
पागल है
no problem.
Falcon PS
Full faith that the rest of the team. I mean, Moreno got the last
Falcon
pick.
PS
He was
desperate
ready to
भेज
get
देगा
that kill over and trade his life for Nile. Like he did not care at all. He has done his job and he knows he's going to do it again and again and again.
Okay, that looked really good with Fork Lightning just catching multiple members too, though. But I guess you have to really pay attention to this being a Belleric and you just potentially being caught again. If Moreno went down here, I feel like that would somewhat equalize things a bit. But the fact that he didn't, I really feel like Vitality got the better out of that. But also, I feel like in terms of compositions, I also want to point out how, at least with the Akai pick, they kind of forced out the Purify from Emma. So that might make things a bit better for Falcons too when it comes to the team fights later on.
And that was something that I was trying to figure out, right? I was telling you, like, man, how do we force
force
this
पर
to actually take
Falcon
Purify?
force
I think
गर्यो
Ogwin has got a pretty good answer to that.
Nine.
Falcons already have this
Mark
first
को
position.
figure
I
छैन त
don't see it happening as bot side is getting attacked.
Yep, Super Marco looking like the target here. Doesn't have
Bacho
the ultimate
Marco.
yet, but he doesn't need it anyway and will survive. Just had to burn the flickers on the left,
But
but at least he didn't have to go down with that attempt.
Yep, all he lost was his flicker. He still doesn't lose out too much. And even you can see Eman making sure he's doing his due diligence, throwing muddles into tri-brushes to open up that side of the map for him, just in case anything. Well, that was a Daytona as well.
Oh, on to Shogun, and with the help of Kyle, they actually pick up the kill.
बहुत रिसा है
So this
Kyle
is a
Kyle
different
calm down
approach
Kyle यार
to
कस्तो
the
रिसा छ
combos that we saw from Vitality. It's a Barretts and a Fanny working together now.
But I do think it was interesting, right? They already knew that it was going to be Barretts playing into Shogun at this stage of the game, right? And I think the only way that Shogun actually has any chance in this lane is hitting and trading really well against Flap before he gets the stacks. Once he's gotten to that enraged Dino form and he can start doing the stomps in the middle of the wave, he will out-sustain
Castले
Shogun
भन्नु त भने
until
के
Shogun
भने
gets
के
that
भने
enchanted talisman.
Yeah, he did
Castle
have the
साउन्ड
Purify at
बढाउनु
that
हल्का
point too, right?
You're right,
So
yes.
there was just no way to really get out of it, and he had to accept his fate right there. Owen gets poked down a bit here, though. He still have a couple seconds before the next objective spawns, but Falcons have been just quietly increasing this lead that they have in their hands.
It's still a small lead. We saw how game one went, so until we start seeing like a 5K lead, something closer to like the 6K, then there should be, you know, a sigh of relief for all the Falcons fans out there. But for now, 2-2, a pretty even score as Nile has been hopping around and stealing away camps here and there.
He actually got that gold crab, I feel.
थोड़ा लो जैसे 20 सेकंड में
forward though, but it's gonna come up again once the objective spawns anyway. But I feel like nonetheless, Vitality will struggle to a certain extent when they if they wanna contest, because it's an Akai still that you're dealing with. It's not an Akai jungle, but I think that makes it all the more difficult to deal with, because its primary objective, it's not split between having to secure the objective and having to zone out. It's just really zoning out.
Yeah, that was I'm gonna touch on it later, but for now, the fight.
There you go. It's the heavy spin pushing them away, and now Vitality are unable to contest for the objective. But the flicker in from
आज को फ्लिकर गया बेले को फ्लिकर
and
देना
the siren from Shogun, the knockup as well from the Eternal Guard. Flap actually finds one, but that's
Flap him
used
more
by Shogun, so he will be okay. Tempest of Blades come in from Nile.
Ui,
Now
Nile.
trying to look for his target to go
Super
away.
Marco.
He had to change target.
Super Marco ओए मार दे रहा है Super Marco
From the death
So I think राम्रो trade होला यार उयोलाई Vitality लाई.
That's a 3-for-2 trade in favor
Imane
of
2 kill
the
पाएको.
Falcons here. And I think that Vitality, it was a pretty good idea. Overall, if they got Super Marco at the end there, it would have been 100% worth it. But just look at this Wombo combo, right? How do you deal with this? And this is why I think the Vexana is so good, because now it's not about priority targets. I do max % health damage. Build what you want. Hey, you know what? Build 3 Guardian Helms if you really want to.
Yeah. So far, Moreno again and Eman have been untouched in this game. And it's starting to become a problem, I feel, for Falcons, because you even saw how Flap was just so decisive in wanting to go for it. Hold on, Ogwen. It's not a good time to be.
Look, he's not lagging. Both sides are not lagging. They're playing a perfect ping here at EWC. Iman is baiting him to do it.
Oh, they're all going in for Haji! Couldn't survive that. Now it's going to be Kyle trying to look for a trade, but he will be unable to find that. Now setting up with the Wrath of Dryad. And now they're in the jungle of Team Falcons.
If only now had just a little bit more energy, he could have re-entered that fight to take Kyle out. But now they've kind of used everything at the stage. They've got their profit, they walk away. They're trying to greed out for more. And I think the Falcons this time, they need to kind of break the battle lines. I think instead of Flap having to target some of the other characters here, I think he might need to just jump on Moreno. But I want him to go for Iman at the same time. It's just a tough call.
You really have to think hard about who your target is going to be, because it's very single target. And Haji has just not been able to have the
Moreno 100% team fight participation.
Same free time as Moreno in this game. In the series, at least.
Yeah.
Moreno has been too free. The way that they've been linking together with Finn has been such phenomenal performance from Vitality so far. But now let's see, because Falcons are setting up for this turtle.
Oh, interesting. Conceal to push Shogun out of position, allowing Vitality to reveal themselves first. The big issue is that Finn has that flicker and Wrath of the Dryad, so I mean, they've got good counter engage, so somehow Flap and Ogwen need to poke out their targets. I would argue that Haji needs to as well, but there's so many times where as soon as he shows up, that's an instant engagement from the side of Vitality.
Yep, at least Ogwen now somewhat finds his way back to the turtle pit, but Eman is feeling like a zoner right now. The way he just puts Muddles out there and deals a certain amount of damage towards the front lines. It's not just making things easy for Falcons, who just want to position themselves around this pit. Ogwen now below half HP. Flap doesn't land the welcome. And the heavy spin flicker combo just to get away, but Ogwen might just be the first to fall here in this fight. It's a killing spree.
Nice, Niall.
Kyle doesn't even have his purple buff yet, and Niall's not allowing him to take it freely. He still has a retribution, but he can't get close.
This is a scary game.
Holy cow. What if Flap
Oh, Flap could not stand that.
Where
could he go? There's not much mobility you can rely on as a Barrett either. It's just
the 2-0
charge, and that's about it.
This game is kind of ridiculous because
different
it's
really
Vitality chicken, right? It's whoever backs down from the fight first, and unfortunately for Falcons, for them to reposition, it's a lot harder in comparison to Vitality, who again are playing all for one and one for all with Iman here, who's doing a phenomenal job of keeping himself alive, and best yet, he's almost single-handedly getting
when Kyle went for him, he didn't even feel the need to use the go away just yet. He's just that much ahead on this Melissa. Again, 0 deaths in this game. No one could target him. So you could just sense that he perfectly mastered the timings in which he is supposed to use the go away, and that's posing multiple problems from Falcons right now.
Yeah, and every single time you see Kyle trying to contest, trying to get a set. Wait,
hold on. Okay, Eman still has the Purify, not using it yet. Just Purify to manage it.
Backline pure zone कर दिया था तो बोले Purify आने से नहीं मान लिया थे oh my also hold कर रहा
Kyle missed one cable, the most important cable from the destroyed structure of the turret. It just slipped right in between. I thought it was going to connect, but there was just too much noise in the middle of it to be accurate. Let's look at it one more time. Because again, Owen keeps him locked down, but as soon as the go away is done, Kyle instantly takes out one target. Get that last bit of burst, allowing Iman to reposition. How unfortunate.
It just got a bit too messy, I agree. It's so unfortunate. Now you feel the responsibility that Kyle has right now, because at that point, Eman was within reach.
It was, they were, and I think that right now, if they just need Super Marco to just live for a little bit longer.
No, oh, what? Okay, that was a warranted attempt from Falcons. They finally get the
Nice
kill onto
Falcon
Eman. Finn now left alone, using the Wrath of Dryas.
Queen
Still
को तो thank
surviving
you.
for just a
नाइले
little
हान्छ क्या हो
longer.
मार्कोलाई?
Does he wanna go
मार्को
in?
मार्को
Will
मार्को.
he find a target? He will.
Come on, जा
probably
है
wait a
हान्दे.
bit more and just play it safe for now.
And I love the fact that Niall, they both understand each other's composition. So now, just existing, just putting himself in a position where he is visible to the Falcons will make them second guess. Hey, we don't want to greed this out too much. We already got what we were looking for.
Just so
Finn and Eman are down. We can take first position at this point. Now the next problem is Moreno until Eman gets back to the pit.
Yeah, and that was unexpected. You wouldn't really expect Super Marco and Haji to be the combo to take out Eman, but I guess the damage really is coming from them now. It's kind of securing the objective, but Nile goes in. Haji very low on HP. Eman is going to finish him off, and the backlines are being taken care of as Eman's just really throwing out these needles. Shogun being in the face of 3 members of Falcons, and now there's a Daytona's welcome coming in from Flap, but he will not survive this attack.
Wait, Nile!
Go away, keeping Eman safe, but Falcons are going to settle with that.
Man, that was nasty. Shogun purposefully just standing right
Shogun
on top of him. As soon as he
game
saw the Daytona's welcome, all he had to do was position himself just a little bit further to make sure people step away. But just look at this, right? Instantly, they find the big punish onto Haji, right? Niall had to quickly use that Bladed Tempest. If not, he was gonna get locked down into this wall. But look at it, Shogun instantly, he zones Super Marco and then walks back into the Daytona's welcome to get eaten, allowing him on to get the free hits. Luckily, Kyle and Flap communicated. We can at least blow one of them up.
Yep. Now it's a Blade of Despair pickup for Nile, as well as Moreno gets a Blood Wings. Falcons are going to utilize this Lord to at least equalize and get a bit more map control though.
Nice. Nice. That's going to take away a little bit of influence coming in from Nile. He can't just do whatever he wants willy-nilly. He will have to go into a side lane and then recall rather than walk his butt back. But you know, considering everything and considering game number 1, Vitality have shown that they are great on the defense, right? They pulled the lead back onto their side, and now they're just handing it back over to Falcons until the next Lord's fight.
Yep, they have a lot of ways to deal with Wave Clear, honestly. It's a Vexana, it's a Melissa, and you just really can walk up front knowing that they have Muddle, knowing that they have a potential Eternal Guard dropping down on you at any moment. So they will somehow still be able to deal with the Lord, and this is still a very small lead that you're seeing 12 minutes into the game. So I feel like even Falcons at this point would be very careful and would not really assume that they're in a complete advantage just yet.
I think, honestly, they recognize that they're actually at a disadvantage until Haji is able to close the distance onto Eman and one-shot him. I don't see this game going the way that they want to, because even for Super Marco, right, his damage is, yes, great, against structures, against heroes, sure, it's fine, but the big issue is that he's running Sky Piercer. He's the big finisher. He cannot keep up with the hard DPS that's being pumped out of Eman like an absolute sweatshop factory. He's getting kicks out for everybody.
Yeah, Eman right now, it's great that Falcons had found a way to deal with him, but it's only been that one instance up top. Other than that, let's see how they deal with it this time. That's the ultimate already coming out from Haji. Vitality are still going to be okay though. Kyle trying to fly over the other members. Moreno, did you see that? He was just like walking, avoiding the cables. Not even much reaction coming out of Moreno.
Guys, make sure to like this stream, like to subscribe.
I saw Haji throwing out his ultimate, like, you know, his life depended on it. Luckily, Nile does actually have his purple buff, so good. At least we know that Haji, he's willing to throw his ult out. It's pretty short cooldown at this stage of the game, and I think this next Lord spawn, it's a make it or break it for either side. They're dead even in gold. Majority of the outer turrets have been destroyed. It is a very awkward parallel between the two.
I'm so not used to seeing this small of a lead already 30 minutes into this game. It's literally insignificant. It's so close between Team Falcons and Team Vitality right now. Both junglers on the opposite sides, but it's just going to be a recall for now.
Now it's about, I think it's the macro, right? At this point, it's how do you get under and how do you figure out a good timing? And I think that both Vitality and Falcons, they're junglers, right? They're not showing themselves on the side lanes. And Vitality have at least a huge advantage when it comes down to poking them out. Because every single time, right? Ogun walks up and instantly throws out models. Waits for the cooldown, rinse and repeat.
Watch out for Haji though. They gotta watch out for Haji. They gotta check where he is.
Oh, he doesn't know. They have no idea now. Wait, is Finn gonna double check it? He might.
Okay, they still don't know. Because I don't think it hit. I don't think the first still connected.
Oi, Haji घूम तो रहा हुआ.
Bushes until it connects onto somebody. You're absolutely right with that. But Niall finally gets the endless battle and his position. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
Hey, Finn, you're walking straight into something. Okay, now they spot Haji.
What damage of Finn line?
Man is gonna be fully aware that Haji will be positioned at that spot, but it is gonna be a quick reposition. Falcons are really trying to play around this glass cannon pick of potential for Haji.
Yeah, they're trying to like slowly slot him into that backline, and Colin as well as Niall. Oh, good stuff coming in from Niall, instantly revealing him, and now Vitality should have a little bit more confidence to start walking back up into that first position again, and maybe set up a slow push down on bot side.
Yeah, but it's Haji. It's Haji and Ogwen
Keep it,
walking up
Mati
top to the bar.
Ui, Haji.
They kill and
अरे
take
यार,
down
Haji ने
Ogwen.
sticker आना मारे यार.
Might want to commit to this fight here in the Lord Pit though. It's a
Flap
flip
ले, आ गयो.
It's cancelled out real quick. The knock from the Eternal Guard and the heavy spin from Ogwen. Flap is
Nice,
gonna be
Ogwen ने
traded
मोड़
out.
चुकी.
Ogwen looking like the next target, but
Eman,
Vitality
Eman,
have to
Eman,
play
Eman,
it safe. Kyle is within the
Nice,
area.
nice, nice.
Ooh, nice movement coming on from Aman. Kyle was thinking for half a second, if he keeps running away, maybe I go for the...
Oh my god, यस्तो नगर्नु यार. यस्तो नगर्नु यार.
chase. I saw the stun get thrown out. I saw the taunt get thrown out. And more importantly, wait a minute, the Wrath of the Dryads has come back off of cooldown, right? Finn has been holding it for the longest time. And even though they don't have their retribution for the next 7 seconds, they're trying to make sure that Falcons, hey, you're going to fight on our terms, on our turf.
Okay, they're starting this. Niall's gonna be back. He's going to be back real quick. Owen now facing the damage, already below half HP.
Eman.
Haji already using the ultimate gun.
Kyle look a lot on about the nice lot by Kyle more. Oh, timid. Up suck game.
This game,
Marco?
the conceal,
Because
wait,
of
Finn,
Marco.
he might flicker for this, but now underneath their own inhibitor, that conceal is going to keep them safe. The trades have been beautiful from both sides. What a tight game this is, and really just showing the extent of Melissa. She can sustain underneath the Lord, no problem. Throws out muddles. She can not only kill the Lord, but also poke out at the same time.
Marco, what the fuck?
Crazy to think how Eman is able to do this on a Melissa.
One man, 3 problems solved.
Now they're taking one base turret down bottom, and they still have the Lord marching in the base. That's an immortality pickup for Finn. They're getting poked down.
Flap wall gayo.
Welcome, not connecting. Flap now getting knocked up and taunted as well. He's already very, very low.
Niall,
But he gets caught. And
got us
trying to
another
steal the base turret
medicine,
for
Niall.
now, but they don't have any minions left. Another Eternal
Imanle,
Guard
Imanle,
and a wave
Anto,
coming in
Imanle.
mid.
Yeah, but they have nothing to worry about as Oakwood tries to pull them away, forcing out at least one flicker.
But Finn! Marco. Oh my god, Finn, nice, yeah, nice. Finn. सक्यो Finn what? Top engage यार Finn बड़ा. Marco will flicker नहीं आना पाएना. सक्यो game.
And the defense is successful from Falcons. Haji, despite all the damage thrown into his face, manages to hold on. Just one more wave though. Kyle, he's gonna have to pull it somehow.
Emma got his HP back, but does Kyle
Win
the kill? He had a bit of nature. He couldn't, and another muddle setup. Haji fights Shogun, but the heavy spin to push the minions out.
You defend आने ना दे.
Come on, Iman! It takes out immortality.
हाथ क्लो बनाया हिमालय.
He's going to be able to
माती को वेव सक्यो.
This might be a super Marco.
GG bro.
Doesn't make it
Oh my god. Defend आना खोजिरहेको थियो यार. Damn यार, nice try यार Falcon. म त एकछिन डिफेन्ड भयो यार. GG यार, GG beat यार 2-0 है. क्वालिफाइड मा नकआउट स्टेजमा क्वालिफाई भयो. GG यार. Nice game यार beat यार 2-0 Falcon PH. GG bro. beat यार आइसक्यो है केटा इन्टरनेशनल स्टेजमा.
Solving 3 unique problems all at the same
0
time.
guys. Nice try Falcon.
To evolve and really coming into its own.
जान्छ क्या हो एमएससी लान्छ क्या हो PTR ले लान्छ स्वयं.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy. I'm speechless because this early game, right? This Vexana pick.
ल केटा हो आजलाई त्यही हो यति मात्रै गर्नु पर्ला. लास्ट गेम छ. लास्ट गेम हेर्ने भए हेर्दा हुन्छ अफिसियल च्यानलमा. म चाहिँ अब के खाएर जिम जान्छु. भोलिको शेड्युल चाहिँ यही हो. भोलिको गिग फ्याम र एसआरजी याङ गर्न प्रो ओनिक र अरोरा टर्की अनि E7 र TLPS यो दुईटा गेम चाहिँ राम्रो हुन्छ याङ्गन प्रो ओनिक र अरोरा टर्की ल यति नै गरौँ गाइस बाई बाई गाइस सबैलाई टेक केयर अब भोलि भेटौँला भयो भने बाई बाई गाइस